Chapter 13 of Japan, an attempted interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The rise of the military power. Almost the whole of authentic Japanese history is comprised in one vast episode, the rise and fall of the military power. It has been customary to speak of Japanese history as beginning with the accession of Jimmu Tenno, alleged to have reigned from 660 to 585 BC, and to have lived for 127 years. Before the time of the Emperor Jimmu was the Age of the Gods, the period of mythology. But trustworthy history does not begin for 1,000 years after the accession of Jimmu Tenno, and the chronicles of those 1,000 years must be regarded as little better than fairy tales. They contain records of fact, but fact and myth are so interwoven that it is difficult to distinguish the one from the other. We have legends, for example, of an alleged conquest of Korea in the year 202 AD by the Empress Jingo, and it has been tolerably well proved that no such conquest took place. Note: see Aston's paper, Early Japanese History, in the translations of the Asiatic Society of Japan. End of note. The latter records are somewhat less mythical than the earlier. We have traditions apparently founded on fact, of Korean immigration in the time of the 15th ruler, the Emperor Ojin. Then later traditions, also founded on fact, of early Chinese studies in Japan. Then some vague accounts of a disturbed state of society which appears to have continued through the whole of the 5th century. Buddhism was introduced in the middle of the century following, and we have record of the fierce opposition offered to the new creed by a Shinto faction, and of a miraculous victory won by the help of the 4 Deva kings, at the prayer of Shotoku Taishi, the great founder of Buddhism, and regent of the Empress Suiko. With the firm establishment of Buddhism in the reign of that empress, 593 to 628 AD, we reach the period of authentic history and of the 33rd Japanese sovereign counting from Jimmu Tenno. But although everything prior to the 7th century remains obscured for us by the mists of fable, much can be inferred even from the half-mythical records concerning social conditions during the reigns of the first 33 emperors and empresses. It appears that the early Mikado lived very simply, scarcely better indeed than their subjects. The Shinto scholar Mabuchi tells us that they dwelt in huts with mud walls and roofs of shingle, that they wore hempen clothes, that they carried their swords in simple wooden scabbards, bound round with the tendrils of a wild vine, that they walked about freely among the people, that they carried their own bows and arrows when they went to hunt. But as society developed wealth and power, this early simplicity disappeared, and the gradual introduction of Chinese customs and etiquette effected great changes. The Empress Suiko introduced Chinese court ceremonies, and first established among the nobility the Chinese grades of rank. Chinese luxury, as well as Chinese learning, soon made its appearance at court, and thereafter the imperial authority appears to have been less and less directly exerted. The new ceremonialism must have rendered the personal exercise of the multiform imperial functions more difficult than before, and it is probable that the temptation to act more or less by deputy would have been strong even in the case of an energetic ruler. At all events, we find that the real administration of government began about this time to pass into the hands of deputies, all of whom were members of the great Kuge clan of the Fujiwara. This clan, which included the highest hereditary priesthood, represented a majority of the ancient nobility, claiming divine descent. 95 out of the total 155 families of Kuge belonged to it, including the 5 families Goseke, from which alone the emperor was by tradition allowed to choose his empress. Its historic name dates only from the reign of the Emperor Kwammu, 782 to 806 AD, who bestowed it as an honor upon Nakatomi no Kamatari. But the clan had long previously held the highest positions at court. By the close of the 7th century, most of the executive power had passed into its hands. Later, the office of Kwambaku, or regent, was established, and remained hereditary in the house down to modern times, ages after all real power had been taken from the descendants of Nakatomi no Kamatari. But during almost 5 centuries the Fujiwara remained the veritable regents of the country, and took every possible advantage of their position. All the civil offices were in the hands of Fujiwara men. All the wives and favorites of the emperors were Fujiwara women. The whole power of government was thus kept in the hands of the clan, and the political authority of the emperor ceased to exist. Moreover, the succession was regulated entirely by the Fujiwara, and even the duration of each reign was made to depend upon their policy. It was deemed advisable to compel emperors to abdicate at an early age, and after abdicating to become Buddhist monks, the successor chosen being often a mere child. There is record of an emperor ascending the throne at the age of 2, and abdicating at the age of 4. Another Mikado was appointed at the age of 5, several at the age of 10. Yet the religious dignity of the throne remained undiminished, or rather continued to grow. The more the Mikado was withdrawn from public view by policy and ceremonial, the more did his seclusion and inaccessibility serve to deepen the awe of the divine legend. Like the Lama of Tibet, the living deity was made invisible to the multitude, and gradually the belief arose that to look upon his face was death. It is said that the Fujiwara were not satisfied even with these despotic means of assuring their own domination, and that luxurious forms of corruption were maintained within the palace for the purpose of weakening the character of young emperors, who might otherwise have found the energy to assert the ancient rights of the throne. Perhaps this usurpation, which prepared the way for the rise of the military power, has never been rightly interpreted. The history of all the patriarchal societies of ancient Europe will be found to illustrate the same phase of social evolution. At a certain period in the development of each, we find the same thing happening: the withdrawal of all political authority from the priest king, who is suffered, nevertheless, to retain the religious dignity. It may be a mistake to judge the policy of the Fujiwara as a policy of mere ambition and usurpation. The Fujiwara were a religious aristocracy, claiming divine origin, clan chiefs of a society in which religion and government were identical, and holding to that society much the same relation as that of the Eupatridae to the ancient Attic society. The Mikado had originally become supreme magistrate, military commander, and religious head by consent of a majority of the clan chiefs, each of whom represented to his own following what the heavenly sovereign represented to the social aggregate. But as the power of the ruler extended with the growth of the nation, those who had formerly united to maintain that power began to find it dangerous. They decided to deprive the heavenly sovereign of all political and legal authority, without disturbing in any way his religious supremacy. At Athens, at Sparta, at Rome, and elsewhere in ancient Europe, the same policy was carried out, for the same reasons, by religious senates. The history of the early kings of Rome as interpreted by Monsieur de Coulanges, best illustrates the nature of the antagonism developed between the priest-ruler and the religious aristocracy. But the same thing took place in all the Greek communities, with about the same result. Everywhere political power was taken away from the early kings, but they were mostly left in possession of the religious dignities and privileges. They remained supreme priests after having ceased to be rulers. This was the case also in Japan, and I imagine that future Japanese historians will be able to give us an entirely new interpretation of the Fujiwara episode, as reviewed in the light of modern sociology. At all events, there can be little doubt that, in curtailing the powers of the heavenly sovereign, the religious aristocracy must have been actuated by conservative precaution as well as by ambition. There had been various emperors who made changes in the laws and customs, changes which could scarcely have been viewed with favour by many of the ancient nobility. There had been an emperor whose diversions can today be written off only in Latin. There had even been an emperor, Kotoku, who, though God incarnate and chief of the ancient faith, despised the way of the gods, and cut down the holy grove of the shrine of Ikoku-ni-dama. Kotoku, for all his Buddhist piety, perhaps indeed because of it, was one of the wisest and best of rulers, but the example of a heavenly sovereign, despising the way of the gods, must have given the priestly clan matter for serious reflection. Besides, there is another important fact to be noticed. The imperial household proper had become in the course of centuries entirely detached from the Uji, and the omnipotence of this unit, independent of all other units, constituted in itself a grave danger to aristocratic privileges and established institutions. Too much might depend upon the personal character and will of an omnipotent god-king, capable of breaking with all clan custom and of abrogating clan privileges. On the other hand, there was safety for all alike under the patriarchal rule of the clan, which could check every tendency on the part of any of its members to exert predominant influence at the expense of the rest. But for obvious reasons, the imperial cult, the traditional source of all authority and privilege, could not be touched. It was only by maintaining and reinforcing it that the religious nobility could expect to keep the real power in their hands. They actually kept it for nearly 5 centuries. The history of all the Japanese regencies, however, amply illustrates the general rule that inherited authority is ever and everywhere liable to find itself supplanted by deputed authority. The Fujiwara appear to have eventually become the victims of that luxury which they had themselves, for reasons of policy, introduced and maintained. Degenerating into a mere court nobility, they made little effort to exert any direct authority in other than civil directions, entrusting military matters almost wholly to the buke. In the 8th century, the distinction between military and civil organization had been made upon a Chinese plan. The great military class then came into existence, and began to extend its power rapidly. Of the military clans proper, the most powerful were the Minamoto and the Taira. By deputing to these clans the conduct of all important matters relating to war, the Fujiwara eventually lost their high position and influence. As soon as the buke found themselves strong enough to lay hands upon the reins of government, which happened about the middle of the 11th century, the Fujiwara supremacy became a thing of the past, although members of the clan continued for centuries to occupy positions of importance under various regents. But the buke could not realize their ambition without a bitter struggle among themselves, the longest and fiercest war in Japanese history. The Minamoto and the Taira were both Kuge. Both claimed imperial descent. In the early part of the contest, the Taira carried all before them, and it seemed that no power could hinder them from exterminating the rival clan. But fortune turned at last in favor of the Minamoto, and at the famous sea fight of Dan no Ura in 1185, the Taira were themselves exterminated. Then began the reign of the Minamoto regents, or rather shogun. I have elsewhere said that the title shogun originally signified, as did the Roman military term imperator, only a commander-in-chief. It now became the title of the supreme ruler de facto, in his double capacity of civil and military sovereign, the king of kings. From the accession of the Minamoto to power, the history of the shogunate, the long history of the military supremacy, really begins. Japan thereafter, down to the present era of Meiji, having really two emperors, the heavenly sovereign, or deity incarnate, representing the religion of the race, and the veritable imperator, who wielded all the powers of the administration. No one sought to occupy by force the throne of the son's succession, whence all authority was at least supposed to be derived. Regent or shogun bowed down before it. Divinity could not be usurped. Yet peace did not follow upon the battle of Dan no Ura. The clan wars initiated by the great struggle of the Minamoto and the Taira continued at irregular intervals for 5 centuries more, and the nation remained disintegrated. Nor did the Minamoto long keep the supremacy which they had so dearly won. Deputing their powers to the Hojo family, they were supplanted by the Hojo, just as the Fujiwara had been supplanted by the Taira. 3 only of the Minamoto shogun really exercised rule. During the whole of the 13th century, and for some time afterwards, the Hojo continued to govern the country, and it is noteworthy that these regents never assumed the title of shogun, but professed to be merely shogunal deputies. Thus, a tribal-head government appeared to exist, for the Minamoto kept up a kind of court at Kamakura. But they faded into mere shadows, and are yet remembered by the significant appellation of Shadow Shogun, or Puppet Shogun. There was nothing shadowy, however, about the administration of the Hojo, men of immense energy and ability. By them, emperor or shogun could be deposed and banished without scruple, and the helplessness of the shogunate can be inferred from the fact that the 7th Hojo regent, before deposing the 7th shogun, sent him home in a palanquin, head downwards and heels upwards. Nevertheless, the Hojo suffered the phantom shogunate to linger on until 1333. Though unscrupulous in their methods, these regents were capable rulers, and proved themselves able to save the country in a great emergency, the famous invasion attempted by Kublai Khan in 1281. Aided by a fortunate typhoon, which is said to have destroyed the hostile fleet in answer to prayer offered up at the national shrines, the Hojo could repel this invasion. They were less successful in dealing with certain domestic disorders, especially those fomented by the turbulent Buddhist priesthood. During the 13th century, Buddhism had developed into a great military power, strangely like that church militant of the European Middle Ages, the period of soldier priests and fighting bishops. The Buddhist monasteries had been converted into fortresses filled with men-at-arms. Buddhist menace had more than once carried terror into the sacred seclusion of the imperial court. At an early day, Yoritomo, the far-seeing founder of the Minamoto dynasty, had observed a militant tendency in Buddhism and had attempted to check it by forbidding all priests and monks either to bear arms or to maintain armed retainers. But his successors had been careless about enforcing these prohibitions, and the Buddhist military power developed in consequence so rapidly that the shrewdest Hojo were doubtful of their ability to cope with it. Eventually this power proved capable of giving them serious trouble. The 96th Mikado, Go-Daigo, found courage to revolt against the tyranny of the Hojo, and the Buddhist soldiery took part with him. He was promptly defeated and banished to the islands of Oki, but his cause was soon espoused by powerful lords who had long chafed under the despotism of the regency. These assembled their forces, restored the banished emperor, and combined in a desperate attack upon the region's capital, Kamakura. The city was stormed and burned, and the last of the Hojo rulers, after a brave but vain defense, performed harakiri. Thus shogunate and regency vanished together in 1333. For the moment, the whole power of administration had been restored to the Mikado. Unfortunately for himself and for the country, Go-Daigo was too feeble of character to avail himself of this great opportunity. He revived the dead shogunate by appointing his own son shogun. He weakly ignored the services of those whose loyalty and courage had restored him, and he foolishly strengthened the hands of those whom he had every reason to fear. As a consequence, there happened the most serious political catastrophe in the history of Japan, a division of the imperial house against itself. The unscrupulous despotism of the Hojo regents had prepared the possibility of such an event. During the last years of the 13th century, there were living at the same time in Kyoto, besides the reigning Mikado, no less than 3 deposed emperors. To bring about a contest for the succession was, therefore, an easy matter, and this was soon accomplished by the treacherous General Ashikaga Takeuchi, to whom Go-Daigo had unwisely shown a special favor. Ashikaga had betrayed the Hojo in order to help the restoration of Go-Daigo. He subsequently would have betrayed the trust of Go-Daigo in order to seize the administrative power. The emperor discovered this treasonable purpose when too late, and sent against Ashikaga an army which was defeated. After some further contest, Ashikaga mastered the capital, drove Go-Daigo a second time into exile, set up a rival emperor, and established a new shogunate. Now, for the first time, 2 branches of the imperial family, each supported by powerful lords, contended for the right of succession. That of which Go-Daigo remained the acting representative is known in history as the Southern Branch, Nancho, and by Japanese historians is held to be the only legitimate branch. The other was called the Northern Branch, Hokucho, and was maintained at Kyoto by the power of the Ashikaga clan, while Go-Daigo, finding refuge in a Buddhist monastery, retained the insignia of empire. Thereafter, for a period of 56 years, Japan continued to have 2 Mikado, and the resulting disorder was such as to imperil the national integrity. It would have been no easy matter for the people to decide which emperor possessed the better claim. Hitherto, the imperial presence had represented the national divinity, and the imperial palace had been regarded as the temple of the national religion. The division maintained by the Ashikaga usurpers therefore signified nothing less than the breaking up of the whole tradition upon which existing society had been built. The confusion became greater and greater, the danger increased more and more, until the Ashikaga themselves took alarm. They managed then to end the trouble by persuading the 5th Mikado of the Southern Dynasty, Go Kameyama, to surrender his insignia to the reigning Mikado of the Northern Dynasty, Go Komatsu. This having been done in 1392, Go Kameyama was honored with the title of retired emperor, and Go Komatsu was nationally acknowledged as legitimate emperor. But the names of the other 4 emperors of the Northern Dynasty are still excluded from the official list. The Ashikaga shogunate thus averted the supreme peril, but the period of this military domination, which endured until 1573, was destined to remain the darkest in Japanese history. The Ashikaga gave the country 15 rulers, several of whom were men of great ability. They tried to encourage industry, they cultivated literature and the arts, but they could not give peace. Fresh disputes arose, and lords whom the shogunate could not subdue made war upon each other. To such a condition of terror was the capital reduced, that the court nobility fled from it to take refuge with daimyo powerful enough to afford them protection. Robbery became rife throughout the land, and piracy terrorized the seas. The shogunate itself was reduced to the humiliation of paying tribute to China. Agriculture and industry at last ceased to exist outside of the domains of certain powerful lords. Provinces became waste, and famine, earthquake, and pestilence added their horror to the misery of ceaseless war. The poverty prevailing may be best imagined from the fact that when the emperor known to history as Go-Tsuchi Mikado, 102nd of the Sun's succession, died in the year 1500, his corpse had to be kept at the gates of the palace 40 days, because the expenses of the funeral could not be defrayed. Until 1573 the misery continued, and the shogunate meanwhile degenerated into insignificance. Then a strong captain arose and ended the house of Ashikaga, and seized the reins of power. This usurper was Oda Nobunaga, and the usurpation was amply provoked. Had it not occurred, Japan might never have ended upon an era of peace. For there had been no peace since the 5th century. No emperor or regent or shogun had ever been able to impose his rule firmly upon the whole country. Somewhere or other there were always wars of clan with clan. By the time of the 16th century, personal safety could be found only under the protection of some military leader, able to exact his own terms for the favor of such protection. The question of the imperial succession, which had almost wrecked the empire during the 14th century, might be raised again at any time by some reckless faction, with the probable result of ruining civilization and forcing the nation back to its primitive state of barbarism. Never did the future of Japan appear so dark as at the moment when Oda Nobunaga suddenly found himself the strongest man in the empire, and leader of the most formidable Japanese army that had ever obeyed a single head. This man, a descendant of Shinto priests, was above all things a patriot. He did not seek the title of shogun, and never received it. His hope was to save the country, and he saw that this could be done only by centralizing all feudal power under one control, and strenuously enforcing law. Looking about him for the ways and means of effecting this centralization, he perceived that one of the very first obstacles to be removed was that created by the power of Buddhism militant. The feudal Buddhism developed under the Hojo regency, and especially represented by the great Shin and Tendai sects. As both had already given aid to his enemies, it was easy to find a cause for quarrel, and he first proceeded against the Tendai. The campaign was conducted with ferocious vigor. The monastery fortresses of Hiei-san were stormed and razed, and all the priests with all their adherents put to the sword, no mercy being shown even to women and children. By nature Nobunaga was not cruel, but his policy was ruthless, and he knew when and why to strike hard. The power of the Tendai sect before this massacre may be imagined from the fact that 3,000 monastery buildings were burned at Hiei-san. The Shin sect of the Hongwanji, with headquarters at Osaka, was scarcely less powerful, and its monastery, occupying the site of the present Osaka castle, was one of the strongest fortresses in the country. Nobunaga waited several years, merely to prepare for the attack. The soldier priests defended themselves well. Upwards of 50,000 lives are said to have been lost in the siege. Yet only the personal intervention of the emperor prevented the storming of the stronghold, and the slaughter of every being within its walls. Through respect for the emperor, Nobunaga agreed to spare the lives of the Shin priests. They were only dispossessed and scattered, and their power forever broken. Buddhism having been thus effectually crippled, Nobunaga was able to turn his attention to the warring clans. Supported by the greatest generals that the nation ever produced, Hideyoshi and Ieyasu, he proceeded to enforce pacification and order, and his grand purpose would probably have been soon accomplished but for the revengeful treachery of a subordinate, who brought about his death in 1583. Nobunaga, with Taira blood in his veins, had been essentially an aristocrat, inheriting all the aptitudes of his great race for administration, and versed in all the traditions of diplomacy. His avenger and successor Hideyoshi was a totally different type of soldier, a son of peasants, an untrained genius who had won his way to high command by shrewdness and courage, natural skill of arms, and immense inborn capacity for all the chess-play of war. With the great purpose of Nobunaga he had always been in sympathy, and he actually carried it out, subduing the entire country from north to south in the name of the emperor, by whom he was appointed regent, Gwambaku. Thus universal peace was temporarily established. But the vast military powers which Hideyoshi had collected and disciplined threatened to become refractory. He found employment for them by declaring unprovoked war against Korea, whence he hoped to effect the conquest of China. The war with Korea opened in 1592 and dragged on unsatisfactorily until 1598, when Hideyoshi died. He had proved himself one of the greatest soldiers ever born, but not one of the best among rulers. Perhaps the issue of the war in Korea would have been more fortunate if he could have ventured to conduct it himself. As a matter of fact, it merely exhausted the force of both countries, and Japan had little to show for her dearly bought victories abroad, except the Mimitsuka or ear monument at Nara, marking the spot where 30,000 pairs of foreign ears, cut from the pickled heads of slain, were buried in the grounds of the temple of Daibutsu. Into the vacant place of power then stepped the most remarkable man that Japan ever produced, Tokugawa Ieyasu. Ieyasu was of Minamoto descent, and an aristocrat to the marrow of his bones. As a soldier he was scarcely inferior to Hideyoshi, whom he once defeated, but he was much more than a soldier, a far-sighted statesman, an incomparable diplomat, and something of a scholar. Cool, cautious, secretive, distrustful yet generous, stern yet humane. By the range and the versatility of his genius he might be not unfavorably contrasted with Julius Caesar. All that Nobunaga and Hideyoshi had wished to do, and failed to do, Ieyasu speedily accomplished. After fulfilling Hideyoshi's dying injunction not to leave the troops in Korea to become ghosts haunting a foreign land, that is to say, in a condition of spirits without a cult, Ieyasu had to face a formidable league of lords, resolved to dispute his claim to rule. The terrific battle of Sekigahara left him master of the country, and he at once took measures to consolidate his power, and to perfect, even to the least detail, all the machinery of military government. As shogun, he reorganized the daimyates, redistributed a majority of fiefs among those whom he could trust, created new military grades, and ordered and so balanced the powers of the greater daimyo as to make it next to impossible for them to dare a revolt. Later on, the daimyo were even required to furnish security for their good behavior. They were obliged to pass a certain time of the year in the shogun's capital, leaving their families as hostages during the rest of the year. Note: the period of obligatory residence in Yedo was not the same for all daimyo. In some cases the obligation seems to have extended to 6 months. In others the requirement was to pass every alternate year in the capital. End of note. The entire administration was readjusted upon a simple and sagacious plan, and the laws of Ieyasu prove him to have been an excellent legislator. For the first time in Japanese history, the nation was integrated at least in so far as the peculiar nature of the social unit rendered possible. The counsels of the founder of Yedo were followed by his successors, and the Tokugawa shogunate, which lasted until 1867, gave the country 15 military sovereigns. Under these, Japan enjoyed both peace and prosperity for the time of 250 years, and her society was thus enabled to evolve to the full limit of its peculiar type. Industries and arts developed in new and wonderful ways. Literature found august patronage. The national cult was carefully maintained, and all precautions were taken to prevent the occurrence of another such contest for the imperial succession as had nearly ruined the country in the 14th century. We have seen that the history of military rule in Japan embraces nearly a whole period of authentic history down to modern times, and closes with the second period of national integration. The first period had been reached when the clans first accepted the leadership of the chief of the greatest clan, thereafter revered as the heavenly sovereign, supreme pontiff, supreme arbiter, supreme commander, and supreme magistrate. How long a time was required for this primal integration under patriarchal monarchy, we cannot know, but we have learned that the later integration under duarchy occupied considerably more than 1,000 years. Now the extraordinary fact to note is that, during all those centuries, the imperial cult was carefully maintained by even the enemies of the Mikado, the only legitimate ruler being, in national belief, the Tenshi, son of heaven, the Tenno, heavenly king. Through every period of disorder, the offspring of the sun was the object of national worship, and his palace the temple of the national faith. Great captains might coerce the imperial will, but they styled themselves, none the less, the worshippers and slaves of the incarnate deity, and they would no more have thought of trying to occupy his throne than they would have thought of trying to abolish all religion by decree. Once only, by the arbitrary folly of the Ashikaga shogun, the imperial cult had been seriously interfered with, and the social earthquake consequent upon that division of the imperial house apprised the usurpers of the enormity of their blunder. Only the integrity of the imperial succession, the uninterrupted maintenance of the imperial worship, made it possible even for Ieyasu to clamp together the indissoluble units of society. Herbert Spencer has taught the student of sociology to recognize that religious dynasties have extraordinary powers of longevity, because they possess extraordinary power to resist change, whereas military dynasties, depending for their perpetuity upon the individual character of the sovereigns, are particularly liable to disintegration. The immense duration of the Japanese imperial dynasty, as contrasted with the history of the various shogunates and regencies, representing a merely military domination, illustrates this teaching in a most remarkable way. Back through 2,500 years, we can follow the line of the imperial succession, till it vanishes out of sight into the mystery of the past. Here we have evidence of that extreme power of resisting all changes which is inherently characteristic of religious conservatism. On the other hand, the history of shogunates and regencies proves the tendency to disintegration of institutions having no religious foundation, and therefore no religious power of cohesion. The remarkable duration of the Fujiwara rule, as compared with others, may perhaps be accounted for by the fact that the Fujiwara represented a religious rather than a military aristocracy. Even the marvelous military structure devised by Ieyasu had begun to decay before alien aggression precipitated its inevitable collapse. End of chapter 13. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 14 of Japan, an attempted interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The religion of loyalty. Militant societies, says the author of the Principles of Sociology, must have a patriotism which regards the triumph of their society as the supreme end of action. They must possess the loyalty whence flows obedience to authority, and, that they may be obedient, they must have abundant faith. The history of the Japanese people strongly exemplifies these truths. Among no other people has loyalty ever assumed more impressive and extraordinary forms, and among no other people has obedience ever been nourished by a more abundant faith, that faith derived from the cult of the ancestors. The reader will understand how filial piety, the domestic religion of obedience, widens in range with social evolution, and eventually differentiates both into that political obedience required by the community and that military obedience exacted by the warlord, obedience implying not only submission but affectionate submission, not merely the sense of obligation, but the sentiment of duty. In its origin, such dutiful obedience is essentially religious, and, as expressed in loyalty, it retains the religious character, becomes the constant manifestation of a religion of self-sacrifice. Loyalty is developed early in the history of a militant people, and we find touching examples of it in the earliest Japanese chronicles. We find also terrible ones, stories of self-immolation. To his divinely descended lord, the retainer owed everything, in fact, not less than in theory: goods, household, liberty, and life. Any or all of these he was expected to yield up without a murmur, on demand, for the sake of the lord. And duty to the lord, like the duty to the family ancestor, did not cease with death. As the ghosts of parents were to be supplied with food by their living children, so the spirit of the lord was to be worshipfully served by those who, during his lifetime, owed him direct obedience. It could not be permitted that the spirit of the ruler should enter unattended into the world of shadows. Some, at least, of those who served him living were bound to follow him in death. Thus, in early societies arose the custom of human sacrifices, sacrifices at first obligatory, afterwards voluntary. In Japan, as stated in a former chapter, they remained an indispensable feature of great funerals up to the 1st century, when images of baked clay were first substituted for the official victims. I have already mentioned how, after this abolition of obligatory junshi, or following of one's lord in death, the practice of voluntary junshi continued up to the 16th century, when it actually became a military fashion. At the death of a daimyo, it was then common for 15 or 20 of his retainers to disembowel themselves. Ieyasu determined to put an end to this custom of suicide, which is thus considered in the 76th article of his celebrated legacy. Although it is undoubtedly the ancient custom for a vassal to follow his lord in death, there is not the slightest reason in the practice. Confucius has ridiculed the making of yo, effigies buried with the dead. These practices are strictly forbidden, more especially to primary retainers, but to secondary retainers likewise, even of the lowest rank. He is the reverse of a faithful servant who disregards this prohibition. His posterity shall be impoverished by the confiscation of his property, as a warning for those who disobey the laws. Ieyasu's command ended the practice of junshi among his own vassals, but it continued or revived again after his death. In 1664, the shogunate issued an edict proclaiming that the family of any person performing junshi should be punished, and the shogunate was in earnest. When this edict was disobeyed by one Uyemon no Hyoge, who disemboweled himself at the death of his lord Okudaira Tadamasa, the government promptly confiscated the lands of the family of the suicide, executed 2 of his sons, and sent the rest of the household into exile. Though cases of junshi have occurred even within this present era of Meiji, the determined attitude of the Tokugawa government so far checked the practice that even the most fervent loyalty latterly made its sacrifices through religion as a rule. Instead of performing harakiri, the retainer shaved his head at the death of his lord and became a Buddhist monk. The custom of junshi represents but one aspect of Japanese loyalty. There were other customs equally, if not even more, significant. For example, the custom of military suicide, not as junshi, but as self-inflicted penalty exacted by the traditions of samurai discipline. Against harakiri as punitive suicide there was no legislative enactment, for obvious reasons. It would seem that this form of self-destruction was not known to the Japanese in early ages. It may have been introduced from China with other military customs. The ancient Japanese usually performed suicide by strangulation, as the Nihongi bears witness. It was the military class that established the harakiri as a custom and privilege. Previously, the chiefs of a routed army or the defenders of a castle taken by storm would thus end themselves to avoid falling into their enemy's hands, a custom which continued into the present era. About the close of the 15th century, the military custom of permitting any samurai to perform harakiri instead of subjecting him to the shame of execution appears to have been generally established. Afterwards, it became the recognized duty of a samurai to kill himself at the word of command. All samurai were subject to this disciplinary law, even lords of provinces. And in samurai families, children of both sexes were trained how to perform suicide whenever personal honor or the will of the liege lord might require it. Women, I should observe, did not perform harakiri, but jigai, that is to say, piercing the throat with a dagger so as to sever the arteries by a single thrust and cut movement. The particulars of the harakiri ceremony have become so well known through Mitford's translation of Japanese texts on the subject that I need not touch upon them. The important fact to remember is that honor and loyalty required the samurai man or woman to be ready at any moment to perform self-destruction by the sword. As for the warrior, any breach of trust, voluntary or involuntary, failure to execute a difficult mission, a clumsy mistake, and even a look of displeasure from one's liege were sufficient reasons for harakiri, or, as the aristocrats preferred to call it by the Chinese term, seppuku. Among the highest class of retainers, it was also a duty to make protest against misconduct on the part of their lord by performing seppuku, when all other means of bringing him to reason had failed, which heroic custom has been made the subject of several popular dramas founded upon fact. In the case of married women of the samurai class, directly responsible to their husbands, not to the lord, jigai was resorted to most often as a means of preserving honor in time of war, though it was sometimes performed merely as a sacrifice of loyalty to the spirit of the husband after his untimely death. Note: the Japanese moralist Yakan wrote, "A woman has no feudal lord. She must reverence and obey her husband." End of note. In the case of girls, it was not uncommon for other reasons. Samurai maidens often entering into the service of noble households, where the cruelty of intrigue might easily bring about a suicide, or where loyalty to the wife of the lord might exact it. For the samurai maiden in service was bound by loyalty to her mistress not less closely than the warrior to the lord, and the heroines of Japanese feudalism were many. In the early ages, it appears to have been the custom for the wives of officials condemned to death to kill themselves. The ancient chronicles are full of examples. But this custom is perhaps to be partly accounted for by the ancient law, which held the household of the offender equally responsible with him for the offence, independently of the facts in the case. However, it was certainly also common enough for a bereaved wife to perform suicide, not through despair, but through the wish to follow her husband into the other world, and there to wait upon him as in life. Instances of female suicide representing the old ideal of duty to a dead husband have occurred in recent times. Such suicides are usually performed according to the feudal rules, the woman robing herself in white for the occasion. At the time of the late war with China, there occurred in Tokyo one remarkable suicide of this kind, the victim being the wife of Lieutenant Asada, who had fallen in battle. She was only 21. On hearing of her husband's death, she at once began to make preparations for her own, writing letters of farewell to her relatives, putting her affairs in order, and carefully cleaning the house, according to old-time rule. Thereafter she donned her death robe, laid mattings down opposite to the alcove in the guest room, placed her husband's portrait in the alcove, and set offerings before it. When everything had been arranged, she seated herself before the portrait, took up her dagger, and, with a single, skilful thrust, divided the arteries of her throat. Besides the duty of suicide for the sake of preserving honor, there was also, for the samurai woman, the duty of suicide as a moral protest. I have already said that among the highest class of retainers it was thought a moral duty to perform harakiri as a remonstrance against shameless conduct on the part of one's lord, when all other means of persuasion had been tried in vain. Among samurai women, taught to consider their husbands as their lords, in the feudal meaning of the term, it was held a moral obligation to perform jigai by way of protest against disgraceful behavior upon the part of a husband, who would not listen to advice or reproof. The ideal of wifely duty which impelled such sacrifice still survives, and more than one recent example might be cited of a generous life thus laid down in rebuke of some moral wrong. Perhaps the most touching instance occurred in 1892, at the time of the district elections in Nagano Prefecture. A rich voter named Ishijima, after having publicly pledged himself to aid in the election of a certain candidate, transferred his support to the rival candidate. On learning of this breach of promise, the wife of Ishijima robed herself in white and performed jigai after the old samurai manner. The grave of this brave woman is still decorated with flowers by the people of the district, and incense is burned before her tomb. To kill oneself at command, a duty which no loyal samurai would have dreamed of calling in question, appears to us much less difficult than another duty, also fully accepted, the sacrifice of children, wife, and household for the sake of the lord. Much of Japanese popular tragedy is devoted to incidents of such sacrifice made by retainers or dependents of daimyo, men or women who gave their children to death in order to save the children of their masters. Note. See, for a good example, the translation of the drama Terakoya, published with admirable illustrations by T. Hasegawa, Tokyo. End of note. Nor have we any reason to suppose that the facts have been exaggerated in these dramatic compositions, most of which are based upon feudal history. The incidents, of course, have been rearranged and expanded to meet theatrical requirements, but the general pictures thus given of the ancient society are probably even less grim than the vanished reality. The people still love these tragedies, and the foreign critic of their dramatic literature is wont to point out only the blood spots, and to comment upon them as evidence of a public taste for gory spectacles, as proof of some innate ferocity in the race. Rather, I think, is this love of the old tragedy proof of what foreign critics try always to ignore as much as possible: the deeply religious character of the people. These plays continue to give delight, not because of their horror, but because of their moral teaching, because of the exposition of the duty of sacrifice and courage, the religion of loyalty. They represent the martyrdoms of feudal society for its noblest ideals. All down through that society, in varying forms, this same spirit of loyalty had its manifestations. As the samurai to his liege lord, so the apprentice was bound to the patron, and the clerk to the merchant. Everywhere there was trust, because everywhere there existed the like sentiment of mutual duty between servant and master. Each industry and occupation had its religion of loyalty, requiring, on the one side, absolute obedience and sacrifice at need, and on the other, kindliness and aid. And the rule of the dead was over all. Not less ancient than the duty of dying for parent or lord was the social obligation to avenge the killing of either. Even before the beginnings of settled society, this duty is recognized. The oldest chronicles of Japan teem with instances of obligatory vengeance. Confucian ethics more than affirmed the obligation, forbidding a man to live under the same heaven with the slayer of his lord, or parent, or brother, and fixing all the degrees of kinship or other relationship within which the duty of vengeance was to be considered imperative. Confucian ethics, it will be remembered, became at an early date the ethics of the Japanese ruling classes, and so remained down to recent times. The whole Confucian system, as I have remarked elsewhere, was founded upon ancestor worship, and represented scarcely more than an amplification and elaboration of filial piety. It was therefore in complete accord with Japanese moral experience. As the military power developed in Japan, the Chinese code of vengeance became universally accepted, and it was sustained by law as well as by custom in later ages. Ieyasu himself maintained it, exacting only that preliminary notice of an intended vendetta should be given in writing to the district criminal court. The text of his article on the subject is interesting. In respect to avenging injury done to master or father, it is acknowledged by the wise and virtuous Confucius that you and the injurer cannot live together under the canopy of heaven. A person harboring such vengeance shall give notice in writing to the criminal court, and although no check or hindrance may be offered to the carrying out of his design within the period allowed for that purpose, it is forbidden that the chastisement of an enemy be attended with riot. Fellows who neglect to give notice of their intended revenge are like wolves of pretext, or hypocritical wolves, that is to say, brutal murderers seeking to excuse their crime on the pretext justifiable vengeance. The translation is by Lauder. Their punishment or pardon should depend upon the circumstances of the case. Kindred as well as parents, teachers as well as lords, were to be revenged. A considerable proportion of popular romance and drama is devoted to the subject of vengeance taken by women, and, as a matter of fact, women, and even children, sometimes became avengers, when there were no men of a wronged family left to perform the duty. Apprentices avenged their masters, and even sworn friends were bound to avenge each other. Why the duty of vengeance was not confined to the circle of natural kinship is explicable, of course, by the peculiar organization of society. We have seen that the patriarchal family was a religious corporation, and that the family bond was not the bond of natural affection, but the bond of the cult. We have also seen that the relation of the household to the community, and of the community to the clan, and of the clan to the tribe, was equally a religious relation. As a necessary consequence, the earlier customs of vengeance were regulated by the bond of the family, communal or tribal cult, as well as by the bond of blood. And with the introduction of Chinese ethics and the development of militant conditions, the idea of revenge as duty took a wider range. The son or the brother by adoption was in respect of obligation the same as the son or brother by blood, and the teacher stood to his pupil in the relation of father to child. To strike one's natural parent was a crime punishable by death. To strike one's teacher was, before the law, an equal offense. This notion of the teacher's claim to filial reverence was of Chinese importation, an extension of the duty of filial piety to the father of the mind. There were other such extensions, and the origin of all, Chinese or Japanese, may be traced alike to ancestor worship. Now, what has never been properly insisted upon in any of the books treating of ancient Japanese customs is the originally religious significance of the kataki-uchi. That a religious origin can be found for all customs of vendetta established in early societies is, of course, well known, but a peculiar interest attaches to the Japanese vendetta in view of the fact that it conserved its religious character unchanged down to the present era. The kataki-uchi was essentially an act of propitiation, as is proved by the rite with which it terminated, the placing of the enemy's head upon the tomb of the person avenged, as an offering of atonement. And one of the most impressive features of this rite, as formerly practiced, was the delivery of an address to the ghost of the person avenged. Sometimes the address was only spoken, sometimes it was also written, and the manuscript left upon the tomb. There is probably none of my readers unacquainted with Mitford's ever delightful Tales of Old Japan, and his translation of the true story of the 47 Ronins. But I doubt whether many persons have noticed the significance of the washing of Kira Kotsuke no Suke's severed head, or the significance of the address inscribed to the dead lord by the brave man who had so long waited and watched for the chance to avenge him. This address, of which I quote Mitford's translation, was laid upon the tomb of the Lord Asano. It is still preserved at a temple called Sengakuchi. The 15th year of Genroku, the 12th month, the 15th day. We have come this day to do homage here. 47 men in all, from Oishi Kuranosuke down to the foot soldier, Terasaka Kichiemon, all cheerfully about to lay down our lives on your behalf. We reverently announce this to the honored spirit of our dead master. On the 14th day of the 3rd month of last year, our honored master was pleased to attack Kira Kotsuke no Suke, for what reason we know not. Our honored master put an end to his own life, but Kira Kotsuke no Suke lived. Although we fear that after the decree issued by the government, this plot of ours will be displeasing to our honored master, still we, who have eaten of your food, could not without blushing repeat the verse, "Thou shalt not live under the same heaven, nor tread the same earth with the enemy of thy father, O Lord." Nor could we have dared to leave hell, Hades, and present ourselves before you in paradise, unless we had carried out the vengeance which you began. Every day that we waited seemed as 3 autumns to us. Verily, we have trodden the snow for 1 day, nay, for 2 days, and have tasted food but once. The old and decrepit, the sick and the ailing, have come forth gladly to lay down their lives. Men might laugh at us, as at grasshoppers trusting in the strength of their arms, and thus shame our honored lord. But we could not halt in our deed of vengeance. Having taken counsel together last night, we have escorted my lord Kotsuke no Suke hither to your tomb. This dirk, by which our honored lord set great store last year, and entrusted to our care, we now bring back. If your noble spirit be now present before this tomb, we pray you, as a sign, to take the dirk, and striking the head of your enemy with it a second time, to dispel your hatred forever. This is the respectful statement of 47 men. It will be observed that the Lord Asano is addressed as if he were present and visible. The head of the enemy has been carefully washed, according to the rule concerning the presentation of heads to a living superior. It is laid upon the tomb together with the 9-inch sword or dagger, originally used by the Lord Asano in performing harakiri at government command, and afterwards used by Oishi Kuranosuke in cutting off the head of Kira Kotsuke no Suke. And the spirit of the Lord Asano is requested to take up the weapon and to strike the head, so that the pain of ghostly anger may be dissipated forever. Then, having been themselves all sentenced to perform harakiri, the 47 retainers join the lord in death, and are buried in front of his tomb. Before their graves the smoke of incense offered by admiring visitors has been ascending daily for 200 years. Note: it has been long the custom also for visitors to leave their cards upon the tombs of the 47 ronin. When I last visited Sengakuji, the ground about the tomb was white with visiting cards. End of note. One must have lived in Japan and have been able to feel the true spirit of the old Japanese life in order to comprehend the whole of this romance of loyalty, but I think that whoever carefully reads Mr. Mitford's version of it, and his translation of the authentic documents relating to it, will confess himself moved. That address especially touches, because of the affection and the faith to which it testifies, and the sense of duty beyond this life. However, much revenge must be condemned by our modern ethics. There is a noble side to many of the old Japanese stories of loyal vengeance, and these stories affect us by the expression of what has nothing to do with vulgar revenge, by their exposition of gratitude, self-denial, courage in facing death, and faith in the unseen. And this means, of course, that we are, consciously or unconsciously, impressed by their religious quality. Mere individual revenge, the postponed retaliation for some personal injury, repels our moral feeling. We have learned to regard the emotion inspiring such revenge as simply brutal, something shared by men with lower forms of animal life. But in the story of a homicide exacted by the sentiment of duty or gratitude to a dead master, there may be circumstances which can make appeal to our higher moral sympathies, to our sense of the force and beauty of unselfishness, unswerving fidelity, unchanging affection. And the story of the 47 ronin is one of this class. Yet it must be borne in mind that the old Japanese religion of loyalty, which found its supreme manifestation in those 3 terrible customs of junji, harakiri, and kataki uchi, was narrow in its range. It was limited by the very constitution of society. Though the nation was ruled, through all its groups, by notions of duty everywhere similar in character, the circle of that duty for each individual did not extend beyond the clan group to which he belonged. For his own lord the retainer was always ready to die, but he did not feel equally bound to sacrifice himself for the military government, unless he happened to belong to the special military following of the shogun. His fatherland, his country, his world, extended only to the boundary of his chief's domain. Outside of that domain he could be only a wanderer, a ronin, or waveman, as the masterless samurai was termed. Under such conditions, that larger loyalty which identifies itself with love of king and country, which is patriotism in the modern, not in the narrow antique sense, could not fully evolve. Some common peril, some danger to the whole race, such as the attempted Tartar conquest of Japan, might temporarily arouse the true sentiment of patriotism, but otherwise that sentiment had little opportunity for development. The Ise cult represented, indeed, the religion of the nation as distinguished from the clan or tribal worship, but each man had been taught to believe that his first duty was to his lord. One cannot efficiently serve two masters, and feudal government practically suppressed any tendencies in that direction. The lordship so completely owned the individual, body and soul, that the idea of any duty to the nation outside of the duty to the chief had neither time nor chance to define itself in the mind of the vassal. To the ordinary samurai, for example, an imperial order would not have been law. He recognized no law above the law of his daimyo. As for the daimyo, he might either disobey or obey an imperial command, according to circumstances. His direct superior was the shogun, and he was obliged to make for himself a politic distinction between the heavenly sovereign as deity and the heavenly sovereign as a human personality. Before the ultimate centralization of the military power, there were many instances of lords sacrificing themselves for their emperor, but there were even more cases of open rebellion by lords against the imperial will. Under the Tokugawa rule, the question of obeying or resisting an imperial command would have depended upon the attitude of the shogun, and no daimyo would have risked such obedience to the court at Kyoto as might have signified disobedience to the court at Yedo. Not at least until the shogunate had fallen into decay. In Iemitsu's time, the daimyo were strictly forbidden to approach the imperial palace on their way to Yedo, even in response to an imperial command. And they were also forbidden to make any direct appeal to the Mikado. The policy of the shogunate was to prevent all direct communication between the Kyoto court and the daimyo. This policy paralyzed intrigue for 200 years, but it prevented the development of patriotism. And for that very reason, when Japan at last found herself face to face with the unexpected peril of Western aggression, the abolition of the daimyates was felt to be a matter of paramount importance. The supreme danger required that the social units should be fused into one coherent mass, capable of uniform action, that the clan and tribal groupings should be permanently dissolved, that all authority should immediately be centered in the representative of the national religion, that the duty of obedience to the heavenly sovereign should replace, at once and forever, the feudal duty of obedience to the territorial lord. The religion of loyalty, evolved by 1,000 years of war, could not be cast away. Properly utilized, it would prove a national heritage of incalculable worth. A moral power capable of miracles, if directed by one wise will to a single wise end. Destroyed by reconstruction it could not be, but it could be diverted and transformed. Diverted, therefore, to nobler ends, expanded to larger needs. It became the new national sentiment of trust and duty, the modern sense of patriotism. What wonders it has wrought! Within the space of 30 years, the world is now obliged to confess. What more it may be able to accomplish remains to be seen. One thing, at least, is certain, that the future of Japan must depend upon the maintenance of this new religion of loyalty evolved through the old, from the ancient religion of the dead. End of chapter 14. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 15 of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Jesuit Peril, Part 1. The second half of the 16th century is the most interesting period in Japanese history for 3 reasons. First, because it witnessed the apparition of those mighty captains, Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu, types of men that the race seems to evolve for supreme emergencies only, types requiring for their production not merely the highest aptitudes of numberless generations, but likewise an extraordinary combination of circumstances. Secondly, this period is all important because it saw the first complete integration of the ancient social system, the definitive union of all the clan lordships under a central military government. And lastly, the period is of special interest because the incident of the first attempt to Christianize Japan, the story of the rise and fall of the Jesuit power, properly belongs to it. The sociological significance of this episode is instructive, excepting, perhaps, the division of the imperial house against itself in the 12th century. The greatest danger that ever threatened Japanese national integrity was the introduction of Christianity by the Portuguese Jesuits. The nation saved itself only by ruthless measures, at the cost of incalculable suffering and of myriads of lives. It was during the period of great disorder preceding Nobunaga's effort to centralize authority that this unfamiliar disturbing factor was introduced by Xavier and his followers. Xavier landed at Kagoshima in 1549, and by 1581 the Jesuits had upwards of 200 churches in the country. This fact alone sufficiently indicates the rapidity with which the new religion spread, and it seemed destined to extend over the entire empire. In 1585 a Japanese religious embassy was received at Rome, and by that date no less than 11 daimyo, or kings, as the Jesuits not inaptly termed them, had become converted. Among these were several very powerful lords. The new creed had made rapid way among the common people also. It was becoming popular, in the strict meaning of the word. When Nobunaga rose to power, he favored the Jesuits in many ways, not because of any sympathy with their creed, for he never dreamed of becoming a Christian, but because he thought that their influence would be of service to him in his campaign against Buddhism. Like the Jesuits themselves, Nobunaga had no scruple about means in his pursuit of ends. More ruthless than William the Conqueror, he did not hesitate to put to death his own brother and his own father-in-law, when they dared to oppose his will. The aid and protection which he extended to the foreign priests, for merely political reasons, enabled them to develop their power to a degree which soon gave him cause for repentance. Mr. Gubbins, in his Review of the Introduction of Christianity into China and Japan, quotes from a Japanese work called Ibuki Mogusa, an interesting extract on the subject. Nobunaga now began to regret his previous policy in permitting the introduction of Christianity. He accordingly assembled his retainers and said to them, "The conduct of these missionaries in persuading people to join them by giving money does not please me. How would it be, think you, if we were to demolish Nambanji?" Note: the temple of the Southern Savages, so the Portuguese church was called. End of note. To this Maeda Tokusenin replied, "It is now too late to demolish the temple of the Namban. To endeavor to arrest the power of this religion now is like trying to arrest the current of the ocean. Nobles, both great and small, have become adherents of it. If you would exterminate this religion now, there is fear that disturbance should be created among your own retainers. I am therefore of opinion that you should abandon your intention of destroying Nambanji." Nobunaga in consequence regretted exceedingly his previous action in regard to the Christian religion, and set about thinking how he could root it out. The assassination of Nobunaga in 1586 may have prolonged the period of toleration. His successor Hideyoshi, who judged the influence of the foreign priests dangerous, was for the moment occupied with the great problem of centralizing the military power, so as to give peace to the country. But the furious intolerance of the Jesuits in the southern provinces had already made them many enemies, eager to avenge the cruelties of the new creed. You read in the histories of the missions about converted daimyo burning thousands of Buddhist temples, destroying countless works of art, and slaughtering Buddhist priests. And we find the Jesuit writers praising these crusades as evidence of holy zeal. At first the foreign faith had been only persuasive. Afterwards, gathering power under Nobunaga's encouragement, it became coercive and ferocious. A reaction against it set in about a year after Nobunaga's death. In 1587, Hideyoshi destroyed the mission churches in Kyoto, Osaka, and Sakai, and drove the Jesuits from the capital. And in the following year he ordered them to assemble at the port of Hirado and prepare to leave the country. They felt themselves strong enough to disobey. Instead of leaving Japan, they scattered through the country, placing themselves under the protection of various Christian daimyo. Hideyoshi probably thought it impolitic to push matters further. The priests kept quiet and ceased to preach publicly, and their self-effacement served them well until 1591. In that year, the advent of certain Spanish Franciscans changed the state of affairs. These Franciscans arrived in the train of an embassy from the Philippines, and obtained leave to stay in the country on condition that they were not to preach Christianity. They broke their pledge, abandoned all prudence, and aroused the wrath of Hideyoshi. He resolved to make an example, and in 1597 he had 6 Franciscans, 3 Jesuits, and several other Christians taken to Nagasaki and there crucified. The attitude of the great Taiko toward the foreign creed had the effect of quickening the reaction against it, a reaction which had already begun to show itself in various provinces. But Hideyoshi's death in 1598 enabled the Jesuits to hope for better fortune. His successor, the cold and cautious Ieyasu, allowed them to hope, and even to re-establish themselves in Kyoto, Osaka, and elsewhere. He was preparing for the great contest which was to be decided by the Battle of Sekigahara. He knew that the Christian element was divided, some of its leaders being on his own side, and some on the side of his enemies, and the time would have been ill chosen for any repressive policy. But in 1606, after having solidly established his power, Ieyasu for the first time showed himself decidedly opposed to Christianity by issuing an edict forbidding further mission work, and proclaiming that those who had adopted the foreign religion must abandon it. Nevertheless, the propaganda went on, conducted no longer by Jesuits only, but also by Dominicans and Franciscans. The number of Christians then in the empire is said, with gross exaggeration, to have been nearly 2 millions. But Ieyasu neither took, nor caused to be taken, any severe measures of repression until 1614, from which date the great persecution may be said to have begun. Previously there had been local persecutions only, conducted by independent daimyo, not by the central government. The local persecutions in Kyushu, for example, would seem to have been natural consequences of the intolerance of the Jesuits in the days of their power, when converted daimyo burned Buddhist temples and massacred Buddhist priests. And these persecutions were most pitiless in those very districts, such as Bungo, Omura, and Higo, where the native religion had been most fiercely persecuted at Jesuit instigation. But from 1614, at which date there remained only 8 out of the total 64 provinces of Japan, into which Christianity had not been introduced, the suppression of the foreign creed became a government matter, and the persecution was conducted systematically and uninterruptedly until every outward trace of Christianity had disappeared. The fate of the missions, therefore, was really settled by Ieyasu and his immediate successors, and it is the part taken by Ieyasu that especially demands attention. Of the 3 great captains, all had, sooner or later, become suspicious of the foreign propaganda. But only Ieyasu could find both the time and the ability to deal with the social problem which it had aroused. Even Hideyoshi had been afraid to complicate existing political troubles by any rigorous measures of an extensive character. Ieyasu long hesitated. The reasons for his hesitation were doubtless complex and chiefly diplomatic. He was the last of men to act hastily, or suffer himself to be influenced by prejudice of any sort, and to suppose him timid would be contrary to all that we know of his character. He must have recognized, of course, that to extirpate a religion which could claim, even in exaggeration, more than 1 million of adherents, was no light undertaking, and would involve an immense amount of suffering. To cause needless misery was not in his nature. He had always proved himself humane and a friend of the common people. But he was first of all a statesman and patriot, and the main question for him must have been the probable relation of the foreign creed to political and social conditions in Japan. This question required long and patient investigation, and he appears to have given it all possible attention. At last he decided that Roman Christianity constituted a grave political danger, and that its extirpation would be an unavoidable necessity. The fact that the severe measures which he and his successors enforced against Christianity, measures steadily maintained for upwards of 200 years, failed to completely eradicate the creed, proves how deeply the roots had struck. Superficially, all trace of Christianity vanished to Japanese eyes. But in 1865 there were discovered near Nagasaki some communities which had secretly preserved among themselves traditions of the Roman forms of worship, and still made use of Portuguese and Latin words relating to religious matters. To rightly estimate the decision of Ieyasu, one of the shrewdest and also one of the most humane statesmen that ever lived, it is necessary to consider, from a Japanese point of view, the nature of the evidence upon which he was impelled to act. Of Jesuit intrigues in Japan he must have had ample knowledge, several of them having been directed against himself; but he would have been more likely to consider the ultimate object and probable result of such intrigues than the mere fact of their occurrence. Religious intrigues were common among the Buddhists, and would scarcely attract the notice of the military government, except when they interfered with state policy or public order. But religious intrigues, having for the object the overthrow of government, and a sectarian domination of the country, would be gravely considered. Nobunaga had taught Buddhism a severe lesson about the danger of such intriguing. Ieyasu decided that the Jesuit intrigues had a political object of the most ambitious kind, but he was more patient than Nobunaga. By 1603 he had every district of Japan under his yoke, but he did not issue his final edict until 11 years later. It plainly declared that the foreign priests were plotting to get control of the government, and to obtain possession of the country. The Kiristan band have come to Japan, not only sending their merchant vessels to exchange commodities, but also longing to disseminate an evil law, to overthrow right doctrine, so that they may change the government of the country, and obtain possession of the land. This is the germ of great disaster, and must be crushed. Japan is the country of the gods and of the Buddha. It honors the gods and reveres the Buddha. The faction of the Bataran disbelieve in the way of the gods and blaspheme the true law. Note: Bataran, a corruption of the Portuguese padre, is still the term used for Roman Catholic priests of any denomination. End of note. Violate right-doing and injure the good. They truly are the enemies of the gods and of the Buddha. If this be not speedily prohibited, the safety of the state will assuredly hereafter be imperiled. And if those who are charged with ordering its affairs do not put a stop to the evil, they will expose themselves to heaven's rebuke. These missionaries must be instantly swept out, so that not an inch of soil remains to them in Japan on which to plant their feet. And if they refuse to obey this command, they shall suffer the penalty. Let heaven and the four seas hear this. Obey. Note: the entire proclamation, which is of considerable length, has been translated by Sato, and may be found in Volume 6, Part 1 of the Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Japan. End of note. It will be observed that there are two distinct charges made against the Bataran in this document: that of political conspiracy under the guise of religion, with a view to getting possession of the government, and that of intolerance towards both the Shinto and the Buddhist forms of native worship. The intolerance is sufficiently proved by the writings of the Jesuits themselves. The charge of conspiracy was less easy to prove; but who could reasonably have doubted that, where opportunity offered, the Roman Catholic orders would attempt to control the general government, precisely as they had been able to control local government already in the lordships of converted daimyo? Besides, we may be sure that by the time at which the edict was issued, Ieyasu must have heard of many matters likely to give him a most evil opinion of Roman Catholicism. The story of the Spanish conquests in America, and the extermination of the West Indian race, the story of the persecutions in the Netherlands, and of the work of the Inquisition elsewhere, the story of the attempt of Philip II to conquer England, and of the loss of the two great armadas. The edict was issued in 1614, and Ieyasu had found opportunity to inform himself about some of these matters as early as 1600. In that year, the English pilot, Will Adams, had arrived at Japan in charge of a Dutch ship. Adams had started on his eventful voyage in the year 1598, that is to say, just 10 years after the defeat of the first Spanish Armada, and 1 year after the ruin of the second. He had seen the spacious times of great Elizabeth, who was yet alive. He had very probably seen Howard and Seymour and Drake and Hawkins and Frobisher and Sir Richard Grenville, the hero of 1591. For this Will Adams was a Kentish man, who had Sir Root for master and pilot in Her Majesty's ship. The Dutch vessel was seized immediately upon her arrival at Kyushu, and Adams and his shipmates were taken into custody by the daimyo of Bungo, who reported the fact to Ieyasu. The advent of these Protestant sailors was considered an important event by the Portuguese Jesuits, who had their own reasons for dreading the results of an interview between such heretics and the ruler of Japan. But Ieyasu also happened to think the event an important one, and he ordered that Adams should be sent to him at Osaka. The malevolent anxiety of the Jesuits about the matter had not escaped Ieyasu's penetrating observation. They endeavored again and again to have the sailors killed, according to the written statement of Adams himself, who was certainly no liar. And they had been able, in Bungo, to frighten 2 scoundrels of the ship's company into giving false testimony. Note: daily, more and more, the Portugals incensed the justices and the people against us, and 2 of our men, as traitors, gave themselves in service to the king, daimyo, being all in all with the Portugals, having by them their lives warranted. The one was called Gilbert de Conning, whose mother dwelleth at Middleborough, who gave himself out to be merchant of all the goods in the ship. The other was called Loben Abelson van Overter. These traitors sought all manner of ways to get the goods into their hands, and made known unto them all the things that had passed in our voyage. 9 days after our arrival, the great king of the land, Ieyasu, sent for me to come unto him. Letter of Will Adams to his wife. End of note. The Jesuits and the Portingals, wrote Adams, gave many evidences against me and the rest to the Emperor Ieyasu, that we were thieves and robbers of all nations, and that, where we suffered to live, it should be against the profit of his highness and the land. But Ieyasu was perhaps all the more favorably inclined towards Adams by the eagerness of the Jesuits to have him killed, crossed, crucified, as Adams called it, the custom of justice in Japan as hanging is in our land. He gave them answer, says Adams, that we had as yet not done to him nor to none of his land any harm or damage, therefore against reason and justice to put us to death. And there came to pass precisely what the Jesuits had most feared, what they had vainly endeavored by intimidation, by slander, by all possible intrigue to prevent, an interview between Ieyasu and the heretic Adams. So that as soon as I came before him, wrote Adams, he demanded of me of what country we were. So I had answered him in all points, for there was nothing that he demanded not, both concerning war and peace between country and country, so that the particulars here to write would be too tedious. And for that time I was commanded to prison, being well used, with one of our mariners that came with me to serve me. From another letter of Adams, it would seem that this interview lasted far into the night, and that Ieyasu's questions referred especially to politics and religion. He asked, says Adams, whether our country had wars. I answered him yea, with the Spaniards and Portugals, being in peace with all other nations. Further, he asked me in what I did believe. I said, in God, that made heaven and earth. He asked me divers other questions of things of religion, and many other things, as what way we came to the country. Having a chart of the whole world, I shewed him through the Strait of Magellan, at which he wondered, and thought me to lie. Thus, from one thing to another, I abode with him till midnight. The two men liked each other at sight, it appears. Of Ieyasu Adams significantly observes, he viewed me well, and seemed to be wonderful favourable. 2 days later Ieyasu again sent for Adams, and cross-questioned him just about those matters which the Jesuits wanted to remain in the dark. He demanded also as concerning the wars between the Spaniard or Portugal and our country, and the reasons, the which I gave him to understand of all things, which he was glad to hear, as it seemed to me. In the end I was commanded to prison again, but my lodging was bettered. Adams did not see Ieyasu again for nearly 6 weeks. Then he was sent for and cross-questioned a third time. The result was liberty and favour. Thereafter, at intervals, Ieyasu used to send for him, and presently we hear of him teaching the great statesman some points of geometry, and understanding of the art of mathematics, with other things. Ieyasu gave him many presents, as well as a good living, and commissioned him to build some ships for deep-sea sailing. Eventually, the poor pilot was created a samurai, and given an estate. Being employed in the emperor's service, he wrote, he hath given me a living, like unto a lordship in England, with 80 or 90 husbandmen, that be as my slaves or servants, the which or the like precedent was never here before given to any stranger. Witness to the influence of Adams with Ieyasu is furnished by the correspondence of Captain Cook of the English factory, who thus wrote home about him in 1614. The truth is, the emperor esteemeth him much, and he may go in and speak with him at all times, when kings and princes are kept out. Note. It has blessed God to bring things to pass so as in ye eyes of ye world must seem strange. For the Spaniard and Portugal have been my bitter enemies to death, and now they must seek to me, to unworthy wretch. For the Spaniard, as well as the Portingal, must have all the negotiations go through my hand." Letter of Adams, dated January 12, 1613. End of note. It was through his influence that the English were allowed to establish their factory at Hirado. There is no stranger 17th-century romance than that of this plain English pilot, with only his simple honesty and common sense to help him, rising to such extraordinary favor with the greatest and shrewdest of all Japanese rulers. Adams was never allowed, however, to return to England, perhaps because his services were deemed too precious to lose. He says himself in his letters that Ieyasu never refused him anything that he asked for. Note, even favors for the people who had sought to bring about his death. "I pleased him so," wrote Adams, "that what I said he would not contrary, at which my former enemies did wonder, and at this time must entreat me to do them a friendship, which to both Spaniards and Portingals have I done, recompensing them good for evil. So to pass my time to get my living, I hath cost me great labour and trouble at the first, but God hath blessed my labour." End of note. Except the privilege of revisiting England. When he asked that, once too often, the old emperor remained silent. The correspondence of Adams proves that Ieyasu disdained no means of obtaining direct information about foreign affairs in regard to religion and politics. As for affairs in Japan, he had at his disposal the most perfect system of espionage ever established, and he knew all that was going on. Yet he waited, as we have seen, 14 years before he issued his edict. Hideyoshi's edict was, indeed, renewed by him in 1606, but that referred particularly to the public preaching of Christianity, and while the missionaries outwardly conformed to the law, he continued to suffer them within his own dominions. Persecutions were being carried on elsewhere, but the secret propaganda was also being carried on, and the missionaries could still hope. Yet there was menace in the air, like the heaviness preceding storms. Captain Saris, writing from Japan in 1613, records a pathetic incident which is very suggestive. "I gave leave," he says, "to divers women of the better sort to come into my cabin, where the picture of Venus with her son Cupid did hang somewhat wantonly set out in a large frame. They, thinking it to be Our Lady and her son, fell down and worshipped it with shews of great devotion, telling me in a whispering manner that some of their own companions which were not so might not hear, that they were Christianos, whereby we perceived them to be Christians converted by the Portugal Jesuits." When Ieyasu first took strong measures, they were directed not against the Jesuits, but against a more imprudent order, as we know from Adams' correspondence. "In the year 1612," he says, "is put down all the sects of the Franciscans. The Jesuits have what privilege, their being in Nagasaki, in which place only may be so many as will of all sects, in other places not so many permitted." Roman Catholicism was given 2 more years' grace after the Franciscan episode. Why Ieyasu should have termed it a false and corrupt religion, both in his legacy and elsewhere, remains to be considered. From the Far Eastern point of view, he could scarcely have judged it otherwise, after an impartial investigation. It was essentially opposed to all the beliefs and traditions upon which Japanese society had been founded. The Japanese state was an aggregate of religious communities, with a god king at its head. The customs of all these communities had the force of religious laws, and ethics were identified with obedience to custom. Filial piety was the basis of social order, and loyalty itself was derived from filial piety. But this Western creed, which taught that the husband should leave his parents and cleave to his wife, held filial piety to be at best an inferior virtue. It proclaimed the duty to parents, lords, and rulers remained duty only when obedience involved no action opposed to Roman teaching, and that the supreme duty of obedience was not to the heavenly sovereign at Kyoto, but to the Pope at Rome. Had not the gods and the Buddhas been called devils by these missionaries from Portugal and Spain? Assuredly such doctrines were subversive, no matter how astutely they might be interpreted by their apologists. Besides, the worth of a creed as a social force might be judged from its fruits. This creed in Europe had been a ceaseless cause of disorders, wars, persecutions, atrocious cruelties. This creed in Japan had fomented great disturbances, had instigated political intrigues, had wrought almost immeasurable mischief. In the event of future political trouble, it would justify the disobedience of children to parents, of wives to husbands, of subjects to lords, of lords to shogun. The paramount duty of government was now to compel social order, and to maintain those conditions of peace and security without which the nation could never recover from the exhaustion of 1,000 years of strife. But so long as this foreign religion was suffered to attack and to sap the foundations of order, there never could be peace. Convictions like these must have been well established in the mind of Ieyasu when he issued his famous edict. The only wonder is that he should have waited so long. Very possibly, Ieyasu, who never did anything by halves, was waiting until Christianity should find itself without one Japanese leader of ability. In 1611 he had information of a Christian conspiracy in the island of Sado, a convict mining district, whose governor, Okubo, had been induced to adopt Christianity, and was to be made ruler of the country if the plot proved successful. But still Ieyasu waited. By 1614 Christianity had scarcely even an Okubo to lead the forlorn hope. The daimyo converted in the 16th century were dead or dispossessed or in banishment. The great Christian generals had been executed. The few remaining converts of importance had been placed under surveillance, and were practically helpless. The foreign priests and native catechists were not cruelly treated immediately after the proclamation of 1614. Some 300 of them were put into ships and sent out of the country, together with various Japanese suspected of religious political intrigues, such as Takayama, former daimyo of Akashi, who was called Justo Ukondono by the Jesuit writers, and who had been dispossessed and degraded by Hideyoshi for the same reasons. Ieyasu set no example of unnecessary severity, but harsher measures followed upon an event which took place in 1615, the very year after the issuing of the edict. End of chapter 15. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 16 of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Jesuit Peril, Part 2. Hideyori, the son of Hideyoshi, had been supplanted, fortunately for Japan, by Ieyasu, to whose tutelage the young man had been confided. Ieyasu took all care of him, but had no intention of suffering him to direct the government of the country, a task scarcely within the capacity of a lad of 23. In spite of various political intrigues in which Hideyori was known to have taken part, Ieyasu had left him in possession of large revenues and of the strongest fortress in Japan, that mighty castle of Osaka, which Hideyoshi's genius had rendered almost impregnable. Hideyori, unlike his father, favored the Jesuits, and he made the castle a refuge for adherents of the false and corrupt sect. Informed by government spies of a dangerous intrigue they are preparing, Ieyasu resolved to strike, and he struck hard. In spite of a desperate defense, the great fortress was stormed and burned, Hideyori perishing in the conflagration. 100,000 lives are said to have been lost in this siege. Adams wrote thus quaintly of Hideyori's fate and the results of his conspiracy: "He made wars with the emperor, also by the Jesuits and friars, which made believe he should be favored with miracles and wonders. But in fine it proved the contrary. For the old emperor against him presently maketh his forces ready by sea and land, and compasseth his castle that he was in. Although with loss of multitudes on both sides, yet in the end razeth the castle walls, setteth it on fire, and burneth him in it. Thus ended the wars. Now the emperor, hearing of these Jesuits and friars being in the castle with his enemies, and still from time to time against him, commandeth all Romische sorte of men to depart out of his country, their churches pulled down and burned. This followed in the old emperor's days. Now this year, 1616, the old emperor he died. His son reigneth in his place, and he is more hot against the Romish religion than his father was, for he hath forbidden thorough all his dominions, on pain of death, none of his subjects to be Romish Christian, which Romish sect to prevent every ways, and that he hath forbidden that no stranger merchant shall abide in any of the great cities." The son here referred to was Hidetada, who in 1617 issued an ordinance sentencing to death every Roman priest or friar discovered in Japan, an ordinance provoked by the fact that many priests expelled from the country had secretly returned, and that others had remained to carry on their propaganda under various disguises. Meanwhile, in every city, town, village, and hamlet throughout the empire, measures had been taken for the extirpation of Roman Christianity. Every community was made responsible for the existence in it of any person belonging to the foreign creed, and special magistrates or inquisitors were appointed, called Kirishitan Bugyo, to seek out and punish members of the prohibited religion. Note: it should be borne in mind that none of these edicts were directed against Protestant Christianity. The Dutch were not considered Christians in the sense of the ordinances, nor were the English. The following extract from a typical village kumicho, or code of communal regulations, shows the responsibility imposed upon all communities regarding the presence in their midst of Roman Catholic converts or believers. Every year, between the first and the third month, we will renew our Shumon-cho. If we know of any person who belongs to a prohibited sect, we will immediately inform the daikwan. Servants and laborers shall give to their masters a certificate declaring that they are not Christians. In regard to persons who have been Christians, but have recanted, if such persons come to or leave the village, we promise to report it. See Professor Wigmore's notes on land tenure and local institutions in Old Japan. End of note. Christians who freely recanted were not punished, but only kept under surveillance. Those who refused to recant, even after torture, were degraded to the condition of slaves, or else put to death. In some parts of the country, extraordinary cruelty was practiced, and every form of torture used to compel recantation. But it is tolerably certain that the more atrocious episodes of the persecution were due to the individual ferocity of local governors or magistrates, as in the case of Takenaka Uneme no Kami, who was compelled by the government to perform harakiri for abusing his powers at Nagasaki and making persecution a means of extorting money. Be that as it may, the persecution at last either provoked or helped to bring about a Christian rebellion in the daimyate of Arima, historically remembered as the Shimabara Revolt. In 1636, a host of peasants, driven to desperation by the tyranny of their lords, the daimyo of Arima and the daimyo of Karatsu, convert districts, rose in arms, burned all the Japanese temples in their vicinity, and proclaimed religious war. Their banner bore a cross. Their leaders were converted samurai. They were soon joined by Christian refugees from every part of the country, until the numbers swelled to 30 or 40,000. On the coast of the Shimabara Peninsula, they seized an abandoned castle at a place called Hara, and there fortified themselves. The local authorities could not cope with the uprising, and the rebels more than held their own until government forces, aggregating over 160,000 men, were dispatched against them. After a brave defense of 102 days, the castle was stormed in 1638, and its defenders, together with their women and children, put to the sword. Officially the occurrence was treated as a peasant revolt, and the persons considered responsible for it were severely punished. The lord of Shimabara, Arima, was further sentenced to perform harakiri. Japanese historians state that the rising was first planned and led by Christians, who designed to seize Nagasaki, subdue Kyushu, invite foreign military help, and compel a change of government. The Jesuit writers would have us believe there was no plot. One thing certain is that the revolutionary appeal was made to the Christian element, and was largely responded to with alarming consequences. A strong castle on the Kyushu coast, held by 30 or 40,000 Christians, constituted a serious danger, a point of vantage from which a Spanish invasion of the country might have been attempted with some chance of success. The government seemed to have recognized this danger, and to have dispatched in consequence an overwhelming force to Shimabara. If foreign help could have been sent to the rebels, the result might have been a prolonged civil war. As for the wholesale slaughter, it represented no more than the enforcement of Japanese law, the punishment of the peasant revolting against his lord, under any circumstances whatever, being death. So far as concerns the policy of such massacre, it may be remembered that, with less provocation, Nobunaga exterminated the Tendai Buddhists at Hiei-san. We have every reason to pity the brave men who perished at Shimabara, and to sympathize with their revolt against the atrocious cruelty of their rulers. But it is necessary, as a simple matter of justice, to consider the whole event from the Japanese political point of view. The Dutch have been denounced for helping to crush the rebellion with ships and cannon. They fired, by their own acknowledgment, 426 shot into the castle. However, the extant correspondence of the Dutch factory at Hirado proves beyond question that they were forced, under menace, to thus act. In any event, it would be difficult to discover a good reason for the merely religious denunciations of their conduct, although that conduct would be open to criticism from the humane point of view. Dutchmen could not reasonably have refused to assist the Japanese authorities in suppressing a revolt, merely because a large portion of the rebels happened to profess the religion which had been burning alive as heretics the men and women of the Netherlands. Very possibly, not a few persons of kin to those very Dutch had suffered in the days of Alva. What would have happened to all the English and Dutch in Japan if the Portuguese and Spanish clergy could have got full control of government, ought to be obvious. With the massacre of Shimabara ends the real history of the Portuguese and Spanish missions. After that event, Christianity was slowly, steadily, implacably stamped out of visible existence. It had been tolerated, or half tolerated, for only 65 years. The entire history of its propagation and destruction occupies a period of scarcely 90 years. People of nearly every rank, from prince to pauper, suffered for it. Thousands endured tortures for its sake, tortures so frightful that even 3 of those Jesuits who sent multitudes to useless martyrdom were forced to deny their faith under the infliction. Note: Francisco Casola, Pedro Marquez, and Giuseppe Chiara. 2 of these, probably under compulsion, married Japanese women. For their after history, see a paper by Sato in the Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Japan, Volume 6, Part 1. End of note. And tender women, sentenced to the stake, carried their little ones with them into the fire, rather than utter the words that would have saved both mother and child. Yet this religion, for which thousands vainly died, had brought to Japan nothing but evil disorders, persecutions, revolts, political troubles, and war. Even those virtues of the people which had been evolved at unutterable cost of the protection and conservation of society, their self-denial, their faith, their loyalty, their constancy and courage, were by this black creed distorted, diverted, and transformed into forces directed to the destruction of that society. Could that destruction have been accomplished, and a new Roman Catholic Empire have been founded upon the ruins, the forces of that empire would have been used for the further extension of priestly tyranny, the spread of the Inquisition, the perpetual Jesuit warfare against freedom of conscience and human progress. Well, may we pity the victims of this pitiless faith, and justly admire their useless courage. Yet who can regret that their cause was lost? Viewed from another standpoint than that of religious bias, and simply judged by its results, the Jesuit effort to Christianize Japan must be regarded as a crime against humanity, a labor of devastation, a calamity comparable only, by reason of the misery and destruction which is wrought, to an earthquake, a tidal wave, a volcanic eruption. The policy of isolation, of shutting off Japan from the rest of the world, as adopted by Hidetada, and maintained by his successors, sufficiently indicates the fear that religious intrigues had inspired. Not only were all foreigners, excepting the Dutch traders, expelled from the country, all half-breed children of Portuguese or Spanish blood were also expatriated, Japanese families being forbidden to adopt or conceal any of them, under penalties to be visited upon all the members of the household disobeying. In 1636, 287 half-breed children were shipped to Macau. It is possible that the capacity of half-breed children to act as interpreters was particularly dreaded. But there can be little doubt that, at the time when this ordinance was issued, race-hatred had been fully aroused by religious antagonism. After the Shimabara episode, all Western foreigners, without exception, were regarded with unconcealed distrust. Note: the Chinese traders, however, were allowed much more liberty than the Dutch. End of note. The Portuguese and Spanish traders were replaced by the Dutch, the English factory having been closed some years previously. But even in the case of these, extraordinary precautions were taken. They were compelled to abandon their good quarters at Hirado and transfer their factory to the Shima, a tiny island only 600 feet long by 240 feet wide. There they were kept under constant guard, like prisoners. They were not permitted to go among the people. No man could visit them without permission, and no woman, except a prostitute, was allowed to enter the reservation under any circumstances. But they had a monopoly of the trade of the country, and Dutch patients endured these conditions, for the profit's sake, during more than 200 years. Other commerce with foreign countries than that maintained by the Dutch factory and by the Chinese was entirely suppressed. For any Japanese to leave Japan was a capital offense, and anyone who might succeed in leaving the country by stealth was to be put to death upon his return. The purpose of this law was to prevent Japanese, sent abroad by the Jesuits for missionary training, from returning to Japan in the disguise of laymen. It was forbidden also to construct ships capable of long voyages, and all ships exceeding a dimension fixed by the government were broken up. Lookouts were established along the coast to watch for strange vessels, and any European ships entering a Japanese port, excepting the ships of the Dutch company, were to be attacked and destroyed. The great success at first achieved by the Portuguese missions remains to be considered. In our present comparative ignorance of Japanese social history, it is not easy to understand the whole of the Christian episode. There are plenty of Jesuit missionary records, but the Japanese contemporary chronicles yield us scanty information about the missions. Probably for the reason that an edict was issued in the 17th century interdicting not only all books on the subject of Christianity, but any book containing the words Christian or foreign. What the Jesuit books do not explain, and what we should rather have expected Japanese historians to explain, had they been allowed, is how a society founded on ancestor worship, and apparently possessing immense capacity for resistance to outward assault, could have been so quickly penetrated and partly dissolved by Jesuit energy. The question of all questions that I should like to see answered by Japanese evidence is this: to what extent did the missionaries interfere with the ancestor cult? It is an important question. In China, the Jesuits were quick to perceive that the power of resistance to proselytism lay in ancestor worship, and they shrewdly endeavoured to tolerate it, somewhat as Buddhism before them had been obliged to do. Had the papacy supported their policy, the Jesuits might have changed the history of China. But other religious orders fiercely opposed the compromise, and the chance was lost. How far the ancestor cult was tolerated by the Portuguese missionaries in Japan is a matter of much sociological interest for investigation. The supreme cult was, of course, left alone, for obvious reasons. It is difficult to suppose that the domestic cult was attacked then as implacably as it is attacked now by Protestant and Roman Catholic missionaries alike. It is difficult to suppose, for example, that converts were compelled to cast away or to destroy the ancestral tablets. On the other hand, we are yet in doubt as to whether many of the poorer converts, servants and other common folk, possessed a domestic ancestor cult. The outcast classes, among whom many converts were made, need not be considered, of course, in this relation. Before the matter can be fairly judged, much remains to be learned about the religious condition of the heimin during the 16th century. Anyhow, whatever methods were followed, the early success of the missions was astonishing. Their work, owing to the particular character of the social organization, necessarily began from the top. The subject could change his creed only by permission of his lord. From the outset, this permission was freely granted. In some cases the people were officially notified that they were at liberty to adopt the new religion. In other cases, converted lords ordered them to do so. It would seem that the foreign faith was at first mistaken for a new kind of Buddhism, and in the extant official grant of land at Yamaguchi to the Portuguese mission in 1552, the Japanese text plainly states that the grant, which appears to have included a temple called Daidoji, was made to the strangers that they might preach the law of Buddha. Buppu Shoryo no Tame. The original document is thus translated by Sir Ernest Sato, who reproduced it in facsimile. With respect to Daidoji in Yamaguchi Agata, Yoshiki Department, Province of Suwo, this deed witnesses that I have given permission to the priests who have come to this country from the western regions, in accordance with their request and desire, that they may found and erect a monastery and house in order to develop the law of Buddha. The 28th day of the 8th month of the 21st year of Tembun. Suwonosuke. August seal. Note: in the Latin and Portuguese translations, or rather pretended translations of this document, there is nothing about preaching the law of Buddha, and there are many things added which do not exist in the Japanese text at all. See Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Japan, Volume 8, Part 2, for Sato's comment on this document and the false translation made of it. End of note. If this error, or deception, could have occurred at Yamaguchi, it is reasonable to suppose that it also occurred in other places. Exteriorly, the Roman rites resembled those of popular Buddhism. The people would have observed but little that was unfamiliar to them in the forms of the service, the vestments, the beads, the prostrations, the images, the bells, and the incense. The virgins and the saints would have been found to resemble the aureoled bodhisattvas and Buddhas. The angels and the demons would have been at once identified with the Tennin and the Oni. All that pleased popular imagination in the Buddhist ceremonial could be witnessed, under a slightly different form, in those temples which had been handed over to the Jesuits, and consecrated by them as churches or chapels. The fathomless abyss really separating the two faiths could not have been perceived by the common mind, but the outward resemblances were immediately observable. There were, furthermore, some attractive novelties. It appears, for example, that the Jesuits used to have miracle plays performed in their churches for the purpose of attracting popular attention. But outward attractions of whatever sort, or outward resemblances to Buddhism, could only assist the spread of the new religion. They could not explain the rapid progress of the propaganda. Coercion might partly explain it, coercion exercised by converted daimyo upon their subjects. Populations of provinces are known to have followed, under strong compulsion, the religion of their converted lords, and hundreds, perhaps thousands, of persons must have done the same thing through mere habit of loyalty. In these cases it is worth while to consider what sort of persuasion was used upon the daimyo. We know that one great help to the missionary work was found in Portuguese commerce, especially the trade in firearms and ammunition. In the disturbed state of the country preceding the advent to power of Hideyoshi, this trade was a powerful bribe in religious negotiation with provincial lords. The daimyo able to use firearms would necessarily possess some advantage over a rival lord having no such weapons, and those lords able to monopolize the trade could increase their power at the expense of their neighbors. Now this trade was actually offered for the privilege of preaching, and sometimes much more than that privilege was demanded and obtained. In 1572 the Portuguese presumed to ask for the whole town of Nagasaki as a gift to their church, with power of jurisdiction over the same, threatening, in case of refusal, to establish themselves elsewhere. The daimyo Omura at first demurred, but eventually yielded, and Nagasaki then became Christian territory, directly governed by the church. Very soon the fathers began to prove the character of their creed by furious attacks upon the local religion. They set fire to the great Buddhist temple Jinguji and attributed the fire to the wrath of God, after which act, by the zeal of their converts, some 80 other temples in or about Nagasaki were burned. Within Nagasaki territory, Buddhism was totally suppressed, its priests being persecuted and driven away. In the province of Bungo, the Jesuit persecution of Buddhism was far more violent, and conducted upon an extensive scale. Otomo Sorin Munechika, the reigning daimyo, not only destroyed all the Buddhist temples in his dominion, to the number, it is said, of 3,000, but had many of the Buddhist priests put to death. For the destruction of the great temple of Hikosan, whose priests were reported to have prayed for the tyrant's death, he is said to have maliciously chosen the 6th day of the 5th month, 1576, the festival of the birthday of the Buddha. Coercion, exercised by the lords upon a docile people trained to implicit obedience, would explain something of the initial success of the missions. But it would leave many other matters unexplained: the later success of the secret propaganda, the fervour and courage of the converts under persecution, the long-continued indifference of the chiefs of the ancestor cult to the progress of the hostile faith. When Christianity first began to spread through the Roman Empire, The ancestral religion had fallen into decay, the structure of society had lost its original form, and there was no religious conservatism really capable of successful resistance. But in the Japan of the 16th and 17th century, the religion of the ancestors was very much alive, and society was only entering upon the second period of its yet imperfect integration. The Jesuit conversions were not made among a people already losing their ancient faith, but in one of the most intensely religious and conservative societies that ever existed. Christianity of any sort could not have been introduced into such a society without effecting structural disintegrations at least, of a local character. How far these integrations extended and penetrated we do not know, and we have yet no adequate explanation of the long inertia of the native religious instinct in the face of danger. But there are certain historical facts which appear to throw at least a sidelight upon the subject. The early Jesuit policy in China, as established by Ricci, had been to leave converts free to practice the ancestral rites. So long as this policy was followed, the missions prospered. When, in consequence of this compromise, dissensions arose, the matter was referred to Rome. Pope Innocent X decided for intolerance by a bull issued in 1645, and the Jesuit missions were thereby practically ruined in China. Pope Innocent's decision was indeed reversed the very next year by a bull of Pope Alexander VIII. But again and again contests were raised by the religious bodies over this question of ancestor worship, until in 1693 Pope Clement XI definitively prohibited converts from practicing the ancestral rites under any form whatsoever. All the efforts of all the missions in the Far East have ever since then failed to advance the cause of Christianity. The sociological reason is plain. We have seen, then, that up to the year 1645, the ancestor cult had been tolerated by the Jesuits in China, with promising results, and it is probable that an identical policy of tolerance was maintained in Japan during the second half of the 16th century. The Japanese missions began in 1549, and their history ends with the Shimabara slaughter in 1638. About 7 years before the first papal decision against the tolerance of ancestor worship. The Jesuit mission work seems to have prospered steadily, in spite of all opposition, until it was interfered with by less cautious and more uncompromising zealots, by a bull issued in 1585 by Gregory XIII, and confirmed in 1600 by Clement III. The Jesuits alone were authorized to do missionary work in Japan, and it was not until after their privileges had been ignored by Franciscan zeal that trouble with the government began. We have seen that in 1593 Hideyoshi had 6 Franciscans executed. Then the issue of a new papal bull in 1608 by Paul V, allowing Roman Catholic missionaries of all orders to work in Japan, probably ruined the Jesuits' interests. It will be remembered that Ieyasu suppressed the Franciscans in 1612, a proof that their experience with Hideyoshi had profited them little. On the whole, it appears more than likely that both Dominicans and Franciscans recklessly meddled with matters which the Jesuits, whom they accused of timidity, had been wise enough to leave alone, and that this interference hastened the inevitable ruin of the missions. We may reasonably doubt whether there were 1 million Christians in Japan at the beginning of the 17th century. The more probable claim of 600,000 can be accepted. In this era of toleration, the efforts of all the foreign missionary bodies combined, and the yearly expenditure of immense sums in support of the work, have enabled them to achieve barely 1/5 of the success attributed to their Portuguese predecessors, upon a not incredible estimate. The 16th century Jesuits were indeed able to exercise, through various lords, the most forcible sort of coercion upon whole populations of provinces; but the modern missions certainly enjoy advantages educational, financial, and legislative, much outweighing the doubtful value of the power of coerce. And the smallness of the results which they have achieved seems to require explanation. The explanation is not difficult. Needless attacks upon the ancestor cult are necessarily attacks upon the constitution of society, and Japanese society instinctively resists these assaults upon its ethical basis. For it is an error to suppose that this Japanese society has yet arrived even at such a condition as Roman society presented in the 2nd or 3rd century of our era. Rather, it remains at a stage resembling that of a Greek or Latin society many centuries before Christ. The introduction of railroads, telegraphs, modern arms of precision, modern applied science of all kinds, has not yet sufficed to change the fundamental order of things. Superficial disintegrations are rapidly proceeding, new structures are forming, but the social condition still remains much like that which, in southern Europe, long preceded the introduction of Christianity. Though every form of religion holds something of undying truth, the evolutionist must classify religions. He must regard a monotheistic faith as representing, in the progress of human thought, a very considerable advance upon any polytheistic creed. Monotheism signifying the fusion and expansion of countless ghostly beliefs into one vast concept of unseen omnipotent power. And, from the standpoint of psychological evolution, he must of course consider pantheism as an advance upon monotheism, and must further regard agnosticism as an advance upon both. But the value of a creed is necessarily relative, and the question of its worth is to be decided, not by its adaptability to the intellectual developments of a single cultural class, but by its larger emotional relation to the whole society of which it embodies the moral experience. Its value to any other society must depend upon its power of self-adaptation to the ethical experience of that society. We may grant that Roman Catholicism was, by sole virtue of its monotheistic conception, a stage in advance of the primitive ancestor worship. But it was adapted only to a form of society at which neither Chinese nor Japanese civilization had arrived, a form of society in which the ancient family had been dissolved, and the religion of filial piety forgotten. Unlike the subtler and incomparably more humane creed of India, which had learned the secret of missionary success 1,000 years before Loyola, the religion of the Jesuits could never have adapted itself to the social conditions of Japan, and by the fact of its incapacity, the fate of the missions was really decided in advance. The intolerance, the intrigues, the savage persecutions carried on, all the treacheries and cruelties of the Jesuits, may simply be considered as the manifestations of such incapacity, while the repressive measures taken by Ieyasu and his successors signify sociologically no more than the national perception of supreme danger. It was recognized that the triumph of the foreign religion would involve the total disintegration of society, and the subjection of the empire to foreign domination. Neither the artist nor the sociologist, at least, can regret the failure of the missions. The extirpation which enabled Japanese society to evolve to its type limit preserved for modern eyes the marvelous world of Japanese art, and the yet more marvelous world of its traditions, beliefs, and customs. Roman Catholicism, triumphant, would have swept all this out of existence. The natural antagonism of the artist to the missionary may be found in the fact that the latter is always, and must be, an unsparing destroyer. Everywhere the developments of art are associated in some sort with religion, and by so much as the art of a people reflects their beliefs, that art will be hateful to the enemies of those beliefs. Japanese art, of Buddhist origin, is especially an art of religious suggestion, not merely as regards painting and sculpture, but likewise as regards decoration and almost every product of aesthetic taste. There is something of religious feeling associated even with the Japanese delight in trees and flowers, the charm of gardens, the love of nature and of nature's voices, with all the poetry of existence, in short. Most assuredly, the Jesuits and their allies would have ended all this, every detail of it, without the slightest qualm. Even could they have understood and felt the meaning of that world of strange beauty, result of a race experience never to be repeated or replaced, they would not have hesitated a moment in the work of obliteration and effacement. Today, indeed, that wonderful art world is being surely and irretrievably destroyed by Western industrialism. But industrial influence, though pitiless, is not fanatic, and the destruction is not being carried on with such ferocious rapidity, but that the fading story of beauty can be recorded for the future benefit of human civilization. End of chapter 16. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 17 of Japan, an attempted interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Feudal integration. It was under the later Tokugawa shogun, during the period immediately preceding the modern regime, that Japanese civilization reached the limit of its development. No further evolution was possible, except through social reconstruction. The conditions of this integration chiefly represented the reinforcement and definition of conditions pre-existing, scarcely anything in the way of fundamental change. More than ever before, the old compulsory systems of cooperation were strengthened. More than ever before, all details of ceremonial convention were insisted upon with merciless exactitude. In preceding ages there had been more harshness, but at no previous period had there been less liberty. Nevertheless, the results of this increased restriction were not without ethical value. The time was yet far off at which personal liberty could prove a personal advantage, and the paternal coercion of the Tokugawa rule helped to develop and to accentuate much of what is most attractive in the national character. Centuries of warfare had previously allowed small opportunity for the cultivation of the more delicate qualities of that character, the refinements, the ingenious kindliness, the joy in life that afterward lent so rare a charm to Japanese existence. But during 200 years of peace, prosperity, and national isolation, the graceful and winning side of this human nature found chance to bloom, and the multiform restraints of law and custom then quickened and curiously shaped the blossoming. As the gardener's untiring art evolves the flowers of the chrysanthemum into 100 forms of fantastic beauty. Though the general social tendency under pressure was toward rigidity, constraint left room in special directions for moral and aesthetic cultivation. In order to understand the social condition, it will be necessary to consider the nature of the paternal rule in its legal aspects. To modern imagination, the old Japanese laws may well seem intolerable, but their administration was really less uncompromising than that of our Western laws. Besides, although weighing heavily upon all classes, from the highest to the lowest, the legal burden was proportioned to the respective strength of the bearers, the application of law being made less and less rigid as the social scale descended. In theory, at least, from the earliest times, the poor and unfortunate had been considered as entitled to pity, and the duty of showing them all possible mercy was insisted upon in the oldest extant moral code of Japan, the laws of Shotoku Taishi. But the most striking example of such discrimination appears in the legacy of Ieyasu, which represents the conception of justice in a time when society had become much more developed, its institutions more firmly fixed, and all its bonds tightened. This stern and wise ruler, who declared that the people are the foundation of the empire, commanded leniency in dealing with the humble. He ordained that any lord, no matter what his rank, convicted of breaking laws, to the injury of the people, should be punished by the confiscation of his estates. Perhaps the humane spirit of the legislator is most strongly shown in his enactments regarding crime, as, for example, where he deals with the question of adultery, necessarily a crime of the first magnitude in any society based on ancestor worship. By the 50th article of the legacy, the injured husband is confirmed in his ancient right to kill, but with this important provision, that should he kill but one of the guilty parties, he must himself be held as guilty as either of them. Should the offenders be brought up for trial, Ieyasu advises that, in the case of common people, particular deliberation be given to the matter. He remarks upon the weakness of human nature, and suggests that, among the young and simple-minded, some momentary impulse of passion may lead to folly even when the parties are not naturally depraved. But in the next article, number 51, he orders that no mercy whatever be shown to men and women of the upper classes, when convicted of the same crime. These, he declares, are expected to know better than to occasion disturbance by violating existing regulations, and such persons, breaking the laws by lewd trifling or illicit intercourse, shall at once be punished without deliberation or consultation. Note, that is to say, immediately put to death. End of note. It is not the same in this case as in the case of farmers, artisans, and traders. Throughout the entire code, this tendency to tighten the bonds of law in the case of the military classes, and to loosen them mercifully for the lower classes, is equally visible. Ieyasu strongly disapproved of unnecessary punishments, and held that the frequency of punishments was proof, not of the ill conduct of subjects, but of the ill conduct of officials. The 91st article of his code puts the matter thus plainly, even as regarded the shogunate. When punishments and executions abound in the empire, it is a proof that the military ruler is without virtue and degenerate. He devised particular enactments to protect the peasantry and the poor from the cruelty or the rapacity of powerful lords. The great daimyo were strictly forbidden, when making their obligatory journeys to Yedo, to disturb or harass the people at the post houses, or suffer themselves to be puffed up with military pride. The private, not less than the public conduct of these great lords, was under government surveillance, and they were actually liable to punishment for immorality. Concerning debauchery among them, the legislator remarked that, even though this can hardly be pronounced insubordination, it should be judged and punished according to the degree in which it constitutes a bad example for the lower classes. Article 88. Note: though even daimyo were liable to suffer for debauchery, Ieyasu did not believe in the expediency of attempting to suppress all vice by law. There is a strangely modern ring in his remarks upon the subject, in the 73rd section of the Legacy. Virtuous men have said, both in poetry and in classic works, that houses of debauch, for women of pleasure and for street walkers, are the worm-eaten spots of cities and towns. But these are necessary evils, and if they be forcibly abolished, men of unrighteous principles will become like a ravelled thread, and there will be no end to daily punishments and floggings. In many castle towns, however, such houses were never allowed, probably in view of the large military force assembled in such towns, which had to be maintained under iron discipline. End of note. As to veritable insubordination, there was no pardon. The severity of the law on this subject allowed of no exception or mitigation. The 53rd section of the Legacy proves this to have been regarded as the supreme crime. The guilt of a vassal murdering his suzerain is, in principle, the same as that of an arch-traitor to the emperor. His immediate companions, his relations, all even to his most distant connections, shall be cut off, hewn to atoms, root and fibre. The guilt of a vassal only lifting his hand against his master, even though he does not assassinate him, is the same. In strong contrast to this grim ordinance is the spirit of all the regulations touching the administration of law among the lower classes. Forgery, incendiarism, poisoning, were indeed crimes justifying the penalty of burning or crucifixion, but judges were instructed to act with as much leniency as circumstances permitted in the case of ordinary offences. With regard to minute details affecting individuals of the inferior classes, says the 73rd article of the Code, learn the wide benevolence of Kozo of the Han (Chinese) dynasty. It was further ordered that magistrates of the criminal and civil courts should be chosen only from a class of men who are upright and pure, distinguished for charity and benevolence. All magistrates were kept under close supervision, and their conduct regularly reported by government spies. Another humane aspect of Tokugawa legislation is furnished by its dictates in regard to the relations of the sexes. Although concubinage was tolerated in the samurai class, for reasons relating to the continuance of the family cult, Ieyasu denounces the indulgence of the privilege for merely selfish reasons. Silly and ignorant men neglect their true wives for the sake of a loved mistress, and thus disturb the most important relation. Men so far sunk as this may always be known as samurai without fidelity or sincerity. Celibacy, condemned by public opinion, except in the case of Buddhist priests, was equally condemned by the Code. One should not live alone after 16 years of age, declares the legislator. All mankind recognize marriage as the first law of nature. The childless man was obliged to adopt a son, and the 47th article of the legacy ordained that the family estate of a person dying without male issue and without having adopted a son should be forfeited without any regard to his relatives or connections. This law, of course, was made in support of the ancestor cult, the continuance of which it was deemed the paramount duty of each man to provide for. But the government regulations concerning adoption enabled everybody to fulfill the legal requirement without difficulty. Considering that this code which inculcated humanity, repressed moral laxity, prohibited celibacy, and rigorously maintained the family cult, was drawn up in the time of the extirpation of the Jesuit missions, the position assumed in regard to religious freedom appears to us one of singular liberality. High and low alike, proclaims the 33rd article, may follow their own inclinations with respect to religious tenets, which have obtained down to the present time. Except as regards the false and corrupt school, Roman Catholicism. Religious disputes have ever proved the bane and misfortune of this empire, and must be firmly suppressed. But the seeming liberality of this article must not be misinterpreted. The legislator who made so rigid an enactment in regard to the religion of the family was not the man to proclaim that any Japanese was free to abandon the faith of his race for an alien creed. One must carefully read the entire legacy in order to understand Ieyasu's real position, which was simply this, that any man was free to adopt any religion tolerated by the state, in addition to his ancestor cult. Ieyasu was himself a member of the Jodo sect of Buddhism, and a friend of Buddhism in general, but he was first of all a Shintoist, and the 3rd article of his code commands devotion to the kami as the first of duties. Keep your heart pure, and so long as your body shall exist, be diligent in paying honor and veneration to the gods. That he placed the ancient cult above Buddhism should be evident from the text of the 52nd article of the legacy, in which he declares that no one should suffer himself to neglect the national faith because of a belief in any other form of religion. This text is of particular interest. My body, and the bodies of others, being born in the empire of the gods, to accept unreservedly the teachings of other countries, such as Confucian, Buddhist, or Taoist doctrines, and to apply one's whole and undivided attention to them, would be, in short, to desert one's own master, and transfer one's loyalty to another, Is not this to forget the origin of one's being? Of course, the shogun, professing to derive his authority from the descendant of the elder gods, could not with consistency have proclaimed the right of freedom to doubt those gods. His official religious duty permitted of no compromise, but the interest attaching to his opinions, as expressed in the legacy, rests upon the fact that the legacy was not a public but a strictly private document, intended for the perusal and guidance of his successors only. Altogether, his religious position was much like that of the liberal Japanese statesman of today: respect for whatever is good in Buddhism, qualified by the patriotic conviction that the first religious duty is to the cult of the ancestors, the ancient creed of the race. Ieyasu had preferences regarding Buddhism, but even in this he showed no narrowness, though he wrote in his legacy, "Let my posterity ever be of the honored sect of Jodo." He greatly reverenced the high priest of the Tendai temple, Yeizan, who had been one of his instructors, and obtained for him the highest court office possible for a Buddhist priest to obtain, as well as the headship of the Tendai sect. Moreover, the shogun visited Yeizan to make there official prayer for the prosperity of the country. There is every reason to believe that within the territories of the shogunate proper, comprising the greater part of the empire, the administration of ordinary criminal law was humane, and that the infliction of punishment was made, in the case of the common people, to depend largely upon circumstances. Needless severity was a crime before the higher military law, which, in such cases, made no distinctions of rank. Although the ringleaders of a peasant revolt, for example, would be sentenced to death, the lord through whose oppression the uprising was provoked would be deprived of a part or the whole of his estates, or degraded in rank, or, perhaps, even sentenced to perform harakiri. Professor Wigmore, whose studies of Japanese law first shed light upon the subject, has given us an excellent review of the spirit of the ancient legal methods. He points out that the administration of law was never made impersonal in the modern sense, that unbending law did not, for the people at least, exist in relation to minor offences. The Anglo-Saxon idea of inflexible law is the idea of a justice impartial and pitiless as fire. Whoever breaks the law must suffer the consequence, just as surely as the person who puts his hand into fire must experience pain. But in the administration of the old Japanese law, everything was taken into consideration: the condition of the offender, his intelligence, his degree of education, his previous conduct, his motives, suffering endured, provocation received, and so forth. And final judgment was decided by moral common sense rather than by legal enactment or precedent. Friends and relatives were allowed to make plea for the offender, and to help him in whatever honest way they could. If a man were falsely accused and proved innocent upon trial, he would not only be consoled by kind words, but would probably receive substantial compensation, and it appears that judges were accustomed, at the end of important trials, to reward good conduct as well as to punish crime. Note: the following extracts from a sentence said to have been passed by the famous judge Oka Tadasuke at the close of a celebrated criminal trial are illustrative. "Musashiya Chobe and Goto Hanshiro, these actions of yours are worthy of the highest praise. As remuneration I reward 10 silver ryo to each of you. Tami, you, for maintaining your brother, are to be commended. For this you are to receive the amount of 5 kwammon. Ko, daughter of Chohachi, you are obedient to your parents. In consideration of this, the sum of 5 silver ryo is awarded to you." See Denning's Japan in Days of Yore. The good old custom of rewarding notable cases of filial piety, courage, generosity, etc., though not now practiced in the courts, is still maintained by the local governments. The rewards are small, but the public honor which they confer upon the recipient is very great. End of note. On the other hand, Litigation was officially discouraged. Everything possible was done to prevent any cases from being taken into court, which could be settled or compromised by communal arbitration and the people. The general character of the Tokugawa rule can be to some degree inferred from the foregoing facts. It was in no sense a reign of terror that compelled peace and encouraged industry for 250 years, though the national civilization was restrained, pruned, clipped in 1,000 ways. It was at the same time cultivated, refined, and strengthened. The long peace established throughout the empire what had never before existed, a universal feeling of security. The individual was bound more than ever by law and custom, but he was also protected. He could move without anxiety to the length of his chains. Though coerced by his fellows, they helped him to bear the coercion cheerfully. Everybody aided everybody else to fulfill the obligations and to support the burdens of communal life. Conditions tended, therefore, toward the general happiness as well as toward the general prosperity. There was not, in those years, any struggle for existence, not at least in our modern meaning of the phrase. The requirements of life were easily satisfied. Every man had a master to provide for him or to protect him. Competition was repressed or discouraged. There was no need for supreme effort of any sort, no need for the straining of any faculty. Moreover, there was little or nothing to strive after. For the vast majority of the people there were no prizes to win. Ranks and incomes were fixed, occupations were hereditary, and the desire to accumulate wealth must have been checked or numbed by those regulations which limited the rich man's right to use his money as he might please. Even a great lord, even the shogun himself, could not do what he pleased. As for any common person, farmer, craftsman, or shopkeeper, he could not build a house as he liked, or furnish it as he liked, or procure for himself such articles of luxury as his taste might incline him to buy. The richest heimin who attempted to indulge himself in any of these ways would at once have been forcibly reminded that he must not attempt to imitate the habits or to assume the privileges of his betters. He could not even order certain kinds of things to be made for him. The artisans or artists who created objects of luxury to gratify aesthetic taste were little disposed to accept commissions from people of low rank. They worked for princes or great lords, and could scarcely afford to take the risk of displeasing their patrons. Every man's pleasures were more or less regulated by his place in society, and to pass from a lower into a higher rank was no easy matter. Extraordinary men were sometimes able to do this by attracting the favor of the great, but many perils attended upon such distinction, and the wisest policy for the heimin was to remain satisfied with his position and try to find as much happiness in life as the law allowed. Personal ambition being thus restrained and the cost of existence reduced to a minimum much below our Western ideas of the necessary, there were really established conditions highly favorable to certain forms of culture, in despite of sumptuary regulations. The national mind was obliged to seek solace for the monotony of existence, either in amusement or study. Tokugawa policy had left imagination partly free in the directions of literature and art, the cheaper art, and within those two directions repressed personality found means to utter itself, and fancy became creative. There was a certain amount of danger attendant upon even such intellectual indulgences, and much was dared. Aesthetic taste, however, mostly followed the line of least resistance. Observation concentrated itself upon the interest of daily life, upon incidents which might be watched from a window or studied in a garden, upon familiar aspects of nature in various seasons, upon trees, flowers, birds, fishes, or reptiles, upon insects and the ways of them, upon all kinds of small details, delicate trifles, amusing curiosities. Then it was that the race genius produced most of that queer bric-a-brac which still forms the delight of Western collectors. The painter, the ivory carver, the decorator, were left almost untroubled in their production of fairy pictures, exquisite grotesqueries, miracles of Lilliputian art in metal and enamel and lacquer of gold. In all such small matters they could feel free, and the results of that freedom are now treasured in the museums of Europe and America. It is true that most of the arts, nearly all of Chinese origin, were considerably developed before the Tokugawa era, but it was then that they began to assume those inexpensive forms which placed aesthetic gratification within reach of the common people. Sumptuary legislation or rule might yet apply to the use and possession of costly production, but not to the enjoyment of form; and the beautiful, whether shaped in paper or in ivory, in clay or gold, is always a power for culture. It has been said that in a Greek city of the 4th century before Christ, every household utensil, even the most trifling object, was in respect of design an object of art; and the same fact is true, though in another and a stranger way, of all things in a Japanese home. Even such articles of common use as a bronze candlestick, a brass lamp, an iron kettle, a paper lantern, a bamboo curtain, a wooden pillow, a wooden tray, will reveal to educated eyes a sense of beauty and fitness entirely unknown to Western cheap production. And it was especially during the Tokugawa period that this sense of beauty began to inform everything in common life. Then also was developed the art of illustration. Then came into existence those wonderful color prints, the most beautiful made in any age or country, which are now so eagerly collected by wealthy dilettanti. Literature also ceased, like art, to be the enjoyment of the upper classes only. It developed a multitude of popular forms. This was the age of popular fiction, of cheap books, of popular drama, of storytelling for young and old. We may certainly call the Tokugawa period the happiest in the long life of the nation. The mere increase of population and of wealth would prove the fact, irrespective of the general interest awakened in matters literary and aesthetic. It was an age of popular enjoyment, also of general culture and social refinement. Customs spread downward from the top of society. During the Tokugawa period, various diversions or accomplishments, formerly fashionable in upper circles only, became common property. 3 of these were of a sort indicating a high degree of refinement: poetical contests, tea ceremonies, and the complex art of flower arrangement. All were introduced into Japanese society long before the Tokugawa regime. The fashion of poetical competitions must be as old as Japanese authentic history, but it was under the Tokugawa shogunate that such amusements and accomplishments became national. Then the tea ceremonies were made a feature of female education throughout the country. Their elaborate character could be explained only by the help of many pictures, and it requires years of training and practice to graduate in the art of them. Yet the whole of this art, as to detail, signifies no more than the making and serving of a cup of tea. However, it is a real art, a most exquisite art. The actual making of the infusion is a matter of no consequence in itself. The supremely important matter is that the act be performed in the most perfect, most polite, most graceful, most charming manner possible. Everything done, from the kindling of the charcoal fire to the presentation of the tea, must be done according to rules of supreme etiquette, rules requiring natural grace as well as great patience to fully master. Therefore a training in the tea ceremonies is still held to be a training in politeness, in self-control, in delicacy, a discipline in deportment. Quite as elaborate is the art of arranging flowers. There are many different schools, but the object of each system is simply to display sprays of leaves and flowers in the most beautiful manner possible, and according to the irregular graces of nature herself. This art also requires years to learn, and the teaching of it has a moral as well as an aesthetic value. It was in this period also that etiquette was cultivated to its uttermost, that politeness became diffused throughout all ranks, not merely as a fashion, but as an art. In all civilized societies of the militant type, politeness becomes a national characteristic at an early period; and it must have been a common obligation among the Japanese, as their archaic tongue bears witness, before the historical epoch. Public enactments on the subject were made as early as the 7th century by the founder of Japanese Buddhism, the Prince Regent Shotoku Taishi. Ministers and functionaries, he proclaimed, should make decorous behavior or ceremony, the Chinese term used to signifying everything relating to gentlemanly and upright conduct. The translation is Mr. Aston's. See Volume 2, page 130 of his translation of the Nihongi. Their leading principle. For the leading principle of the government of the people consists in decorous behavior. If the superiors do not behave with decorum, the inferiors are disorderly. If inferiors are wanting in proper behavior, there must necessarily be offence. Therefore it is that when lord and vassal behave with propriety, the distinction of rank are not confused when the people behave with propriety. The government of the Commonwealth proceeds of itself. Something of the same old Chinese teaching we find re-echoed, 1,000 years later, in the legacy of Ieyasu. The art of governing a country consists in the manifestation of due deference on the part of suzerain to his vassals. Know that if you turn your back upon this, you will be assassinated, and the empire will be lost. We have already seen that etiquette was rigidly enforced upon all classes by the military rule. For at least 10 centuries before Ieyasu, the nation had been disciplined in politeness, under the edge of the sword. But under the Tokugawa shogunate, politeness became particularly a popular characteristic, a rule of conduct maintained by even the lowest classes in their daily relations. Among the higher classes it became the art of beauty in life. All the taste, the grace, the nicety which then informed artistic production in precious material, equally informed every detail of speech and action. Courtesy was a moral and aesthetic study, carried to such incomparable perfection that every trace of the artificial disappeared. Grace and charm seemed to have become habit, inherent qualities of the human fibre, and doubtless, in the case of one sex at least, did so become. For it has well been said that the most wonderful aesthetic products of Japan are not its ivories, nor its bronzes, nor its porcelains, nor its swords, nor any of its marvels in metal or lacquer, but its women. Accepting as partly true the statement that woman everywhere is what man has made her, we might say that this statement is more true of the Japanese woman than of any other. Of course it required thousands and thousands of years to make her, but the period of which I am speaking beheld the work completed and perfected. Before this ethical creation, criticism should hold its breath. For there is here no single fault save the fault of a moral charm, unsuited to any world of selfishness and struggle. It is the moral artist that now commands our praise, the realizer of an ideal beyond Occidental reach. How frequently has it been asserted that, as a moral being, the Japanese woman does not seem to belong to the same race as the Japanese man. Considering that heredity is limited by sex, there is reason in the assertion. The Japanese woman is an ethically different being from the Japanese man. Perhaps no such type of woman will appear again in this world for 100,000 years. The conditions of industrial civilization will not admit of her existence. The type could not have been created in any society shaped on modern lines, nor in any society where the competitive struggle takes those unmoral forms with which we have become too familiar. Only a society under extraordinary regulation and regimentation, a society in which all self-assertion was repressed, and self-sacrifice made a universal obligation, a society in which personality was clipped like a hedge, permitted to bud and bloom from within, never from without. In short, only a society founded upon ancestor worship could have produced it. It has no more in common with the humanity of this 20th century of ours, perhaps very much less, than has the life depicted upon old Greek vases. Its charm is the charm of a vanished world, a charm strange, alluring, indescribable as the perfume of some flower of which the species became extinct in our Occident before the modern languages were born. Transplanted successfully it cannot be. Under a foreign sun, its forms revert to something altogether different, its colours fade, its perfume passes away. The Japanese woman can be known only in her own country. The Japanese woman as prepared and perfected by the old-time education for that strange society in which the charm of her moral being, her delicacy, her supreme unselfishness, her childlike piety and trust, her exquisite tactful perception of all ways and means to make happiness about her, can be comprehended and valued. I have spoken only of her moral charm. It requires time for the unaccustomed foreign eye to discern the physical charm. Beauty, according to our Western standards, can scarcely be said to exist in this race, or shall we say that it has never yet been developed? One seeks in vain for a facial angle satisfying Western aesthetic canons. It is seldom that one meets even with a fine example of that physical elegance, the manifestation of the economy of force, which we call grace, in the Greek meaning of the word. Yet there is charm, great charm, both of face and form, the charm of childhood, childhood with its every feature yet softly and vaguely outlined, efface as a French artist would call it, childhood before the limbs have fully lengthened, slight and dainty, with admirable little hands and feet. The eyes at first surprise us, by the strangeness of the lids, so unlike Aryan eyelids, unfolding upon another plan. Yet they are often very charming, and a Western artist would not fail to appreciate the graceful terms invented by Japanese or Chinese art to designate particular beauties in the lines of the eyelids. Even if she cannot be called handsome, according to Western standards, the Japanese woman must be confessed pretty, pretty like a comely child. And if she be seldom graceful in the Occidental sense, she is at least in all her ways incomparably graceful, her every motion, gesture, or expression being, in its own Oriental manner, a perfect thing, an act performed or a look conferred, in the most easy, the most graceful, the most modest way possible. By ancient custom she is not permitted to display her grace in the street. She must walk in a particular shrinking manner, turning her feet inward as she patters along upon her wooden sandals. But to watch her at home, where she is free to be comely, merely to see her performing any household duty, or waiting upon guests, or arranging flowers, or playing with her children, is an education in Far Eastern aesthetics for whoever has the head and the heart to learn. But is she not, then, one may ask, an artificial product, a forced growth of Oriental civilization? I would answer both yes and no. She is an artificial product in only the same evolutional sense that all character is an artificial product, and it required tens of centuries to mould her. She is not, on the other hand, an artificial type, because she has been particularly trained to be her true self at all times, when circumstances allow, or, in other words, to be delightfully natural. The old-fashioned education of her sex was directed to the development of every quality essentially feminine, and to the suppression of the opposite quality. Kindliness, docility, sympathy, tenderness, daintiness, these and other attributes were cultivated into incomparable blossoming. Be good, sweet maid, and let who will be clever. Do noble things, not dream them, all day long. Those words of Kingsley really embodied the central idea in her training. Of course, the being, formed by such training only, must be protected by society, and by the old Japanese society she was protected. Exceptions did not affect the rule. What I mean is that she was able to be purely herself, within certain limits of emotional etiquette, in all security. Her success in life was made to depend on her power to win affection by gentleness, obedience, kindliness, not the affection merely of her husband, but of the husband's parents and grandparents, and brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law, in short of all the members of a strange household. Thus to succeed required angelic goodness and patience, and the Japanese woman realized at least the ideal of Buddhist angel. A being working only for others, thinking only for others, happy only in making pleasure for others. A being incapable of unkindness, incapable of selfishness, incapable of acting contrary to her own inherited sense of right, and in spite of this softness and gentleness, ready, at any moment, to lay down her life, to sacrifice everything at the call of duty. Such was the character of the Japanese woman. Most strange may seem the combination in this child soul of gentleness and force, tenderness and courage, yet the explanation is not far to seek. Stronger within her than wifely affection or parental affection or even maternal affection, stronger than any womanly emotion, was the moral conviction born of a great faith. This religious quality of character can be found among ourselves only within the shadow of cloisters, where it is cultivated at the expense of all else. And the Japanese woman has been therefore compared to a sister of charity. But she had to be very much more than a sister of charity, daughter-in-law and wife and mother, and to fulfill without reproach the multiform duties of her triple part. Rather might she be compared to the Greek type of noblewoman, to Antigone, to Alcestis. With the Japanese woman, as formed by the ancient training, each act of life was an act of faith. Her existence was religion, her home a temple, her every word and thought ordered by the law of the cult of the dead. This wonderful type is not extinct, though surely doomed to disappear. A human creature so shaped for the service of gods and men that every beat of her heart is duty, that every drop of her blood is moral feeling, were not less out of place in the future world of competitive selfishness than an angel in hell. End of chapter 17. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 18 of Japan, an attempted interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Shinto revival. The slow weakening of the Tokugawa shogunate was due to causes not unlike those which had brought about the decline of previous regencies. The race degenerated during the long period of peace which its rule had inaugurated. The strong builders were succeeded by feebler and feebler men. Nevertheless, the machinery of administration, astutely devised by Ieyasu and further perfected by Iemitsu, worked so well that the enemies of the shogunate could find no opportunity for a successful attack until foreign aggression unexpectedly came to their aid. The most dangerous enemies of the government were the great clans of Satsuma and Choshu. Ieyasu had not ventured to weaken them beyond a certain point. The risks of the undertaking would have been great, and, on the other hand, the alliance of those clans was for the time being a matter of vast political importance. He only took measures to preserve a safe balance of power, placing between those formidable allies new lordships in whose rulers he could put trust, a trust based first upon interest, secondly upon kinship. But he always felt that danger to the shogunate might come from Satsuma and Choshu, and he left to his successors careful instructions about the policy to be followed in dealing with such possible enemies. He felt that his work was not perfect, that certain outlying blocks of the structure had not been properly clamped to the rest. He could not do more in the direction of consolidation, simply because the material of society had not yet sufficiently evolved, had not yet become plastic enough to permit of perfect and permanent cohesion. In order to effect that, it would have been necessary to dissolve the clans. But Ieyasu did all that human foresight could have safely attempted under the circumstances, and no one was more keenly conscious than himself of the weak points in his wonderful organization. For more than 200 years the Satsuma and Choshu clans, and several others ready to league with them, submitted to the discipline of Tokugawa rule, but they chafed under it, and watched for a chance to break the yoke. All the while this chance was being slowly created for them, not by any political changes, but by the patient toil of Japanese men of letters. Three among these, the greatest scholars that Japan ever produced, especially prepared the way, by their intellectual labors, for the abolition of the shogunate. They were Shinto scholars, and they represented the not unnatural reaction of native conservatism against the long tyranny of alien ideas and alien beliefs, against the literature and philosophy and bureaucracy of China, against the preponderant influence upon education of the foreign religion of Buddhism. To all this they opposed the old native literature of Japan, the ancient poetry, the ancient cult, the early traditions and rites of Shinto. The names of these three remarkable men were Mabuchi (1697 to 1769), Motowori (1730 to 1801), and Hirata (1776 to 1843). Their efforts actually resulted in the disestablishment of Buddhism and in the great Shinto revival of 1871. The intellectual revolution made by these scholars could have been prepared only during a long era of peace, and by men enjoying the protection and patronage of members of the ruling class. By a strange chance, it was the house of Tokugawa itself which first gave to literature such encouragement and aid as made possible the labors of the Shinto scholars. Ieyasu had been a lover of learning, and had devoted the later years of his life, passed in retirement at Shizuoka, to the collection of ancient books and manuscripts. He bequeathed his Japanese books to his eighth son, the Prince of Owari, and his Chinese books to another son, the Prince of Kishu. The Prince of Owari himself composed several works upon Japanese early literature. Other descendants of Ieyasu inherited the great shogun's love of letters. One of his grandsons, Mitsukuni, the second prince of Mito, 1622 to 1700, compiled, with the aid of various scholars, the first important history of Japan, the Dai Nihonji, in 240 books. Also he compiled a work of 500 volumes upon the ceremonies and etiquette of the imperial court, and set aside from his revenues a sum equal to about £30,000 per annum to cover the cost of publishing the splendid productions. Under the patronage of great lords like these, collectors of libraries, there gradually developed a new school of men of letters, men who turned away from Chinese literature to the study of the Japanese classics. They re-edited the ancient poetry and chronicles. They republished the sacred records, with ample commentaries. They produced whole libraries of works upon religious, historical, and philological subjects. They made grammars and dictionaries. They wrote treatises on the art of poetry, on popular errors, on the nature of the gods, on government, on the manners and customs of ancient days. The foundations of this new scholarship were laid by two Shinto priests, Kada and Mabuchi. The high patrons of learning never suspected the possible results of those researches which they had encouraged and aided. The study of the ancient records, the study of Japanese literature, the study of the early political and religious conditions, naturally led men to consider the history of those foreign literary influences which had well nigh stifled native learning, and to consider also the history of the foreign creed which had overwhelmed the religion of the ancestral gods. Chinese ethics, Chinese ceremonial, and Chinese Buddhism had reduced the ancient faith to the state of a minor belief, almost to the state of a superstition. "The Shinto gods," exclaimed one of the scholars of the new school, "have become the servants of the Buddhas." But those Shinto gods were the ancestors of the race, the fathers of its emperors and princes, and their degradation could not but involve the degradation of the imperial tradition. Already, indeed, the emperors had been deprived not only of their immemorial rights and privileges, but of their revenues. Many had been deposed and banished and insulted. Just as the gods had been admitted only as inferior personages to the Buddhist pantheon, so the living descendants were now permitted to reign only as the dependents of military usurpers. By sacred law, the whole soil of the empire belonged to the heavenly sovereign, yet there had been great poverty at times in the imperial palace, and the revenues allotted for the maintenance of the Mikado had often been insufficient to relieve his family from want. Assuredly, all this was wrong. The shogunate had indeed established peace and inaugurated prosperity, but who could forget that it had originated in a military usurpation of imperial rights? Only by the restoration of the Son of Heaven to his ancient position of power, and by the relegation of the military chiefs to their proper state of subordination, could the best interests of the nation be really served. All this was thought and felt and strongly suggested, but not all of it was openly proclaimed. To have publicly preached against the military government as a usurpation would have been to invite destruction. The Shinto scholars dared only so much as the politics and the temper of their time seemed to permit, though they closely approached the danger line. By the end of the 18th century, however, their teaching had created a strong party in favor of the official revival of the ancient religion, the restoration of the Mikado to supreme power, and the repression, if not suppression, of the military power. Yet it was not until the year 1841 that the shogunate took alarm, and proclaimed its disquiet by banishing from the capital the great scholar Hirata, and forbidding him to write anything more. Not long afterwards he died. But he had been able to teach for 40 years. He had written and published several hundred volumes, and the school of which he was the last and greatest theologian already exerted far-reaching influence. The restive lords of Choshu, Satsuma, Tosa, and Hizen were watching and waiting. They perceived the worth of the new ideas to their own policy. They encouraged the new Shintoism. They felt that the time was coming when they could hope to shake off the domination of the Tokugawa. And their opportunity came, at last, with the advent to Japan of Commodore Perry's fleet. The events of that time are well known, and need not here be dwelt upon at any length. Suffice to say that after the shogunate had been terrified into making commercial treaties with the United States and other powers, and practically compelled to open sundry ports to foreign trade, great discontent arose and was fomented as much as possible by the enemies of the military government. Meanwhile the shogunate had ascertained for itself the impossibility of resisting foreign aggression. It was fairly well informed as to the strength of Western countries. The imperial court was nowise informed, and the shogunate naturally dreaded to furnish the information. To acknowledge incapacity to resist Occidental aggression would be to invite the ruin of the Tokugawa house. To resist, on the other hand, would be to invite the destruction of the empire. The enemies of the shogunate then persuaded the imperial court to order the expulsion of the foreigners, and this order, which, it must be remembered, was essentially a religious order, emanating from the source of all acknowledged authority, placed the military government in a serious dilemma. It tried to effect by diplomacy what it could not accomplish by force, but while it was negotiating for the withdrawal of the foreign settlers, matters were suddenly forced to a crisis by the Prince of Choshu, who fired upon various ships belonging to the foreign powers. This action provoked the bombardment of Shimonoseki, and the demand of an indemnity of $3 million. The shogun Iemochi attempted to chastise the daimyo of Choshu for this act of hostility, but the attempt only proved the weakness of the military government. Iemochi died soon after this defeat, and his successor Hitotsubashi had no chance to do anything, for the now evident feebleness of the shogunate gave its enemies courage to strike a fatal blow. Pressure was brought upon the imperial court to proclaim the abolition of the shogunate, and the shogunate was abolished by decree. Hitotsubashi submitted, and the Tokugawa regime thus came to an end, although its more devoted followers warred for 2 years afterwards, against hopeless odds, to re-establish it. In 1867 the entire administration was reorganized, the supreme power, both military and civil, being restored to the Mikado. Soon afterward the Shinto cult, officially revived in its primal simplicity, was declared the religion of state, and Buddhism was disendowed. Thus the empire was re-established upon the ancient lines, and all that the literary party had hoped for seemed to be realized, except one thing. Be it here observed that the adherents of the literary party wanted to go much further than the great founders of the new Shintoism had dreamed of going. These later enthusiasts were not satisfied with the abolition of the shogunate, the restoration of imperial power, and the revival of the ancient cult. They wanted a return of all society to the simplicity of primitive times. They desired that all foreign influence should be got rid of, and that the official ceremonies, the future education, the future literature, the ethics, the laws, should be purely Japanese. They were not even satisfied with the disendowment of Buddhism. There was a vigorous proposal made for its total suppression. And all this would have signified, in more ways than one, a social retrogression towards barbarism. The great scholars had never proposed to cast away Buddhism and all Chinese learning. They had only insisted that the native religion and culture should have precedence. But the new literary party desired what would have been equivalent to the destruction of the 1,000 years' experience. Happily, the clansmen who had broken down the shogunate saw both past and future in another light. They understood that the national existence was in peril, and that resistance to foreign pressure would be hopeless. Satsuma had witnessed the bombardment of Kagoshima in 1863, Choshu the bombardment of Shimonoseki in 1864. Evidently, the only chance of being able to face Western power would be through the patient study of Western science, and the survival of the empire depended upon the Europeanization of society. By 1871 the daimyates were abolished. In 1873 the edicts against Christianity were withdrawn. In 1876 the wearing of swords was prohibited. The samurai, as a military body, were suppressed, and all classes were declared, thenceforward, equal before the law. New codes were compiled, a new army and navy organized, a new police system established, a new system of education introduced at government expense, and a new constitution promised. Finally, in 1891, the first Japanese parliament, strictly speaking, was convoked. By that time the entire framework of society had been remodeled, so far as laws could remodel it, upon a European pattern. The nation had fairly entered upon its third period of integration. The clan had been legally dissolved. The family was no longer the legal unit of society. By the new constitution, the individual had been recognized. When we consider the history of some vast and sudden political change in its details only, the factors of the movement, the combinations of immediate cause and effect, the influences of strong personality, the conditions impelling individual action, then the transformation is apt to appear to us the work and the triumph of a few superior minds. We forget, perhaps, that those minds themselves were the product of their epoch, and that every such rapid change must represent the working of a natural or race instinct quite as much as the operation of individual intelligence. The events of the Meiji Reconstruction strangely illustrate the action of such instinct in the face of peril, the readjustment of internal relations to sudden changes of environment. The nation had found its old political system powerless before the new conditions, and it transformed that system. It had found its military organization incapable of defending it, and it reconstructed that organization. It had found its educational system useless in the presence of unforeseen necessities, and it replaced that system, simultaneously crippling the power of Buddhism, which might otherwise have offered serious opposition to the new developments required. And in that hour of greatest danger, the national instinct turned back at once to the moral experience upon which it could best rely, the experience embodied in its ancient cult, the religion of unquestioning obedience. Relying upon Shinto tradition, the people rallied about the ruler, descendant of the ancient gods, and awaited his will with unconquerable zeal of faith. By strict obedience to his commands the peril might be averted, never otherwise. This was the national conviction. And the imperial order was simply that the nation should strive by study to make itself, as far as possible, the intellectual equal of its enemies. How faithfully the command was obeyed, how well the old moral discipline of the race served it in the period of that supreme emergency, I need scarcely say. Japan, by right of self-acquired strength, has entered into the circle of the modern civilized powers, formidable by her new military organization, respectable through her achievements in the domain of practical science. And the force to effect this astonishing self-improvement within the time of 30 years she owes assuredly to the moral habit derived from her ancient cult, the religion of the ancestors. To fairly measure the feat, we should remember that Japan was evolutionally younger than any modern European nation by at least 2700 years when she went to school. Herbert Spencer has shown that the great value to society of ecclesiastical institutions lies in their power to give cohesion to the mass, to strengthen rule by enforcing obedience to custom, and by opposing innovations likely to supply any element of disintegration. In other words, the value of a religion, from the sociological standpoint, lies in its conservatism. Various writers have alleged that the Japanese national religion proved itself weak by incapacity to resist the overwhelming influence of Buddhism. I cannot help thinking that the entire social history of Japan yields proof to the contrary. Though Buddhism did for a long period appear to have almost entirely absorbed Shinto, by the acknowledgment of the Shinto scholars themselves, though Buddhist imperials reigned who neglected or despised the cult of their ancestors, though Buddhism directed, during 10 centuries, the education of the nation, Shinto remained all the while so very much alive that it was able not only to dispossess its rival at last, but to save the country from foreign domination. To assert that the Shinto revival signified no more than a stroke of policy imagined by a group of statesmen is to ignore all the antecedents of the event. No such change could have been wrought by mere decree had not the national sentiment welcomed it. Moreover, there are 3 important facts to be remembered in regard to the former Buddhist predomination. First, Buddhism conserved the family cult, modifying the forms of the rite. Second, Buddhism never really supplanted the Ujigami cults, but maintained them. Third, Buddhism never interfered with the imperial cult. Now these 3 forms of ancestor worship, the domestic, the communal, and the national, constitute all that is vital in Shinto. No single essential of the ancient faith had ever been weakened, much less abolished, under the long pressure of Buddhism. The supreme cult is not now the state religion by request of the chiefs of Shinto. It is not even officially classed a religion. Obvious reasons of state policy decided this course. Having fulfilled its grand task, Shinto abdicated. But as representing all those traditions which appeal to race feeling, to the sentiment of duty, to the passion of loyalty, and the love of country, it yet remains an immense force, a power to which appeal will not be vainly made in another hour of national peril. End of chapter 18. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 19 of Japan, an attempted interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Survivals. In the gardens of certain Buddhist temples, There are trees which have been famous for centuries, trees trained and clipped into extraordinary shapes. Some have the form of dragons, others have the form of pagodas, ships, umbrellas. Supposing that one of these trees were abandoned to its own natural tendencies, it would eventually lose the queer shape so long imposed upon it. But the outline would not be altered for a considerable time, as the new leafage would at first unfold only in the direction of least resistance, that is to say, within limits originally established by the shears and the pruning knife. By sword and law the old Japanese society had been pruned and clipped, bent and bound, just like such a tree. And after the reconstruction of the Meiji period, after the abolition of the daimyots, and the suppression of the military class, it still maintained its former shape, just as the tree would continue to do when first abandoned by the gardener. Though delivered from the bounds of feudal law, released from the shears of military rule, the great bulk of the social structure preserved its ancient aspect, and the rare spectacle bewildered and delighted and deluded the Western observer. Here indeed was Elfland, the strange, the beautiful, the grotesque, the very mysterious, totally unlike aught of strange and attractive ever beheld elsewhere. It was not a world of the 19th century after Christ, but a world of many centuries before Christ. Yet this fact, the wonder of wonders, remained unrecognized, and it remains unrecognized by most people, even to this day. Fortunate indeed were those privileged to enter this astonishing fairyland 30-odd years ago, before the period of superficial change, and to observe the unfamiliar aspects of its life, the universal urbanity, the smiling silence of crowds, the patient deliberation of toil, the absence of misery and struggle. Even yet, in those remote districts where alien influence has wrought but little change, the charm of the old existence lingers and amazes, and the ordinary traveller can little understand what it means. That all are polite, that nobody quarrels, that everybody smiles, that pain and sorrow remain invisible, that the new police have nothing to do, would seem to prove a morally superior humanity. But for the trained sociologist it would prove something different, and suggest something very terrible. It would prove to him that this society had been moulded under immense coercion, and that the coercion must have been exerted uninterruptedly for thousands of years. He would immediately perceive that ethics and custom had not yet become dissociated, and that the conduct of each person was regulated by the will of the rest. He would know that personality could not develop in such a social medium, that no individual superiority dare assert itself, that no competition would be tolerated. He would understand that the outward charm of this life, its softness, its smiling silence as of dreams, signified the rule of the dead. He would recognize that between those minds and the minds of his own epoch no kinship of thought, no community of sentiment, no sympathy whatever could exist, that the separating gulf was not to be measured by thousands of leagues, but only by thousands of years, that the psychological interval was hopeless as the distance from planet to planet. Yet this knowledge probably would not, certainly should not, blind him to the intrinsic charm of things. Not to feel the beauty of this archaic life is to prove oneself insensible to all beauty. Even that Greek world, for which our scholars and poets profess such loving admiration, must have been in many ways a world of the same kind, whose daily mental existence no modern mind could share. Now that the great social tree, so wonderfully clipped and cared for during many centuries, is losing its fantastic shape, let us try to see how much of the original design can still be traced. Under all the outward aspects of individual activity that modern Japan presents to the visitor's gaze, the ancient conditions really persist to an extent that no observation could reveal. Still, the immemorial cult rules all the land. Still the family law, the communal law, and, though in a more irregular manner, the clan law, control every action of existence. I do not refer to any written law, but only to the old unwritten religious law, with its host of obligations deriving from ancestor worship. It is true that many changes, and, in the opinion of the wise, too many changes, have been made in civil legislation, but the ancient proverb, "Government laws are only 7-day laws," still represents popular sentiment in regard to hasty reforms. The old law, the law of the dead, is that by which the millions prefer to act and think. Though ancient social groupings have been officially abolished, regroupings of a corresponding sort have been formed, instinctively, throughout the country districts. In theory, the individual is free. In practice, he is scarcely more free than were his forefathers. Old penalties for breach of custom have been abrogated, yet communal opinion is able to compel the ancient obedience. Legal enactments can nowhere effect immediate change of sentiment and long-established usage, least of all among a people of such fixity of character as the Japanese. Young persons are no more at liberty now than were their fathers and mothers under the shogunate, to marry at will, to invest their means and efforts in undertakings not sanctioned by family approval, to consider themselves in any way enfranchised from family authority, and it is probably better for the present that they are not. No man is yet complete master of his activities, his time, or his means. Though the individual is now registered and made directly accountable to the law, while the household has been relieved from its ancient responsibility for the acts of its members, still the family practically remains the social unit, retaining its patriarchal organization and its particular cult. Not unwisely, the modern legislators have protected this domestic religion. To weaken its bond at this time were to weaken the foundations of the national moral life, to introduce integrations into the most deeply seated structures of the social organism. The new codes forbid the man who becomes by succession the head of a house to abolish that house. He is not permitted to suppress a cult. No legal presumptive heir to the headship of a family can enter into another family as adopted son or husband, nor can he abandon the paternal house to establish an independent family of his own. Note, that is to say, he cannot separate himself from the family in law, but he is free to live in a separate house. The tendency to further disintegration of the family is shown by a custom which has been growing of late years, especially in Tokyo. The custom of demanding, as a condition of marriage, that the bride shall not be obliged to live in the same house with the parents of the bridegroom. This custom is yet confined to certain classes, and has been adversely criticized. Many young men, on marrying, leave the parental home to begin independent housekeeping, though remaining legally attached to their parents' families, of course. It will perhaps be asked, what becomes of the cult in such cases? The cult remains in the parental home. When the parents die, then the ancestral tablets are transferred to the home of the married son. End of note. Provision has been made to meet extraordinary cases, but no individual is allowed, without good and sufficient reason, to free himself from those traditional obligations which the family cult imposes. As regards adoption, the new law maintains the spirit of the old, with fresh provision for the conservation of the family religion, permitting any person of legal age to adopt a son, on the simple condition that the person adopted shall be younger than the adopter. The new divorce laws do not permit the dismissal of a wife for sterility alone, and divorce for such cause had long been condemned by Japanese sentiment. But, in view of the facilities given for adoption, this reform does not endanger the continuance of the cult. An interesting example of the manner in which the law still protects ancestor worship is furnished by the fact that an aged and childless widow, last representative of her family, is not permitted to remain without an heir. She must adopt a son if she can. If she cannot, because of poverty, or for other reasons, the local authorities will provide a son for her. That is to say, a male heir to maintain the family worship. Such official interference would seem to us tyrannical. It is simply paternal, and represents the continuance of an ancient regulation intended to protect the bereaved against what Eastern faith still deems the supreme misfortune, the extinction of the home cult. In other respects, the later codes allow of individual liberty unknown in previous generations, but the ordinary person would not dream of attempting to claim a legal right opposed to common opinion. Family and public sentiment are still more potent than law. The Japanese newspapers frequently record tragedies resulting from the prevention or dissolution of unions, and these tragedies afford strong proof that most young people would prefer even suicide to the probable consequence of a successful appeal to law against family decision. The communal form of coercion is less apparent in the large cities, but everywhere it endures to some extent, and in the agricultural districts it remains supreme. Between the new conditions and the old, there is this difference, that the man who finds the yoke of his district hard to bear can flee from it. He could not do so 50 years ago, but he can flee from it only to enter into another state of subordination of nearly the same kind. Full advantage, nevertheless, has been taken of this modern liberty of movement. Thousands yearly throng to the cities. Other thousands travel over the country, from province to province, working for a year or a season in one place, then going to another, with little more to hope for than experience of change. Emigration has also been taking place upon an extensive scale, but for the common class of emigrants, at least, the advantage of emigration is chiefly represented by the chance of earning larger wages. A Japanese emigrant community abroad organizes itself upon the home plan. Note, except as regards the communal cult, perhaps. The domestic cult is transplanted. Emigrants who go abroad, accompanied by their families, take the ancestral tablets with them. To what extent the communal cult may have been established in emigrant communities, I have not yet been able to learn. It would appear, however, that the absence of Ujigami in certain emigrant settlements is to be accounted for solely by the pecuniary difficulty of constructing such temples and maintaining competent officials. In Formosa, for example, though the domestic ancestor cult is maintained in the homes of the Japanese settlers, Ujigami have not yet been established. The government, however, has erected several important Shinto temples, and I am told that some of these will probably be converted into Ujigami when the Japanese population has increased enough to justify the measure. End of note. And the individual emigrant probably finds himself as much under communal coercion in Canada, Hawaii, or the Philippine Islands as he could ever have been in his native province. Needless to say that in foreign countries such coercion is more than compensated by the aid and protection which the communal organization ensures. But with the constantly increasing number of restless spirits at home and the ever-widening experience of Japanese emigrants abroad, it would seem likely that the power of the commune for compulsory cooperation must become considerably weakened in the near future. As for the tribal or clan law, it survives to the degree of remaining almost omnipotent in administrative circles, and in all politics. Voters, officials, legislators do not follow principles in our sense of the word. They follow men, and obey commands. In these spheres of action, the penalties of disobedience to orders are endless as well as serious. By a single such offense one may array against oneself powers that will continue their hostile operation for years and years, unreasoningly, implacably, blindly, with the weight and persistence of natural forces, of winds or tides. Any comprehension of the history of Japanese politics during the last 15 years is not possible without some knowledge of clan history. A political leader, fully acquainted with the history of clan parties and their offshoots, can accomplish marvelous things, and even foreign residents with long experience of Japanese life have been able, by pressing upon clan interests, to exercise a very real power in government circles. But to the ordinary foreigner, Japanese contemporary politics must appear a chaos, a disintegration, a hopeless flux. The truth is that most things remain, under varying outward forms, as all were ordered ages since, though the shiftings have become more rapid, and the results less obvious, in the haste of an era of steam and electricity. The greatest of living Japanese statesmen, the Marquis Ito, long ago perceived that the tendency of political life to agglomerations, to clan groupings, presented the most serious obstacle to the successful working of constitutional government. He understood that this tendency could be opposed only by considerations weightier than clan interests, considerations worthy of supreme sacrifice. He therefore formed a party of which every member was pledged to pass over clan interests, clique interests, personal and every other kind of interests, for the sake of national interests. Brought into collision with a hostile cabinet in 1903, this party achieved the feat of controlling its animosities, even to the extent of maintaining its foes in power. But large fragments broke off in the process. So profoundly is the grouping tendency, the clan sentiment, identified with national character, that the ultimate success of Marquis Ito's policy must still be considered doubtful. Only a national danger, the danger of war, has yet been able to weld all parties together, to make all wills work as one. Not only politics, but nearly all phases of modern life, yield evidence that the disintegration of the old society has been superficial rather than fundamental. Structures dissolved have recrystallized, taking forms dissimilar in aspect to the original forms, but inwardly built upon the same plan. For the dissolutions really effected represented only a separation of masses, not a breaking up of substance into independent units. And these masses, again cohering, continue to act only as masses. Independence of personal action, in the Western sense, is still almost inconceivable. The individual of every class above the lowest must continue to be at once coercer and coerced. Like an atom within a solid body, he can vibrate, but the orbit of his vibration is fixed. He must act and be acted upon in ways differing little from those of ancient time. As for being acted upon, the average man is under three kinds of pressure: pressure from above, exemplified in the will of his superiors; pressure about him, represented by the common will of his fellows and equals; pressure from below, represented by the general sentiment of his inferiors. And this last sort of coercion is not the least formidable. Individual resistance to the first kind of pressure, that represented by authority, is not even to be thought of, because the superior represents a clan, a class, an exceedingly multiple power of some description, and no solitary individual, in the present order of things, can strive against the combination. To resist injustice he must find ample support, in which case his resistance does not represent individual action. Resistance to the second kind of pressure, communal coercion, signifies ruin, loss of the right to form a part of a social body. Resistance to the third sort of pressure, embodied in the common sentiment of inferiors, may result in almost anything, from momentary annoyance to sudden death, according to circumstances. In all forms of society, these three kinds of pressure are exerted to some degree, but in Japanese society, owing to inherited tendency and traditional sentiment, their power is tremendous. Thus, in every direction, the individual finds himself confronted by the despotism of collective opinion. It is impossible for him to act with safety except as one unit of a combination. The first kind of pressure deprives him of moral freedom, exacting unlimited obedience to orders. The second kind of pressure denies him the right to use his best faculties in the best way for his own advantage, that is to say, denies him the right of free competition. The third kind of pressure compels him, in directing the actions of others, to follow tradition, to forbear innovations, to avoid making any changes, however beneficial, which do not find willing acceptance on the part of his inferiors. These are the social conditions which, under normal circumstances, make for stability, for conservation, and they represent the will of the dead. They are inevitable to a militant state, they make the strength of that state. They render facile the creation and maintenance of formidable armies, but they are not conditions favourable to success in the future international competition, in the industrial struggle for existence against societies incomparably more plastic and of higher mental energy. End of chapter 19. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 20 of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Modern restraints. For even a vague understanding of modern Japan, it will be necessary to consider the effect of the three forms of social creation mentioned in the preceding chapter as restraints upon individual energy and capacity. All three represent survivals of the ancient religious responsibility. I shall treat of them in order inverse, beginning with the under pressure. It has often been asserted by foreign observers that the real power in Japan is exercised not from above, but from below. There is some truth in this assertion, but not all the truth. The conditions are much too complex to be covered by any general statement. What cannot be gainsaid is that superior authority has always been more or less restrained by tendencies to resistance from below. At no time in Japanese history, for example, do the peasants appear to have been left without recourse against excessive oppression, notwithstanding all the humiliating regulations imposed on their existence. They were suffered to frame their own village laws, to estimate the possible amount of the tax payments, and to make protest, through official channels, against unmerciful exaction. They were made to pay as much as they could, but they were not reduced to bankruptcy or starvation, and their holdings were mostly secured to them by laws forbidding the sale or alienation of family property. Such was at least the general rule. There were, however, wicked daimyo, who treated their farmers with extreme cruelty, and found ways to prevent complaints or protests from reaching the higher authorities. The almost invariable result of such tyranny was revolt, and the tyrant was then made responsible for the disorder, and punished. Though denied in theory, the right of the peasant to rebel against oppression was respected in practice. The revolt was punished, but the oppressor was likewise punished. Daimyo were obliged to reckon with their farmers in regard to any fresh imposition of taxes or forced labor. We also find that although heimin were made subject to the military class, it was possible for artisans and commercial folk to form, in the great cities, strong associations by which military tyranny was kept in check. Everywhere, the reverential deference of the common people to authority, as exercised in usual directions, seems to have been accompanied by an extraordinary readiness to defy authority exercised in other directions. It may seem strange that a society in which religion and government, ethics and custom were practically identical, should furnish striking examples of resistance to authority. But the religious fact itself supplies the explanation. From the earliest period there was firmly established in the popular mind the conviction that implicit obedience to authority was the universal duty under all ordinary circumstances. But with this conviction there was united another, that resistance to authority, accepting that sacred authority of the supreme ruler, was equally a duty under extraordinary circumstances. And these seemingly opposed convictions were not really inconsistent. So long as rule followed precedent, so long as its commands, however harsh, did not conflict with sentiment and tradition, that rule was regarded as religious, and there was absolute submission. But when rulers presumed to break with ethical usage, in a spirit of reckless cruelty or greed, then the people might feel it a religious obligation to resist with all the zeal of voluntary martyrdom. The danger line for every form of local tyranny was departure from precedent. Even the conduct of regents and princes was much restrained by the common opinion of their retainers, and by the knowledge that certain kinds of arbitrary conduct were likely to provoke assassination. Deference to the sentiment of vassals and retainers was from ancient time a necessary policy with Japanese rulers, not merely because of the peril involved by needless oppression, but much more because of the recognition that duties are well performed only when subordinates feel assured that their efforts will be fairly considered, and that sudden needless changes will not be made to their disadvantage. This old policy still characterizes Japanese administration, and the deference of high authority to collective opinion astonishes and puzzles the foreign observer. He perceives only that the conservative power of sentiment, as exercised by groups of subordinates, remains successfully opposed to those conditions of discipline which we think indispensable to social progress, just as in old Japan the ruler of a district was held responsible for the behavior of his subjects, so today in New Japan every official in charge of a department is held responsible for the smooth working of its routine. But this does not mean that he is responsible only for the efficiency of a service. It means that he is held responsible likewise for failure to satisfy the wishes of his subordinates, or at least the majority of his subordinates. If this majority be displeased with their minister, governor, president, manager, chief, or director, the fact is considered proof of administrative incompetency. Perhaps educational circles afford the most curious examples of this old idea of responsibility. A student revolt is commonly supposed to mean not that the students are intractable, but that the superintendent or teacher does not know his business. Thus the principal of a college, the director of a school, holds his office only on the condition that his rule gives satisfaction to a majority of the students. In the higher government institutions, each professor or lecturer is made responsible for the success of his lectures. No matter how great may be his ability in other directions, the official instructor, unable to make himself liked by his pupils, will be got rid of in short order, unless some powerful protectors interfere on his behalf. The efforts of the man will never be judged, officially, by any accepted standard of excellence, never estimated by their intrinsic worth. They will be considered only according to the direct effect upon the average of minds. Note, unjust as this policy must appear to the Western reader, a policy which certainly presupposes ethical conditions very different from our own, it was probably at one time the best possible under the new order. Considering the extraordinary changes suddenly made in the educational system, it will be obvious that a teacher's immediate value was likely, 20 years ago, to depend on his ability to make his teaching attractive. If he attempted to teach either above or below the average capacity of his pupils, or if he made his instruction unpalatable to minds greedy for new knowledge, but innocent as to method, his inexperience could be corrected by the will of his class. End of note. Almost everywhere this antique system of responsibility is maintained. A minister of state is by public sentiment made responsible not only for the results of his administration, but likewise for any scandals or troubles that may occur in his department, independently of the question whether he could or could not have prevented them. To a considerable degree, therefore, it is true that the ultimate power is below. The highest official is not able with impunity to impose his personal will in certain directions, and, for the time being, it is probably better that his power are thus restrained. From above downwards, Through all the grades of society, the same system of responsibility and the same restraints upon individual exercise of will persist under varying forms. The conditions within the household differ but little in this regard from the conditions in a government department. No householder, for example, can impose his will beyond certain fixed limits, even upon his own servants or dependents. Neither for love nor money can a good servant be induced to break with traditional custom, and the old opinion that the value of a servant is proved by such inflexibility has been justified by the experience of centuries. Popular sentiment remains conservative, and the apparent zeal for superficial innovation affords no indication of the real order of existence. Fashions and formalities, house interiors and street vistas, habits and methods, and all the outer aspects of life are changed. But the old regimentation of society persists under all these surface shiftings, and the national character remains little affected by all the transformations of Meiji. The second kind of creation to which the individual is subjected, the communal or communistic, seems likely to prove mischievous in the near future, as it signifies practical suppression of the right to compete. The everyday life of any Japanese city offers numberless suggestions of the manner in which the masses continue to think and to act by groups. But no more familiar and forcible illustration of the fact can be cited than that which is furnished by the code of the Kurumaya or Jinrikisha men. According to its terms, one runner must not attempt to pass by another going in the same direction. Exceptions have been made grudgingly in favor of runners in private employ, men selected for strength and speed, who are expected to use their physical powers to the utmost. But among the tens of thousands of public kurumaya, it is the rule that a young and active man must not pass by an old and feeble man, nor even by a needlessly slow and lazy man. To take advantage of one's own superior energy, so as to force competition, is an offence against the calling, and certain to be resented. You engage a good runner, whom you order to make all speed. He springs away splendidly, and keeps up the pace, until he happens to overtake some weak or lazy puller, who seems to be moving as slowly as the gait permits. Therewith, instead of bounding by, your man drops immediately behind the slow-going vehicle, and slackens his pace almost to a walk. For half an hour, or more, you may be thus delayed by the regulation which obliges the strong and swift to wait for the weak and slow. An angry appeal is made to the runner who dares to pass another, and the idea behind the words might be thus expressed: "You know that you are breaking the rule, that you are acting to the disadvantage of your comrades. This is a hard calling, and our lives would be made harder than they are if there were no rules to prevent selfish competition." Of course, there is no thought of the consequences of such rules to business interests at large. Now it is not unjust to say that this moral code of the kurumaya exemplifies an unwritten law which has been always imposed, in varying forms, upon every class of workers in Japan. You must not try, without special authorization, to pass your fellows. La carrière est ouverte aux talents, mais la concurrence est défendue. Of course, the modern communal restraint upon free competition represents the survival and extension of that altruistic spirit which ruled the ancient society, not the mere continuance of any fixed custom. In feudal times there were no kurumaya, but all craftsmen and all labourers formed guilds or companies, and the discipline maintained by those guilds or companies prohibited competition as undertaken for merely personal advantage. Similar or nearly similar forms of organization are maintained by artisans and laborers today, and the relation of any outside employer to skilled labor is regulated by the guild or company in the old communistic manner. Let us suppose, for instance, that you wish to have a good house built. For that undertaking you will have to deal with a very intelligent class of skilled labor. For the Japanese house carpenter may be ranked with the artist almost as much as with the artisan. You may apply to a building company, but, as a general rule, you will do better by applying to a master carpenter, who combines in himself the functions of architect, contractor, and builder. In any event, you cannot select and hire workmen. Guild regulations forbid. You can only make your contract, and the master carpenter, when his plans have been approved, will undertake all the rest: purchase and transport of material, hire of carpenters, plasterers, tilers, mat makers, screen fitters, brass workers, stone cutters, locksmiths, and glaziers. For each master carpenter represents much more than his own craft guild. He has his clients in every trade related to house building and house furnishing, and you must not dream of trying to interfere with his claims and privileges. He builds your house according to contract, but that is only the beginning of the relation. You have really made with him an agreement which you must not break, without good and sufficient reason, for the rest of your life. Whatever afterwards may happen to any part of your house, walls, floor, ceiling, roof, foundation, you must arrange for repairs with him, never with anybody else. Should the roof leak, for instance, you must not send for the nearest tiler or tinsmith. If the plaster cracks, you must not send for a plasterer. The man who built your house holds himself responsible for its condition, and he is jealous of that responsibility. None but he has the right to send for the plasterer, the roofer, the tinsmith. If you interfere with that right, you may have some unpleasant surprises. If you make appeal to the law against that right, you will find that you can get no carpenter, tiler, or plasterer to work for you at any terms. Compromise is always possible, but the guilds will resent a needless appeal to the law, and after all, these craft guilds are usually faithful performers, and well worth conciliating. Or take the occupation of landscape gardening. You want a pretty garden, and you hire a professional gardener who comes to you well recommended. He makes the garden, and you pay his price. But your gardener really represents a company, and by engaging him it is understood that either he or some other member of the gardeners' corporation to which he belongs will continue to take care of your garden as long as you own it. At each season he will pay your garden a visit and put everything to rights. He will clip the hedges, prune the fruit trees, repair the fences, drain the climbing plants, look after the flowers, putting up paper awnings to protect delicate shrubs from the sun during the hot season, or making little tents of straw to shelter them in time of frost. He will do 100 useful and ingenious things for a very small remuneration. You cannot dismiss him, however, without good reason, and hire another gardener to take his place. No other gardener would serve you at any price, unless assured that the original relation had been dissolved by mutual consent. If you have just cause for complaint, the matter can be settled through arbitration, and the guild will see that you have no further trouble. But you cannot dismiss your gardener without cause, merely to engage another. The above examples will suffice to show the character of the old communistic organization, which is yet maintained in 100 forms. This communism suppressed competition, except as between groups, but it ensured good work, and secured easy conditions for the workmen. It was the best system possible in those ages of isolation, when there was no such thing as want, and when the population, for yet undetermined causes, appears to have remained always below the numerical level at which serious pressure begins. Another interesting survival is represented by existing conditions of apprenticeship and service, conditions which also originated in the patriarchal organization, and imposed other kinds of restraint upon competition. Under the old regime, Service was, for the most part, unsalaried. Boys taken into a commercial house to learn the business, or apprentices bound to a master workman, were boarded, lodged, clothed, and even educated by the patron, with whom they might hope to pass the rest of their lives. But they were not paid wages until they had learned the business or the trade of their employer, and were fully capable of managing a business or a workshop of their own. To a considerable degree these conditions still prevail in commercial centres, though the merchant or patron seldom now finds it necessary to send his clerk or apprentice to school. Many of the great commercial houses pay salaries only to men of great experience. Other employees are only trained and cared for until their term of service ends, when the most clever among them will be re-engaged as experts, and the others helped to start in business for themselves. In like manner, the apprentice to a trade, when his term expires, may be re-engaged by his master as a hired journeyman, or helped to find permanent employ elsewhere. These paternal and filial relations between employer and employed have helped to make life pleasant and labour cheerful, and the quality of all industrial production must suffer much when they disappear. Even in private domestic service the patriarchal system still prevails to a degree that is little imagined, and this subject deserves more than a passing mention. I refer especially to female service. The maidservant, according to the old custom, is not primarily responsible to her employers, but to her own family, and the terms of her service must be arranged with her family, who pledge themselves for their daughter's good behaviour. As a general rule, a nice girl does not seek domestic service for the sake of the wages, which it is now the custom to pay, nor for the sake of a living, but chiefly to prepare herself for marriage. And this preparation is desired as much in the hope of doing credit to her own family, as in the hope of better fitting herself for membership in the family of a future husband. The best servants are country girls, and they are sometimes put out to service very young. Parents are careful about choosing the family into which their daughter thus enters. They particularly desire that the house be one in which a girl can learn nice ways, therefore a house in which things are ordered according to the old etiquette. A good girl expects to be treated rather as a helper than as a hireling, to be kindly considered and trusted and liked. In an old-fashioned household the maid is indeed so treated, and the relation is not a brief one, from 3 to 5 years being the term of service usually agreed upon. But when a girl is taken into service at the age of 11 or 12, she will probably remain for 8 or 10 years. Besides wages, she is entitled to receive from her employers the gift of a dress, twice every year, besides other necessary articles of clothing, and she is entitled also to a certain number of holidays. Such wages or presents in money as she receives should enable her to provide herself by degrees with a good wardrobe. Except in the event of some extraordinary misfortune, her parents will make no claim upon her wages, but she remains subject to them, and when she is called home to be married, she must go. During the period of her service, the services of her family are also at the disposal of her employers. Even if the mistress or master desire no recognition of the interest taken in the girl, some recognition will certainly be made. If the servant be a farmer's daughter, it is probable that gifts of vegetables, fruits, or fruit trees, garden plants, or other country products, will be sent to the house at intervals fixed by custom. If the parents belong to the artisan class, it is likely that some creditable example of handicraft will be presented as a token of gratitude. The gratitude of the parents is not for the wages or the dresses given to their daughter, but for the practical education she receives, and for the moral and material care taken of her as a temporarily adopted child of the house. The employers may reciprocate such attentions on the part of the parents by contributing to the girl's wedding outfit. The relation, it will be observed, is entirely between families, not between individuals, and it is a permanent relation. Such a relation in feudal ages might continue through many generations. The patriarchal conditions which these survivals exemplify helped to make existence easy and happy. Only from a modern point of view is it possible to criticize them. The words that can be said about them is that their moral value was chiefly conservative, and that they tended to repress effort in new directions. But where they still endure, Japanese life keeps something of its ancient charm, and where they have disappeared, the charm has vanished forever. There remains to be considered a third form of restraint, that exercised upon the individual by official authority. This also presents us with various survivals, which have their bright as well as their dark aspects. We have seen that the individual has been legally freed from most of the obligations imposed by the ancient law. He is no longer obliged to follow a particular occupation. He is able to travel. He is at liberty to marry into a higher or a lower class than his own. He is not even forbidden to change his religion. He can do a great many things, at his own risk. But where the law leaves him free, the family and the community do not. And the persistence of old sentiment and custom nullifies many of the rights legally conferred. Precisely in the same way, his relations to higher authority are still controlled by traditions which maintain, in despite of constitutional law, many of the ancient restraints, and not a little of the ancient coercion. In theory, any man of great talent and energy may rise, from rank to rank, up to the highest positions. But as private life is still controlled to no small degree by the old communism, so public life is yet controlled by survivals of class or clan despotism. The chances for ability to rise without assistance to win its way to rank and power are extraordinarily small, since to contend alone against an opposition that thinks by groups and acts by masses must be almost hopeless. Only commercial or industrial life now offers really fair opportunities to capable men. The few talented persons of humble origin who do succeed in official directions owe their success chiefly to party help or clan patronage. In order to force any recognition of personal ability, group must be opposed to group. Alone, no man is likely to accomplish anything by mere force of competition, outside of trade or commerce. It is true, of course, that individual talent must in every country encounter many forms of opposition. It is likewise true that the malevolence of envy and the brutalities of class prejudice have their sociological worth. They help to make it impossible for any but the most gifted to win and to keep success. But, in Japan, the peculiar constitution of society lends excessive power to social intrigues directed against obscure ability, and makes them highly injurious to the interests of the nation. For, at no previous time in her history has Japan needed, so much as now, the best capacities of her best men, irrespective of class or condition. But all this was inevitable in the period of reconstruction. More significant is the fact that in no single department of its multitudinous service does the government yet offer substantial reward to rising merit. No matter how well a man may strive to win government approbation, he must strive for little more than honor and the bare means of existence. The costliest efforts are no more highly paid in proportion to their worth than the cheapest. The most invaluable services are scarcely better recognized than those most easily dispensed with or replaced. There have been some remarkable exceptions. I am stating only the general rule. By extraordinary energy, patience, and cleverness, one may reach with class help some position which in Europe would assure comfort as well as honor. But the emoluments of such a position in Japan will scarcely cover the actual cost of living. whether in the army or in the navy, in the departments of justice, of education, of communications, or of home affairs, the differences in remuneration nowhere represent the differences in capacity and responsibility. The rise from grade to grade signifies pecuniarily almost nothing, for the expenses of each higher position augment out of all proportion to the salaries fixed by law. The general rule has been to exact everywhere the greatest possible amount of service for the least possible amount of pay. Note: salaries of judges range from £70 to £500 per annum, the latter figure representing the highest possible emolument. The highest salary allowed to a Japanese professor in the imperial universities has been fixed at £120. The wages of employees in the postal departments is barely sufficient to meet the cost of living. The police are paid from £1 to £1 10s. per month, according to locality; and the average pay of school teachers is yet lower, being 9 yen (50 sen), or about 19 shillings per month, many receiving less than 7 shillings a month. When these rates of pay were fixed, about 20 years ago, house rent was cheap. A good house could be rented anywhere at 3 yen or 4 yen per month. Today in Tokyo an officer can scarcely rent even a very small house at less than 19 yen or 20 yen. And prices of foodstuffs have tripled. Yet there have been very few complaints. Officers whose pay will not allow them to rent houses hire rooms wherever they can. Many suffer hardship, but all are proud of the privilege of serving, and no one dreams of resigning. End of note. Anyone unacquainted with the social history of the country might suppose that the policy of the government toward its employees consisted in substituting empty honours for material advantages, but the truth is that the government has simply maintained, under modern forms, the ancient feudal condition of service in exchange for the means of simple but honourable living. In feudal times the farmer was expected to pay all that he could pay for the right to exist. The artist or artisan was expected to content himself with the good fortune of having a distinguished patron. Even the ordinary samurai were supplied with barely more than the necessary by their liege lords. To receive considerably more than the necessary signified extraordinary favour, and the gift was usually accompanied by promotion. But although the same policy is yet successfully maintained by government, under the modern system of money payments, the conditions everywhere, outside of commercial life, are incomparably harder than in feudal times. Then the poorest samurai was secured against want, and not liable to be dismissed from his post without fault. Then the teacher received no salary, but the respect of the community and the gratitude of his pupils assured him of the means to live respectably. Then the artisans were patronized by great lords who vied with each other in the encouragement of humble genius. They might expect the genius to be satisfied with merely nominal payment, so far as money was concerned, but they secured him against want or discomfort, allowed him ample leisure to perfect his work, made him happy in the certainty that his best would be prized and praised. But now that the cost of living has tripled or quadrupled, even the artist and the artisan have small encouragement to do their best. Cheap, rapid work is replacing the beautiful leisurely work of the old days, and the best traditions of the crafts are doomed to perish. It cannot even be said that the state of the agricultural classes today is happier or better than in the time when a farmer's land could not legally be taken from him. And as the cost of life continues always to increase, it is evident that at no distant time the present patient order of things will become impossible. To many it would seem that a wise government must recognize the impracticability of indefinitely maintaining its present demand for self-sacrifice, must perceive the necessity of encouraging talent inviting fair competition, and making the prizes of life large enough to stimulate healthy egoism. But it is possible that the government has been acting more wisely than outward appearances would indicate. Several years ago a Japanese official made in my presence this curious observation: "Our government does not wish to encourage competition beyond the necessary. The people are not prepared for it, and, if it were strongly encouraged, the worst side of character would come to the surface." How far this statement really expressed any policy I do not know, but every one is aware that free competition can be made as cruel and as pitiless as war, though we are apt to forget what experience must have been undergone before Occidental free competition could become as comparatively merciful as it is. Among a people trained for centuries to regard all selfish competition as criminal, and all profit-seeking despicable, any sudden stimulation of effort for purely personal advantage might well be impolitic. Evidence as to how little the nation was prepared 12 or 13 years ago for Western forms of free government has been furnished by the history of the earlier district elections and of the first parliamentary sessions. There was really no personal enmity in those furious election contests which cost so many lives. There was scarcely any personal antagonism in those parliamentary debates of which the violence astonished strangers. The political struggles were not really between individuals but between clan interests or party interests, and the devoted followers of each clan or party understood the new politics only as a new kind of war, a war of loyalty to be fought for the leader's sake, a war not to be interfered with by any abstract notions of right or justice. Suppose that the people have been always accustomed to think of loyalty in relation to persons rather than to principles, loyalty as involving the duty of self-sacrifice regardless of consequence, it is obvious that the first experiments of such a people with parliamentary government will not reveal any comprehension of fair play in the Western sense. Eventually that comprehension may come, but it will not come quickly. And if you can persuade such a people that in other matters every man has a right to act according to his own convictions and for his own advantage, independently of any group to which he may belong, the immediate result will not be fortunate, because the sense of individual moral responsibility has not yet been sufficiently cultivated outside of the group relation. The probable truth is that the strength of the government up to the present time has been chiefly due to the conservation of ancient methods and to the survival of the ancient spirit of reverential submission. Later on, no doubt, great changes will have to be made. Meanwhile, much must be bravely endured. Perhaps the future history of modern civilization will hold record of nothing more touching than the patient heroism of those myriads of Japanese patriots, content to accept, under legal conditions of freedom, the official servitude of feudal days, satisfied to give their talent, their strength, their utmost effort, their lives, for the simple privilege of obeying a government that still accepts all sacrifices in the feudal spirit, as a matter of course, as a national duty. And, as a national duty indeed, the sacrifices are made. All know that Japan is in danger, between the terrible friendship of England and the terrible enmity of Russia, that she is poor, that the cost of maintaining her armaments is straining her resources, that it is everybody's duty to be content with as little as possible. So the complaints are not many, nor has the simple obedience of the nation at large been less touching, especially, perhaps, as regards the imperial order to acquire Western knowledge, to learn Western languages, to imitate Western ways. Only those who have lived in Japan during or before the early 90s are qualified to speak of the loyal eagerness that made self-destruction by overstudy a common form of death. The passionate obedience that impelled even children to ruin their health in the effort to master tasks too difficult for their little minds, tasks devised by well-meaning advisers with no knowledge of Far Eastern psychology, and a strange courage of persistence in periods of earthquake and conflagration, when boys and girls used the tiles of their ruined homes for school slates and bits of fallen plaster for pencils. What tragedies I might relate even of the higher educational life of universities, of fine brains giving way under pressure of work beyond the capacity of the average European student, of triumphs won in the teeth of death, of strange farewells from pupils in the time of the dreaded examinations, as when one said to me, "Sir, I am very much afraid that my paper is bad, because I came out of the hospital to make it. There is something the matter with my heart." His diploma was placed in his hands scarcely an hour before he died. And all this striving not only against difficulties of study, but in most cases against difficulties of poverty, and underfeeding, and discomfort, has been only for duty and the means to live. To estimate the Japanese student by his errors, his failures, his incapacity to comprehend sentiments and ideas alien to the experience of his race, is the mistake of the shallow. To judge him rightly, one must have learned to know the silent moral heroism of which he is capable. End of chapter 20. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 21 of Japan, an attempted interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Official education. The extent to which national character has been fixed by the discipline of centuries, and the extent, or its extraordinary capacity to resist change, is perhaps most strikingly indicated by certain results of state education. The whole nation is being educated, with government help, upon a European plan, and the full program includes the chief subjects of Western study, excepting Greek and Latin classics. From kindergarten to university, the entire system is modern in outward seeming. Yet the effect of the new education is much less marked in thought and sentiment than might be supposed. This fact is not to be explained merely by the large place which old Chinese study still occupies in the obligatory program, nor by differences of belief. It is much more due to the fundamental difference in the Japanese and the European conceptions of education as means to an end. In spite of new system and program, the whole of Japanese education is still conducted upon a traditional plan, almost the exact opposite of the Western plan. With us, the repressive part of moral training begins in early childhood. The European or American teacher is strict with the little ones. We think that it is important to inculcate the duties of behavior, the must and the must not of individual obligation, as soon as possible. Later on, more liberty is allowed. The well-grown boy is made to understand that his future will depend upon his personal effort and capacity, and he is thereafter left, in a great measure, to take care of himself, being occasionally admonished or warned, as seems needful. Finally, the adult student of promise and character may become the intimate or, under happy circumstances, even the friend of his tutor, to whom he can look for counsel in all difficult situations. And throughout the whole course of mental and moral training, competition is not only expected, but required. But it is more and more required as discipline is more and more relaxed, with the passing of boyhood into manhood. The aim of Western education is the cultivation of individual ability and personal character, the creation of an independent and forceful being. Now, Japanese education has always been conducted, and, in spite of superficial appearances, is still being conducted, mostly upon the reverse plan. Its object never has been to train the individual for independent action, but to train him for cooperative action, to fit him to occupy an exact place in the mechanism of a rigid society. Constraint among ourselves begins with childhood and gradually relaxes. Constraint in Far Eastern training begins later, and thereafter gradually tightens. And it is not a constraint imposed directly by parents or teachers, which fact, as we shall presently see, makes an enormous difference in results. Not merely up to the age of school life, supposed to begin at 6 years, but considerably beyond it, a Japanese child enjoys a degree of liberty far greater than is allowed to Occidental children. Exceptional cases are common, of course, but the general rule is that the child be permitted to do as he pleases, providing that his conduct can cause no injury to himself or to others. He is guarded, but not constrained, admonished, but rarely compelled. In short, he is allowed to be so mischievous that, as a Japanese proverb says, even the holes by the roadside hate a boy of 7 or 8 years old. Note: by former custom a newly born child was said to be 1 year old, and in this case the words 7 or 8 years old mean 6 or 7 years old. End of note. Nanatsu, Yatsu. Michibata no ana de Saimon Nikomo. Punishment is administered only when absolutely necessary, and on such occasions, by ancient custom, the entire household, servants and all, intercede for the offender. The little brothers and sisters, if any there be, begging in turn to bear the penalty instead. Whipping is not a common punishment, except among the roughest classes. The moxa is preferred as a deterrent, and it is a severe one. To frighten a child by loud, harsh words or angry looks is condemned by general opinion. All punishment ought to be inflicted as quietly as possible, the punisher calmly admonishing the while. To slap a child about the head for any reason is a proof of vulgarity and ignorance. It is not customary to punish by restraining from play, or by a change of diet, or by any denial of accustomed pleasures. To be perfectly patient with children is the ethical law. At school the discipline begins, but it is at first so very light that it can hardly be called discipline. The teacher does not act as a master, but rather as an elder brother, and there is no punishment beyond a public admonition. Whatever restraint exists is chiefly exerted on a child by the common opinion of his class, and a skilful teacher is able to direct that opinion. Also, each class is nominally governed by 1 or 2 little captains, selected for character and intelligence, and when a disagreeable order has to be given, it is the child captain, the kyucho, who is commissioned with the duty of giving it. These little details are worthy of note. I cite them only to show how early in school life begins the discipline of opinion, the pressure of the common will, and how perfectly this policy accords with the ethical traditions of the race. In higher classes the pressure slightly increases, and in higher schools it is very much stronger, the ruling power always being class sentiment, not the individual will of the teacher. In middle schools the pupils become serious. Class opinion there attains a force to which the teacher himself must bend, as it is quite capable of expelling him for any attempt to override it. Each middle school class has its elected officers, who represent and enforce the moral code of the majority, the traditional standard of conduct. This moral standard is deteriorating, but it survives everywhere to some degree. Fighting or bullying are yet unknown in Japanese schools of this grade for obvious reasons. There can be little indulgence of personal anger, and no attempt at personal domination under discipline enforcing a uniform manner of behavior. It is never the domination of the one over the many that regulates class life. It is always the rule of the many over the one, and the power is formidable. The student who consciously or unconsciously offends class sentiment will suddenly find himself isolated, condemned to absolute solitude. No one will speak to him or notice him, even outside of the school, until such time as he decides to make a public apology, when his pardon will depend upon a majority vote. Such temporary ostracism is not unreasonably feared, because it is regarded even outside of student circles as a disgrace, and the memory of it will cling to the offender during the rest of his career. However high he may rise in official or professional life in after years, the fact that he was once condemned by the general opinion of his schoolmates will not be forgotten, though circumstances may occur which will turn the fact to his credit. In the great government schools, to one of which the student may proceed after graduating from a middle school, class discipline is still more severe. The instructors are mostly officials looking for promotion. The students are grown men, preparing for the university and destined, with few exceptions, for public office. In this quietly and coldly ordered world there is little place for the joy of youth, and small opportunity for sympathetic expansion. There are gatherings and societies, but these are arranged or established for practical purposes, chiefly in relation to particular branches of study. There is little time for merrymaking, and less inclination. Under all circumstances a certain formal demeanour is exacted by tradition, a tradition older by far than any public school. Everybody watches everybody. Eccentricities or singularities are quickly marked and quietly suppressed. The results of this class discipline, as maintained in some institutions, must seem to the foreign observer discomforting. What most impressed me about these higher official schools was the sinister silence of them. In one where I taught for several years, the most conservative school in the country, there were more than 1,000 young men full of life and energy. Yet, during the intervals between classes, or during recreation hours in the playground, the garden, and the gymnastic hall, the general hush gave one a strange sense of oppression. One might watch a game of football being played, and hear nothing but the thud of the kicking; or one might watch wrestling contests in a jiu-jitsu room, and hear no word spoken for half an hour at a time. The rules of jiu-jitsu, it is true, require not only silence, but the total suppression of all visible emotional interest on the part of the spectators. All this repression at first seemed to me very strange, though I knew that 30 years previously the training at samurai schools compelled the same impassiveness and reticence. At last the university is reached, the great gate of ceremony to public office. Here the student finds himself released from the restraints previously imposed upon his private life, though the class will continues to rule him in certain directions. Note: this release is of recent date, and the results, by the acknowledgment of the students themselves, have not been good. 25 years ago, university study was so seriously thought about that a scholar who failed through his own fault would have been considered a criminal. There was then a Chinese poem in vogue which used to be sung at the departure of youths for the university of that time, Daigak Nanko, by their friends and relations. Danji kokorosashi o tatate, kyokwan o itsu, gakumoshi nara sunba, shisudomo kairatsu. The young man, having made a firm resolve, leaves his native home. If he fail to acquire learning, then, even though he die, he must never return. In those years also it was obligatory upon students to live and dress simply, and to abstain from all self-indulgence. End of note. As a rule, the student passes into official life after having graduated, marries, and becomes the head or the prospective head of a household. How sudden the transformation of the man at this epoch of his career! Only those who have observed the transformation can imagine. It is then that the full significance of Japanese education reveals itself. Few incidents of Japanese life are more surprising than the metamorphosis of the gawky student into the dignified, impassive, easy-mannered official. But a little time ago he was respectfully asking, cap in hand, the explanation of some text, the meaning of some foreign idiom. Today, perhaps, he is judging cases in some court, or managing diplomatic correspondence under ministerial supervision, or directing the management of some public school. Whatever you may have thought of his particular capacity as a student, you will scarcely doubt his particular fitness for the position to which he has been called. Success in study was at best a secondary consideration in the matter of his appointment, though he had to succeed. He was put through some special course, under high protection, after having been selected for certain qualities of character, or, at least, for the promise of such qualities. There may have been favoritism in his case, but, generally speaking, capable men are appointed to positions of trust. The government seldom makes serious mistakes. This man has value beyond what mere study could make for him, some capacity in the direction of management or of organization, some natural force or talent which his training has served to cultivate. According to the quality of his worth, his position was chosen for him in advance. His long, hard schooling has taught him more than books can teach, and more than a stupid person can ever learn: how to read minds and motives, how to remain impassive under all circumstances, how to reach a truth quickly by simple questioning, how to live upon his guard, even against the most intimate of old acquaintances, how to remain, even when most amiable, secretive and inscrutable. He has graduated in the art of worldly wisdom. He is really a wonderful person, a highly developed type of his race, and no inexperienced Occidental is capable of judging him, because his visible acquirements count for very little in the measure of his relative value. His university study, his English or French or German knowledge, serves him only as so much oil to make easy the working of certain official machinery. He esteems this learning only as means to some administrative end. His real learning, considerably deeper, represents the development of the Japanese soul of him. Between that mind and any Western mind, the distance has become immeasurable. And now, less than ever before, does he belong to himself. He belongs to a family, to a party, to a government. Privately he is bound by custom. Publicly he must act according to order only, and never dream of yielding to any impulses at variance with order, however generous or sensible such impulses may be. A word might ruin him. He has learned to use no words unnecessarily. By silent submission and tireless observance of duty he may rise, and rise quickly. He may become governor, chief justice, minister of state, minister plenipotentiary, but the higher he rises, the heavier will his bonds become. Long training in caution and self-control is indeed an indispensable preparation for official existence. The ability either to keep a position won or to resign it with honor, depending much upon such training. The most sinister circumstance of official life is the absence of moral freedom, the absence of the right to act according to one's own convictions of justice. The subordinate who desires above all things to keep his place is not supposed to have personal convictions or sympathies, save by permission. He is not the slave of a man, but of a system as old as China. Were human nature perfect, that system would be perfect. But so long as human nature remains what it is now, the system leaves much to be desired. Everything may depend upon the personal character of those temporarily entrusted with higher power, and the only choice left for the most capable servant under a bad master may be to resign or to do wrong. The strong man faces the problem bravely and resigns, but for one strong man there are 50 timid ones. Probably the prospect of a broken career is much less terrifying than the ancient idea of crime attaching to any form of insubordination. As the forms of a religion survive after the faith in doctrine has passed away, so the power of government to coerce even conscience still remains, though religion is no longer identified with government. The system of secrecy, implacably enforced, helps to maintain the vague awe that has always attached to the idea of administrative authority. And such authority is practically omnipotent within those limits which I have already indicated. To be favored by authority means to experience all the elusive pleasure of a suddenly created popularity. An entire community, a whole city, is made by a word to turn all the amiable side of its human nature toward the favorite, to charm him into the belief that he is worthy of the best that the world can give him. But suppose that the moving powers happen, later on, to find the favored man in the way of some policy, lo, at another whispered word he finds himself, without knowing why, the public enemy. None speak to him or salute him or smile upon him, save ironically. Long esteemed friends pass him by without recognition, or, if pursued, reply to his most earnest questions with all possible brevity and caution. Most likely they do not know the why of the matter. They only know that orders have been given, and that into the reason of orders it is not good to inquire. Even the street children know this much, and mock the despondent victim of fortune. Even the dogs seem instinctively to divine the change, and bark at him as he passes by. Such is the power of official displeasure, and the penalty of a blunder or a breach of discipline may extend considerably further. But in feudal times the offender would have been simply told to perform harakiri. Sometimes when the wrong men get into power, the force of authority may be used for malevolent ends. And in such event it requires not a little courage to disobey an order to act against conscience. What saved Japanese society in former ages from the worst results of this form of tyranny was the moral sentiment of the mass, the common feeling that underlay all submission to authority, and remained always capable, if pressed upon too brutally, of compelling a reaction. Conditions today are more favorable to justice, but it requires much tact, steadiness, and resolution on the part of a rising official to steer himself safely among the reefs and the whirlpools of the new political life. The reader will now be able to understand the general character, aim, and results of official education as a system. It will be also worth while to consider in detail certain phases of student life which equally prove the survival of old conditions and old traditions. I can speak about these matters from personal experience as a teacher, an experience extending over nearly 13 years. Readers of Goethe will remember the trustful docility of the student received by Dr. Mephistopheles in the first part of Faust, and the very different demeanour of the same student when he reappears in the second part as Baccalaureus. More than one foreign professor in Japan must have been reminded of that contrast by personal experience, and must have wondered whether some one of the early educational advisers to the Japanese government did not play, without malice prepense, the very role of Mephistopheles. The gentle boy who, with innocent reverence, makes his visit of courtesy to the foreign teacher, bringing for gift a cluster of iris flowers or odorous spray of plum blossoms; the boy who does whatever he is told, and charms by an earnestness, a trustfulness, a grace of manner rarely met with among Western lads of the same age, is destined to undergo the strangest of transformations long before becoming a baccalaureus. You may meet with him a few years later in the uniform of some higher school, and find it difficult to recognize your former pupil, now graceless, taciturn, secretive, and inclined to demand as a right what could scarcely, with propriety, be requested as a favor. You may find him patronizing, possibly something worse. Later on, at the university, he becomes more formally correct, but also more far away, so very far away from his boyhood, that the remoteness is a pain to one who remembers that boyhood. The Pacific is less wide and deep than the invisible gulf now extending between the mind of the stranger and the mind of the student. The foreign professor is now regarded merely as a teaching machine, and is more than likely to regret any effort made to maintain an intimate relation with his pupils. Indeed, the whole formal system of official education is opposed to the development of any such relation. I am speaking of general facts in this connection, not of merely personal experiences. No matter what the foreigner may do in the hope of finding his way into touch with the emotional life of his students, or in the hope of evoking that interest in certain studies which renders possible an intellectual tie, he must toil in vain. Perhaps in 2 or 3 cases out of 1,000 he may obtain something precious, a lasting and kindly esteem, based upon moral comprehension. But should he wish for more, he must remain in the state of the Antarctic explorer, seeking, month after month, to no purpose, some inlet through endless cliffs of everlasting ice. Now the case of the Japanese professor proves the barrier natural to a large extent. The Japanese professor can ask for extraordinary efforts and obtain them. He can afford to be easily familiar with his students outside of class. And he can get what no stranger can obtain, their devotion. The difference has been attributed to race feeling, but it cannot be so easily and vaguely explained. Something of race sentiment there certainly is. It were impossible that there should not be. No inexperienced foreigner can converse for 1/2 hour with any Japanese, at least with any Japanese who has not sojourned abroad, and avoid saying something that jars upon Japanese good taste or sentiment, and few, perhaps none, among untravelled Japanese can maintain a brief conversation in any European tongue without making some startling impression upon the foreign listener. Sympathetic understanding between minds so differently constructed is next to impossible, but the foreign professor who looks for the impossible, who expects from Japanese students the same quality of intelligent comprehension that he might reasonably expect from Western students, is naturally disturbed. Why must there always remain the width of a world between us, is a question often asked, and rarely answered. Some of the reasons should by this time be obvious to my reader, but one among them, and the most curious, will not. Before stating it, I must observe that while the relation between foreign instructor and the Japanese student is artificial, that between the Japanese teacher and the student is traditionally one of sacrifice and obligation. The inertia encountered by the stranger, the indifference which chills him at all times, are due in great part to the misapprehension arising from totally opposite conceptions of duty. Old sentiment lingers long after old forms have passed away. And how much of feudal Japan survives in modern Japan, no stranger can readily divine. Probably the bulk of existing sentiment is hereditary sentiment. The ancient ideals have not yet been replaced by fresh ones. In feudal times the teacher taught without salary. He was expected to devote all his time, thought, and strength to his profession. High honor was attached to that profession, and the matter of remuneration was not discussed. The instructor trusting wholly to the gratitude of parents and pupils. Public sentiment bound them to him with a bond that could not be broken. Therefore a general, upon the eve of an assault, would take care that his former teacher should have an opportunity to escape from the place beleaguered. The tie between teacher and pupil was in force second only to the tie between parent and child. The teacher sacrificed everything for his pupil. the pupil was ready at all times to die for his teacher. Now, indeed, the hard and selfish aspects of Japanese character are coming to the surface. But a single fact will sufficiently indicate how much of the old ethical sentiments persists under the new and rougher surface. Nearly all the higher educational work accomplished in Japan represents, though aided by government, the result of personal sacrifice. From the summit of society to the base, this sacrificial spirit rules. That a large part of the private income of their Imperial Majesties has for many years been devoted to public education is well known, but that every person of rank or wealth or high position educates students at his private expense is not generally known. In the majority of cases this help is entirely gratuitous. In a minority of cases the expenses of the student are advanced only, to be repaid by installments at some future time. The reader is doubtless aware that the daimyo in former times used to dispose of the bulk of their incomes in supporting and helping their retainers, supplying hundreds, in some cases thousands, and in some few cases even tens of thousands of persons with the necessaries of life, and exacting in return military service, loyalty, and obedience. Those former daimyo, or their successors, particularly those who are still large landholders, now vie with each other in assisting education. All who can afford it are educating sons or grandsons or descendants of former retainers, the subjects of this patronage being annually selected from among the students of schools established in the former daimyates. It is only the rich noble who can now support a number of students gratuitously, year after year. The poorer man of rank cannot care for many, but all, or very nearly all, maintain some. And this even in cases where the patron's income is so small that the expense could not be borne unless the student were pledged to repay it after graduation. In some instances, half of the cost is borne by the patron, the student being required to repay the rest. Now, these aristocratic examples are extensively followed through other grades of society. Merchants, bankers, and manufacturers, all rich men of the commercial and industrial classes, are educating students. Military officers, civil service officials, physicians, lawyers, men of every profession, in short, are doing the same thing. Persons whose incomes are too small to permit of such generosity are able to help students by employing them as doorkeepers, messengers, tutors, giving them board and lodging, and a little pocket money at times, in return for light services. In Tokyo, and in most of the large cities, almost every large house is guarded by students who are being thus assisted. As for what the teachers do, that requires special mention. The majority of teachers in the public schools do not receive salaries enabling them to help students with money, but all teachers earning more than the bare necessary give aid of some sort. Among the instructors and professors of the higher educational establishments, the helping of students seems to be thought of as a matter of course, so much a matter of course that we might suspect a new tyranny of custom, especially in view of the smallness of official salaries. But no tyranny of custom would explain the pleasure of sacrifice and the strange persistence of feudal idealism, which are revealed by some extraordinary facts. For example, a certain university professor is known to have supported and educated a large number of students by dividing among them, during many years, nearly the whole of his salary. He lodged, clothed, boarded and educated them, bought their books and paid their fees, reserving for himself only the cost of his living, and reducing even that cost by living upon hot, sweet potatoes. Fancy a foreign professor in Japan putting himself upon a diet of bread and water for the purpose of educating, gratuitously, a number of poor young men. I know of 2 other cases nearly as remarkable. The helper, in one instance, being an old man of more than 70, who still devotes all his means, time, and knowledge to his ancient ideal of duty. How much obscure sacrifice of this kind has been performed by those least able to afford it never will be known. Indeed, the publication of the facts would only give pain. I am guilty of some indiscretion in mentioning even a cases brought to my attention, though human nature is honoured by the mention. Now it should be evident that while Japanese students are accustomed to witness self-denial of this sort on the part of native professors, they cannot be much impressed by any manifestation of interest or sympathy on the part of the foreign professor, who, though receiving a higher salary than his Japanese colleagues, has no reason and small inclination to imitate their example. Surely, this heroic fact of education sustained by personal sacrifices in the face of unimaginable difficulties is enough to redeem much humbug and wrong. In spite of the corruption which has been of late years rife in educational circles, in spite of official scandals, intrigues, and shams, all needed reforms can be hoped for while the spirit of generous self-denial continues to rule the world of teachers and students. I can venture also the opinion that most of the official scandals and failures have resulted from the interference of politics with modern education, or from attempting to imitate foreign conventional methods, totally at variance with national moral experience. Where Japan has remained true to her old moral ideals, she has done nobly and well. Where she has needlessly departed from them, sorrow and trouble have been the natural consequences. There are yet other facts in modern education suggesting even more forcibly how much of the old life remains hidden under the new conditions, and how rigidly race character has become fixed in the higher types of mind. I refer chiefly to the results of Japanese education abroad, a higher special training in German, English, French, or American universities. In some directions these results, to foreign observation at least, appear to be almost negative. Considering the immense psychological differentiation, the total oppositeness of mental structure and habit, it is astonishing that Japanese students have been able to do what they actually have done at foreign universities: to graduate at any European or American university of mark with a mind shaped by Japanese culture, filled with Chinese learning, crammed with ideographs, is a prodigious feat. Scarcely less of a feat than it would be for an American student to graduate at a Chinese university. Certainly the men sent abroad to study are carefully selected for ability, and one indispensable requisite for the mission is a power of memory incomparably superior to the average Occidental memory, and different altogether as to quality. A memory for details. Nevertheless, the feat is amazing. But with the return to Japan of these young scholars, there is commonly an end of effort in the direction of the speciality studied, unless it happens to have been a purely practical subject. Does this signify incapacity for independent work upon Occidental lines? Incapacity for creative thought? Lack of constructive imagination? Disinclination or indifference? The history of that terrible mental and moral discipline to which the race was so long subjected would certainly suggest such limitations in the modern Japanese mind. Perhaps these questions cannot yet be answered, except, I imagine, as regards the indifference, which is self-evident and undisguised. But, independently of any question of capacity or inclination, there is this fact to be considered, that proper encouragement has not yet been given to home scholarship. The plain truth is that young men are sent to foreign seats of learning for other ends than to learn how to devote the rest of their lives to the study of psychology, philology, literature, or modern philosophy. They are sent abroad to fit them for higher posts in government service, and their foreign study is but one obligatory episode in their official career. Each has to qualify himself for special duty by learning how Western people study and think and feel in certain directions, and by ascertaining the range of educational progress in those directions. But he is not ordered to think or to feel like Western people, which would, in any event, be impossible for him. He has not, and probably could not have, any deep personal interest in Western learning outside of the domain of applied science. His business is to learn how to understand such matters from the Japanese, not from the Occidental point of view. But he performs his part well, does exactly what he has been told to do, and rarely anything more. His value to his government is doubled or quadrupled by his allotted experience. But at home, except during a few years of expected duty as professor or lecturer, he will probably use that experience only as a psychological costume of ceremony, a mental uniform to be donned when official occasion may require. It is otherwise in the case of men sent abroad for scientific studies, requiring not only intelligence and memory, but natural quickness of hands and eye, surgery, medicine, military specialities. I doubt whether the average efficiency of Japanese surgeons can be surpassed. The study of war, I need hardly say, is one for which the national mind and character have inherited aptitude. But men sent abroad merely to win a foreign university degree, and destined, after a term of educational duty, to higher official life, appear to set small value upon their foreign acquirements. However, even if they could win distinction in Europe by further effort at home, that effort would have to be made at a serious pecuniary sacrifice, and its results could not as yet be fairly appreciated by their own countrymen. Some of us have wondered at times what the old Egyptians or the old Greeks would have done if suddenly brought into dangerous contact with a civilization like our own, a civilization of applied mathematics, with sciences and branch sciences of which the mere names would fill a dictionary. I think that the history of modern Japan suggests very clearly what any wise people with a civilization based upon ancestor worship would have done. They would have speedily reconstructed their patriarchal society to meet the sudden peril. They would have adopted with astonishing success all the scientific machinery that they could use. They would have created a formidable army and a highly efficient navy. They would have sent the young aristocrats abroad to study alien convention, and to qualify for diplomatic duty. They would have established a new system of education, and obliged all their children to study many new things. But toward the higher emotional and intellectual life of that alien civilization they would naturally exhibit indifference. Its best literature, its philosophy, its broader forms of tolerant religion could make no profound appeal to their moral and social experience. End of chapter 21. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 22 of Japan, an attempted interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Industrial danger. Everywhere, the course of human civilization has been shaped by the same evolutional law, and as the earlier history of the ancient European communities can help us to understand the social conditions of old Japan, so a later period of the same history can help us to divine something of the probable future of the new Japan. It has been shown by the author of La Cite Antique that the history of all the ancient Greek and Latin communities included 4 revolutionary periods. Note: not excepting Sparta. The Spartan society was evolutionally much in advance of the Ionian societies, the Dorian patriarchal clan having been dissolved at some very early period. Sparta kept its king, but affairs of civil justice were regulated by the Senate, and affairs of criminal justice by the ephors, who also had the power to declare war and to make treaties of peace. After the first great revolution of Spartan history, the king was deprived of power in civil matters, in criminal matters, and in military matters. He retained his sacerdotal office. See, for details, La Cite Antique, pages 285 to 287. End of note. The first revolution had everywhere for its issue the withdrawal of political power from the priest-king, who was nevertheless allowed to retain the religious authority. The second revolutionary period witnessed the breaking up of the gens, Greek genus, or the enfranchisement of the client from the authority of the patron, and several important changes in the legal constitution of the family. The third revolutionary period saw the weakening of the religious and military aristocracy, the entrance of the common people into the rights of citizenship, and the rise of a democracy of wealth, presently to be opposed by a democracy of poverty. The fourth revolutionary period witnessed the first bitter struggles between rich and poor, the final triumph of anarchy, and the consequent establishment of a new and horrible form of despotism, the despotism of the popular tyrant. To these four revolutionary periods, the social history of Old Japan presents but two correspondences. The first Japanese revolutionary period was represented by the Fujiwara usurpation of the imperial civil and military authority, after which event the aristocracy, religious and military, really governed Japan down to our own time. All the events of the rise of the military power and the concentration of authority under the Tokugawa shogunate properly belong to the first revolutionary period. At the time of the opening of Japan, society had not evolutionally advanced beyond a stage corresponding to that of the antique Western societies in the 7th or 8th century before Christ. The second revolutionary period really began only with the reconstruction of society in 1871, but within the space of a single generation thereafter, Japan entered upon her third revolutionary period. Already the influence of the elder aristocracy is threatened by the sudden rise of a new oligarchy of wealth, a new industrial power probably destined to become omnipotent in politics. The disintegration, now proceeding, of the clan, the changes in the legal constitution of the family, the entrance of the people into the enjoyment of political rights, must all tend to hasten the coming transfer of power. There is every indication that, in the present order of things, the third revolutionary period will run its course rapidly, and then a fourth revolutionary period, fraught with serious danger, would be in immediate prospect. Consider the bewildering rapidity of recent changes, from the reconstruction of society in 1871 to the opening of the first national parliament in 1891. Down to the middle of the 19th century the nation had remained in the condition common to European patriarchal communities 2600 years ago. Society had indeed entered upon a second period of integration, but had traversed only one great revolution, and then the country was suddenly hurried through two more social revolutions of the most extraordinary kind, signalized by the abolition of the daimyates, the suppression of the military class, the substitution of a plebeian for an aristocratic army, popular enfranchisement, the rapid formalism of a new commonalty, industrial expansion, the rise of a new aristocracy of wealth, and popular representation in government. Old Japan had never developed a wealthy and powerful middle class. She had not even approached that stage of industrial development which, in the ancient European societies, naturally brought about the first political struggles between rich and poor. Her social organization made industrial oppression impossible. The commercial classes were kept at the bottom of society, under the feet even of those who, in more highly evolved communities, are most at the mercy of money power. But now those commercial classes, set free and highly privileged, are silently and swiftly ousting the aristocratic ruling class from power, are becoming supremely important. And under the new order of things, forms of social misery, never before known in the history of the race, are being developed. Some idea of this misery may be obtained from the fact that the number of poor people in Tokyo unable to pay their annual resident tax is upwards of 50,000, yet the amount of the tax is only about 20 sen or 5 pence English money. Prior to the accumulation of wealth in the hands of a minority, there was never any such want in any part of Japan, except, of course, as a temporary consequence of war. The early history of European civilization supplies analogies. In the Greek and Latin communities, up to the time of the dissolution of the gens, there was no poverty in the modern meaning of that word. Slavery, with some few exceptions, existed only in the mild domestic form. There were yet no commercial oligarchies, and no industrial oppressions, and the various cities and states were ruled, after political power had been taken from the early kings, by military aristocracies, which also exercised religious functions. There was yet little trade in the modern signification of the term, and money as current coinage came into circulation only in the 7th century before Christ. Misery did not exist. Under any patriarchal system based upon ancestor worship, there is no misery as a consequence of poverty, except such as may be temporarily created by devastation or famine. If want thus comes, it comes to all alike. In such a state of society everybody is in the service of somebody, and receives in exchange for service all the necessaries of life. There is no need for anyone to trouble himself about the question of living. Also, in such a patriarchal community, which is self-sufficing, there is little need of money. Barter takes the place of trade. In all these respects, the condition of old Japan offered a close parallel to the conditions of patriarchal society in ancient Europe. While the uji or clan existed, there was no misery except as a result of war, famine, or pestilence. Throughout society, excepting the small commercial class, the need of money was rare, and such coinage as existed was little suited to general circulation. Taxes were paid in rice and other produce. As the lord nourished his retainers, so the samurai cared for his dependents, the farmer for his labourers, the artisan for his apprentices and journeymen, the merchant for his clerks. Everybody was fed, and there was no need, in ordinary times at least, for anyone to go hungry. It was only with the breaking up of the clan system in Japan that the possibilities of starvation for the worker first came into existence. And as, in antique Europe, the enfranchised clan class and plebeian class developed, under like conditions, into a democracy clamoring for suffrage and all political rights, so in Japan have the common people developed the political instinct in self-protection. It will be remembered how, in Greek and Roman society, the aristocracy founded upon religious tradition and military power had to give way to an oligarchy of wealth, and how there, subsequently, came into existence a democratic form of government. Democratic, not in the modern, but in the old Greek meaning. At a yet later day, the results of popular suffrage were the breaking up of this democratic government, and the initiation of an atrocious struggle between rich and poor. After that strife had begun, there was no more security for life or property until the Roman conquest enforced order. Now it seems not unlikely that there will be witnessed in Japan, at no very distant day, a strong tendency to repeat the history of the old Greek anarchies. With the constant increase of poverty and pressure of population, and the concomitant accumulation of wealth in the hands of a new industrial class, the peril is obvious. Thus far the nation has patiently borne all changes, relying upon the experience of its past and trusting implicitly to its rulers. But should wretchedness be so permitted to augment that the question of how to keep from starving becomes imperative for the millions, the long patience and the long trust may fail. And then, to repeat a figure effectively used by Professor Huxley, the primitive man, finding that the moral man has landed him in the valley of the shadow of death, may rise up to take the management of affairs into his own hands, and fight savagely for the right of existence. As popular instinct is not too dull to divine the first cause of this misery in the introduction of Western industrial methods, it is unpleasant to reflect what such an upheaval might signify. But nothing of moment has yet been done to ameliorate the condition of the wretched class of operatives, now estimated to exceed 500,000. M. de Coulanges has pointed out that the absence of individual liberty was the real cause of the disorders and the final ruin of the Greek societies. Note: La Cite Antique, pages 400 and 401. End of note. Rome suffered less, and survived, and dominated, because within her boundaries the rights of the individual had been more respected. Now the absence of individual freedom in modern Japan would certainly appear to be nothing less than a national danger. For those very habits of unquestioning obedience and loyalty and respect for authority which made feudal society possible are likely to render a true democratic regime impossible, and would tend to bring about a state of anarchy. Only races long accustomed to personal liberty, liberty to think about matters of ethics apart from matters of government, liberty to consider questions of right and wrong, justice and injustice, independently of political authority, are able to face without risk the peril now menacing Japan. For, should social disintegration take in Japan the same course which it followed in the old European societies, unchecked by any precautionary legislation, and so bring about another social revolution, the consequence could scarcely be less than utter ruin. In the antique world of Europe, the total disintegration of the patriarchal system occupied centuries. It was slow, and it was normal, not having been brought about by external forces. In Japan, on the contrary, this disintegration is taking place under enormous outside pressure, operating with the rapidity of electricity and steam. In Greek societies the changes were effected in about 300 years. In Japan, it is hardly more than 30 years since the patriarchal system was legally dissolved, and the industrial system reshaped. Yet already the danger of anarchy is in sight, and the population, astonishingly augmented by more than 10 millions, already begins to experience all the forms of misery developed by want under industrial conditions. It was perhaps inevitable that the greatest freedom accorded under the new order of things should have been given in the direction of greatest danger. Though the government cannot be said to have done much for any form of competition within the sphere of its own direct control, it has done even more than could have been reasonably expected on behalf of national industrial competition. Loans have been lavishly advanced, subsidies generously allowed, and, in spite of various panics and failures, the results have been prodigious. Within 30 years the value of articles manufactured for export has risen from 500,000 to 500 million yen. But this immense development has been effected at serious cost in other directions. The old methods of family production, and therefore most of the beautiful industries and arts, for which Japan has been so long famed, now seem doomed beyond hope, and instead of the ancient kindly relations between master and workers, there have been brought into existence, with no legislation to restrain inhumanity, all the horrors of factory life at its worst. The new combinations of capital have actually re-established servitude under harsher forms than ever were imagined under the feudal era. The misery of the women and children subjected to that servitude is a public scandal, and proves strange possibilities of cruelty on the part of a people once renowned for kindness even to animals. There is now a humane outcry for reform, and earnest efforts have been made and will be made to secure legislation for the protection of operatives. But, as might be expected, these efforts have been hitherto strongly opposed by manufacturing companies and syndicates, with the declaration that any government interference with factory management will greatly hamper, if not cripple, enterprise and hinder competition with foreign industry. Less than 20 years ago the very same arguments were used in England to oppose the efforts then being made to improve the condition of the industrial classes, and that opposition was challenged by Professor Huxley in a noble address, which every Japanese legislator would do well to read today. Speaking of the reforms in progress during 1888, the professor said, "If it is said that the carrying out of such arrangements as those indicated must enhance the cost of production, and thus handicap the producer in the race of competition, I venture, in the first place, to doubt the fact. But, if it be so, it results that industrial society has to face a dilemma, either alternative of which threatens destruction. On the one hand, a population, the labor of which is sufficiently remunerated, may be physically and morally healthy and socially stable, but may fail in industrial competition by reason of the dearness of its produce. On the other hand, a population, the labor of which is insufficiently remunerated, must become physically and morally unhealthy and socially unstable. And though it may succeed for a while in competition by reason of the cheapness of its produce, it must in the end fall, through hideous misery and degradation, to utter ruin. Well, if these be the only alternatives, let us for ourselves and our children choose the former, and, if need be, starve like men. But I do not believe that a stable society, made up of healthy, vigorous, instructed and self-ruling people, would ever incur serious risk of that fate. They are not likely to be troubled with many competitors of the same character just yet, and they may be safely trusted to find ways of holding their own. Note: The Struggle for Existence in Human Society. Collected Essays. Volume 9, pages 113 to 219. End of note. If the future of Japan could depend upon her army and her navy, upon the high courage of her people and their readiness to die by the 100,000 for ideals of honor and of duty, there would be small cause for alarm in the present state of affairs. Unfortunately, her future must depend upon other qualities than courage, other abilities than those of sacrifice, and her struggle hereafter must be one in which her social traditions will place her at an immense disadvantage. The capacity for industrial competition cannot be made to depend upon the misery of women and children. It must depend upon the intelligent freedom of the individual. And the society which suppresses this freedom, or suffers it to be suppressed, must remain too rigid for competition with societies in which the liberties of the individual are strictly maintained. While Japan continues to think and to act by groups, even by groups of industrial companies, so long she must always continue incapable of her best. Her ancient social experience is not sufficient to avail her for the future international struggle. Rather, it must sometimes impede her as so much dead weight. Dead, in the ghostly sense of the word, the viewless pressure upon her life of numberless vanished generations. She will have not only to strive against colossal odds in her rivalry with more plastic and more forceful societies, she will have to strive much more against the power of a phantom past. Yet it were a grievous error to imagine that she has nothing further to gain from her ancestral faith. All her modern successes have been aided by it, and all her modern failures have been marked by needless breaking with its ethical custom. She could compel her people, by a simple fiat, to adopt the civilization of the West with all its pain and struggle, only because that people had been trained for ages in submission and loyalty and sacrifice, and the time has not yet come in which she can afford to cast away the whole of her moral past. More freedom indeed she requires, but freedom restrained by wisdom. Freedom to think and act and strive for self as well as for others, not freedom to oppress the weak or to exploit the simple. And the new cruelties of her industrial life can find no justification in the traditions of her ancient faith, which exacted absolute obedience from the dependent, but equally required the duty of kindness from the master. In so far as she has permitted her people to depart from the way of kindness, she herself has surely departed from the way of the gods. And the domestic future appears dark. Born of that darkness, an evil dream comes oftentimes to those who love Japan. The fear that all her efforts are being directed with desperate heroism only to prepare the land for the sojourn of peoples older by centuries in commercial experience; that her thousands of miles of railroads and telegraphs, her mines and forges, her arsenals and factories, her docks and fleets, are being put in order for the use of foreign capital; that her admirable army and her heroic navy may be doomed to make their last sacrifices in hopeless contest against some combination of greedy states, provoked or encouraged to aggression by circumstances beyond the power of government to control. But the statesmanship that has already guided Japan through many storms should prove able to cope with this gathering peril. End of chapter 22. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 23 of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reflections. In the preceding pages I have endeavored to suggest a general idea of the social history of Japan, and a general idea of the nature of those forces which shaped and tempered the character of her people. Certainly this attempt leaves much to be desired. The time is yet far away at which a satisfactory work upon the subject can be prepared. But the fact that Japan can be understood only through the study of her religious and social evolution has been, I trust, sufficiently indicated. She affords us the amazing spectacle of an Eastern society maintaining all the outward forms of Western civilization, using with unquestionable efficiency the applied science of the Occident, accomplishing by prodigious effort the work of centuries within the time of 3 decades, yet sociologically remaining at a stage corresponding to that which, in ancient Europe, preceded the Christian era by hundreds of years. But no suggestion of origins and causes should diminish the pleasure of contemplating this curious world, psychologically still so far away from us in the course of human evolution. The wonder and the beauty of what remains of the old Japan cannot be lessened by any knowledge of the conditions that produced them. The old kindliness and grace of manners need not cease to charm us, because we know that such manners were cultivated, for 1,000 years, under the edge of the sword. The common politeness which appeared, but a few years ago, to be almost universal, and the rarity of quarrels, should not prove less agreeable because we have learned that, for generations and generations, all quarrels among the people were punished with extraordinary rigor, and that the custom of the vendetta, which rendered necessary such repression, also made everybody cautious of word and deed. The popular smile should not seem less winning because we have been told of a period, in the past of the subject classes, when not to smile in the teeth of pain might cost life itself. And the Japanese woman, as cultivated by the old home training, is not less sweet a being, because she represents the moral ideal of a vanishing world, and because we can faintly surmise the cost, the incalculable cost in pain, of producing her. No, what remains of this elder civilization is full of charm, charm unspeakable, and to witness its gradual destruction must be a grief for whomsoever has felt that charm. However intolerable may seem, to the mind of the artist or poet, those countless restrictions which once ruled all this fairy world and shaped the soul of it, he cannot but admire and love their best results: the simplicity of old custom, the amiability of manners, the daintiness of habits. the delicate tact displayed in pleasure-giving, the strange power of presenting outwardly, under any circumstances, only the best and brightest aspects of character. What emotional poetry for even the least believing in the ancient home religion, in the lamplet nightly kindled before the names of the dead, the tiny offerings of food and drink, the welcome fires lighted to guide the visiting ghosts, the little ships prepared to bear them back to the rest. And this immemorial doctrine of filial piety, exacting all that is noble, not less than all that is terrible, in duty, in gratitude, in self-denial, what strange appeal does it make to our lingering religious instincts? And how close to the divine appear to us the finer natures forged by it? What queer weird attraction in those parish temple festivals, with their happy mingling of merriment and devotion in the presence of the gods? What a universe of romance in that Buddhist art which has left its impress upon almost every product of industry, from the toy of a child to the heirloom of a prince; which has peopled the solitudes with statues, and chiseled the wayside rocks with texts of sutras. Who can forget the soft enchantment of this Buddhist atmosphere, the deep music of the great bells, the green peace of gardens haunted by fearless things, doves that flutter down at call, fishes rising to be fed? Despite our incapacity to enter into the soul life of this ancient East, despite the certainty that one might as well hope to remount the river of time and share the vanished existence of some old Greek city as to share the thoughts and the emotions of old Japan, we find ourselves bewitched forever by their vision, like those wanderers of folk tale who rashly visited Elfland. We know that there is illusion, not as to the reality of the visible, but as to its meanings, very much illusion. Yet why should this illusion attract us, like some glimpse of paradise? Why should we feel obliged to confess the ethical glamour of a civilization as far away from us in thought as the Egypt of Ramses? Are we really charmed by the results of a social discipline that refused to recognize the individual, enamoured of a cult that exacted the suppression of personality? No. The charm is made by the fact that this vision of the past represents to us much more than past or present, that it foreshadows the possibilities of some higher future in a world of perfect sympathy. After many a thousand years there may be developed a humanity able to achieve, with never a shadow of illusion, those ethical conditions prefigured by the ideals of old Japan: instinctive unselfishness, a common desire to find the joy of life in making happiness for others, a universal sense of moral beauty. And whenever men shall have so far gained upon the present as to need no other coach than the teaching of their own hearts, then indeed the ancient ideal of Shinto will find its supreme realization. Moreover, it should be remembered that the social state, whose results thus attract us, really produced much more than a beautiful mirage. Simple characters of great charm, though necessarily of great fixity, were developed by it in multitude. Old Japan came nearer to the achievement of the highest moral ideal than our far more evolved societies can hope to do for many 100 years. And but for those 10 centuries of war which followed upon the rise of the military power, the ethical end to which all social discipline tended might have been much more closely approached. Yet, if the better side of this human nature had been further developed, at the cost of darker and sterner qualities, the consequence might have proved unfortunate for the nation. No people so ruled by altruism as to lose its capacities for aggression and cunning could hold their own, in the present state of the world, against races hardened by the discipline of competition as well as by the discipline of war. The future Japan must rely upon the least amiable qualities of her character for success in the universal struggle, and she will need to develop them strongly. How strongly she has been able to develop them in one direction, the present war with Russia bears startling witness. But it is certainly to the long discipline of the past that she owes the moral strength behind this unexpected display of aggressive power. No superficial observation could discern the silent energies masked by the resignation of the people to change, the unconscious heroism in forming this mass of 40 million souls, the compressed force ready to expand at imperial bidding either for construction or destruction. From the leaders of a nation with such a military and political history, one might expect the manifestation of all those abilities of supreme importance in diplomacy and war, but such capacities could prove of little worth were it not for the character of the masses. The quality of the material that moves to command with the power of winds and tides. The veritable strength of Japan still lies in the moral nature of her common people, her farmers and fishers, artisans and labourers, the patient quiet folk one sees toiling in the rice fields, or occupied with the humblest of crafts and callings in city byways. All the unconscious heroism of the race is in these, and all its splendid courage, a courage that does not mean indifference to life, but the desire to sacrifice life at the bidding of the imperial master, who raises the rank of the dead. From the thousands of young men now being summoned to the war, one hears no expression of hope to return to their homes with glory. The common wish uttered is only to win remembrance at the Shokunsha, that spirit-invoking temple, where the souls of all who die for emperor and fatherland are believed together. At no time was the ancient faith stronger than in this hour of struggle, and Russian power will have very much more to fear from that faith than from repeating rifles or white-hat torpedoes. Note: the following reply made by Admiral Togo, Commander-in-Chief of the Japanese fleet, to an imperial message of commendation received after the second attempt to block the entrance to Port Arthur, is characteristically Shinto. The warm message which Your Imperial Majesty condescended to grant us with regard to the second attempt to seal Port Arthur has not only overwhelmed us with gratitude, but may also influence the patriotic minds of the departed heroes to hover long over the battlefield and give unseen protection to the imperial forces. Translated in the Japan Times of March 31st, 1904. Such thoughts and hopes about the brave dead might have been uttered by a Greek warrior before the Battle of Salamis. The faith and courage which helped the Greeks to repel the Persian invasion were of precisely the same quality as that religious heroism which now helps the Japanese to challenge the power of Russia. End of note. Shinto as a religion of patriotism is a force that should suffice, if permitted fair play, to affect not only the destinies of the whole Far East, but the future of civilization. No more irrational assertion was ever made about the Japanese than the statement of their indifference to religion. Religion is still, as it has ever been, the very life of the people, the motive and the directing power of their every action, a religion of doing and suffering, a religion without cant and hypocrisy. And the qualities especially developed by it are just those qualities which have startled Russia, and may yet cause her many a painful surprise. She has discovered alarming force where she imagined childish weakness. She has encountered heroism where she expected to find timidity and helplessness. Note: the case of the Japanese officers and men on the transport Kinshu Maru, sank by the Russian warships on the 26th of last April, should have given the enemy matter for reflection. Although allowed an hour's time for consideration, the soldiers refused to surrender and opened fire with their rifles on the battleships. Then, before the Kinshumaru was blown in two by a torpedo, a number of the Japanese officers and men performed harakiri. This strong display of the fierce old feudal spirit suggests how dearly a Russian success would be bought. End of note. For countless reasons, this terrible war, of which no man can yet see the end, is unspeakably to be regretted. And of these reasons not the least are industrial. War must temporarily check all tendencies towards the development of that healthy individualism without which no modern nation can become prosperous and wealthy. Enterprise is numbed, markets paralyzed, manufacturers stopped. Yet, in the extraordinary case of this extraordinary people, it is possible that the social effects of the contest will prove to some degree beneficial. Prior to hostilities, there had been a visible tendency to the premature dissolution of institutions founded upon centuries of experience, a serious likelihood of moral disintegration. That great changes must hereafter be made, that the future well-being of the country requires them, would seem to admit of no argument. But it is necessary that such changes be effected by degrees, not with such inopportune haste as to imperil the moral constitution of the nation. A war for independence, a war that obliges the race to stake its all upon the issue, must bring about a tightening of the old social bonds, and a strong quickening of the ancient sentiments of loyalty and duty, a reinforcement of conservatism. This will signify retrogression in some directions, but it will also mean invigoration in others. Before the Russian menace, the soul of Yamato revives again. Out of the contest Japan will come, if successful, morally stronger than before, and a new sense of self-confidence, a new spirit of independence, might then reveal itself in the national attitude toward foreign policy and foreign pressure. There would be, of course, the danger of overconfidence. A people able to defeat Russian power on land and sea might be tempted to believe themselves equally able to cope with foreign capital upon their own territory, and every means would certainly be tried of persuading or bullying the government into some fatal compromise on the question of the right of foreigners to hold land. Efforts in this direction have been carried on persistently and systematically for years, and these efforts seem to have received some support from a class of Japanese politicians apparently incapable of understanding what enormous tyranny a single privileged syndicate of foreign capital would be capable of exercising in such a country. It appears to me that any person comprehending, even in the vaguest way, the nature of money power and the average conditions of life throughout Japan, must recognize the certainty that foreign capital with right of land tenure would find means to control legislation, to control government, and to bring about a state of affairs that would result in the practical domination of the empire by alien interests. I cannot resist the conviction that when Japan yields to foreign industry the right to purchase land, she is lost beyond hope. The self-confidence that might tempt to such yielding in view of immediate advantages would be fatal. Japan has incomparably more to fear from English or American capital than from Russian battleships and bayonets. Behind her military capacity is the disciplined experience of 1,000 years. Behind her industrial and commercial power, the experience of half a century. But she has been fully warned, and if she chooses hereafter to invite her own ruin, it will not have been for lack of counsel, since she had the wisest man in the world to advise her. Note: Herbert Spencer. End of note. To the reader of these pages, at least, the strength and the weakness of the new social organization, its great capacities for offensive or defensive action in military directions, and its comparative feebleness in other directions, should now be evident. All things considered, the marvel is that Japan should have been so well able to hold her own, and it was assuredly no common wisdom that guided her first unsteady efforts in new and perilous ways. Certainly, her power to accomplish what she has accomplished was derived from her old religious and social training. She was able to keep strong because, under the new forms of rule and the new conditions of social activity, she could still maintain a great deal of the ancient discipline. But even thus, it was only by the firmest and shrewdest policy that she could avert disaster, could prevent the disruption of her whole social structure under the weight of alien pressure. It was imperative that vast changes should be made, but equally imperative that they should not be of a character to endanger the foundations, and it was above all things necessary, while preparing for immediate necessities, to provide against future perils. Never before, perhaps, in the history of human civilization, did any rulers find themselves obliged to cope with problems so tremendous, so complicated, and so inexorable. And of these problems the most inexorable remains to be solved. It is furnished by the fact that although all the successes of Japan have been so far due to unselfish collective action, sustained by the old Shinto ideals of duty and obedience, her industrial future must depend upon egoistic individual action of a totally opposite kind. What then will become of the ancient morality, the ancient cult? In this moment the conditions are abnormal, but it seems certain that there will be, under normal conditions, a further gradual loosening of the old family bonds, and this would bring about a further disintegration. By the testimony of the Japanese themselves, such disintegration was spreading rapidly among the upper and middle classes of the great cities prior to the present war. Among the people of the agricultural districts and even in the country towns, the old ethical order of things has yet been little affected, and there are other influences than legislative change or social necessity which are working for disintegration. Old beliefs have been rudely shaken by the introduction of larger knowledge. A new generation is being taught, in 27,000 primary schools, the rudiments of science and the modern conception of the universe. The Buddhist cosmology, with its fantastic pictures of Mount Meru, has become a nursery tale. The old Chinese nature philosophy finds believers only among the little educated, or the survivors of the feudal era, and the youngest schoolboy has learned that the constellations are neither gods nor Buddhas, but far-off groups of suns. No longer can popular fancy picture the Milky Way as the river of heaven. The legend of the weaving maiden and her waiting lover and the bridge of birds is now told only to children, and the young fisherman, though steering like his fathers by the light of stars, no longer discerns in the northern sky the form of Myoken Bosatsu. Yet it were easy to misinterpret the weakening of a certain class of old beliefs, or the visible tendency to social change. Under any circumstances a religion decays slowly, and the most conservative forms of religion are the last to yield to disintegration. It were a grave mistake to suppose that the ancestor cult has yet been appreciably affected by exterior influences of any kind, or to imagine that it continues to exist merely by force of hallowed custom, and not because the majority still believe. No religion, and least of all the religion of the dead, could thus suddenly lose its hold upon the affections of the race that evolved it. Even in other directions the new skepticism is superficial. It has not spread downwards into the core of things. There is indeed a growing class of young men with whom skepticism of a certain sort is the fashion, and scorn of the past an affectation. But even among these no word of disrespect concerning the religion of the home is ever heard. Protests against the old obligations of filial piety, complaints of the growing weight of the family yoke, are sometimes uttered, but the domestic cult is never spoken of lightly. As for the communal and other public forms of Shinto, The vigor of the old religion is sufficiently indicated by the continually increasing number of temples. In 1897 there were 191,962 Shinto temples. In 1901 there were 195,256. It seems probable that such changes as must occur in the near future will be social rather than religious, and there is little reason to believe that these changes, however they may tend to weaken filial piety in sundry directions, will seriously affect the ancestor cult itself. The weight of the family bond, aggravated by the increasing difficulty and cost of life, may be more and more lightened for the individual, but no legislation can abolish the sentiment of duty to the dead. When that sentiment utterly fails, the heart of a nation will have ceased to beat. Belief in the old gods, as gods, may slowly pass, but Shinto may live on as the religion of the fatherland, a religion of heroes and patriots, and the likelihood of such future modification is indicated by the memorial character of many new temples. It has been much asserted of late years, chiefly because of the profound impression made by Mr. Percival Lowell's Soul of the Far East, that Japan is desperately in need of a gospel of individualism, and many pious persons assume that the conversion of the country to Christianity would suffice to produce the individualism. This assumption has nothing to rest on except the old superstition that national customs and habits and modes of feeling, slowly shaped in the course of thousands of years, can be suddenly transformed by a mere act of faith. Those further dissolutions of the old order which would render possible, under normal conditions, a higher social energy, can be safely brought about through industrialism only, through the working of necessities that enforce competitive enterprise and commercial expansion. A long peace will be required for such healthy transformation, and it is not impossible that an independent and progressive Japan would then consider questions of religious change from the standpoint of political expediency. Observation and study abroad may have unduly impressed Japanese statesmen with the half-truth so forcibly uttered by Michelet, that money has a religion, that capital is Protestant, that the power and wealth and intellectual energy of the world belong to the races who cast off the yoke of Rome and freed themselves from the creed of the Middle Ages. Note: no inferences can be safely drawn from the apparent attitude of the government towards religious bodies in Japan. Of late years the seeming policy has been to encourage the less tolerant forms of Western religion. In curious contrast to this attitude is the non-toleration of Freemasonry. Strictly speaking, Freemasonry is not allowed in Japan, although, since the abolition of exterritoriality, the foreign lodges at the open ports have been permitted, or rather suffered, to exist upon certain conditions. A Japanese in Europe or America is free to become a Mason, but he cannot become a Mason in Japan, where the proceedings of all societies must remain open to official surveillance. End of note. A Japanese statesman is said to have lately declared that his countrymen were rapidly drifting towards Christianity. Newspaper reports of eminent utterances are not often trustworthy, but the report in this case is probably accurate, and the utterance intended to suggest possibilities. Since the declaration of the Anglo-Japanese alliance, there has been a remarkable softening in the attitude of safe conservatism which the government formerly maintained toward Western religion. But as for the question whether the Japanese nation will ever adopt an alien creed under official encouragement, I think that the sociological answer is evident. Any understanding of the fundamental structure of society should make equally obvious the imprudence of attempting hasty transformations, and the impossibility of effecting them. For the present, at least, the religious question in Japan is a question of social integrity, and any efforts to precipitate the natural course of change can result only in provoking reaction and disorder. I believe that the time is far away at which Japan can venture to abandon the policy of caution that has served her so well. I believe that the day on which she adopts a Western creed, her immemorial dynasty is doomed. And I cannot help fearing that whenever she yields to foreign capital the right to hold so much as one rood of her soil, she signs away her birthright beyond hope of recovery. With a few general remarks upon the religion of the Far East in its relation to Occidental aggressions, this attempt at interpretation may fitly conclude. All the societies of the Far East are founded, like that of Japan, upon ancestor worship. This ancient religion, in various forms, represents their moral experience, and it offers everywhere, to the introduction of Christianity as now intolerantly preached, obstacles of the most serious kind. Attacks upon it must seem, to those whose lives are directed by it, the greatest of outrages and the most unpardonable of crimes. A religion for which every member of a community believes it his duty to die at call is a religion for which he will fight. His patience with attacks upon it will depend upon the degree of his intelligence and the nature of his training. All the races of the Far East have not the intelligence of the Japanese, nor have they been equally well trained, under ages of military discipline, to adapt their conduct to circumstances. For the Chinese peasant, in especial, attacks upon his religion are intolerable. His cult remains the most precious of his possessions, and his supreme guide in all matters of social right and wrong. The East has been tolerant of all creeds which do not assault the foundations of its societies. And if Western missions had been wise enough to leave those foundations alone, to deal with the ancestor cult, as Buddhism did, and to show the same spirit of tolerance in other directions, the introduction of Christianity upon a very extensive scale should have proved a matter of no difficulty. That the result would have been a Christianity differing considerably from Western Christianity is obvious. The structure of Far Eastern society not admitting of sudden transformations. But the essentials of doctrine might have been widely propagated, without exciting social antagonism, much less race hatred. Today it is probably impossible to undo what the sterile labor of intolerance has already done. The hatred of Western religion in China and adjacent countries is undoubtedly due to the needless and implacable attacks which have been made upon the ancestor cult. To demand of a Chinese or an enemy's that he cast away or destroy his ancestral tablets is not less irrational and inhumane than it would be to demand of an Englishman or a Frenchman that he destroy his mother's tombstone in proof of his devotion to Christianity. Nay, it is much more inhumane, for the European attaches to the funeral monument no such idea of sacredness as that which attaches, in Eastern belief, to the simple tablet inscribed with the name of the dead parent. From old time these attacks upon the domestic faith of docile and peaceful communities have provoked massacres, and, if persisted in, they will continue to provoke massacres while the people have strength left to strike. How foreign religious aggression is answered by native religious aggression, and how Christian military power avenges the foreign victims with tenfold slaughter and strong robbery, need not here be recorded. It has not been in these years only that ancestor-worshipping peoples have been slaughtered, impoverished, or subjugated in revenge for the uprisings that missionary intolerance provokes. But while Western trade and commerce directly gain by these revenges, Western public opinion will suffer no discussion of the right of provocation or the justice of retaliation. The less tolerant religious bodies call it a wickedness even to raise the question of moral right, and against the impartial observer who dares to lift his voice in protest, fanaticism turns as ferociously as if he were proved an enemy of the human race. From the sociological point of view, the whole missionary system, irrespective of sect and creed, represents the skirmishing force of Western civilization in its general attack upon all civilizations of the ancient type, the first line in the forward movement of the strongest and most highly evolved societies upon the weaker and less evolved. The conscious work of these fighters is that of preachers and teachers. The unconscious work is that of sappers and destroyers. The subjugation of weak races has been aided by their work to a degree little imagined, and by no other conceivable means could it have been accomplished so quickly and so surely. For destruction they labor unknowingly, like a force of nature. Yet Christianity does not appreciably expand. They perish, and they really lay down their lives, with more than the courage of soldiers, not, as they hope, to assist the spread of the doctrine which the East must still of necessity refuse, but to help industrial enterprise and Occidental aggrandizement. The real and avowed object of missions is defeated by persistent indifference to sociological truths, and the martyrdoms and sacrifices are utilized by Christian nations for ends essentially opposed to the spirit of Christianity. Needless to say that the aggressions of race upon race are fully in accord with the universal law of struggle, that perpetual struggle in which only the more capable survive. Inferior races must become subservient to higher races, or disappear before them. And ancient types of civilization, too rigid for progress, must yield to the pressure of more efficient and more complex civilizations. The law is pitiless and plain. Its operations may be mercifully modified, but never prevented, by human consideration. Yet, for no generous thinker can the ethical questions involved be thus easily settled. We are not justified in holding that the inevitable is morally ordained, much less that, because the higher races happen to be on the winning side in the world struggle, might can ever constitute right. Human progress has been achieved by denying the law of the stronger, by battling against those impulses to crush the weak, to prey upon the helpless, which rule in the world of the brute, and are no less in accord with the natural order than are the courses of the stars. All virtues and restraints making civilization possible have been developed, in the teeth of natural law. Those races which lead are the races who first learned that the highest power is acquired by the exercise of forbearance, and that liberty is best maintained by the protection of the weak, and by the strong repression of injustice. Unless we be ready to deny the whole of the moral experience thus gained, unless we are willing to assert that the religion in which it has been expressed is only the creed of a particular civilization, and not the religion of humanity, it were difficult to imagine any ethical justification for the aggressions made upon alien peoples in the name of Christianity and enlightenment. Certainly the results in China of such aggression have not been Christianity nor enlightenment, but revolts, massacres, detestable cruelties, the destruction of cities, the devastation of provinces, the loss of tens of thousands of lives, the extortion of hundreds of millions of money. If all this be right, then might is might indeed, and our professed religion of humanity and justice is proved to be as exclusive as any primitive cult, and intended to regulate conduct only as between members of the same society. But to the evolutionist, at least, the matter appears in a very different light. The plain teaching of sociology is that the higher races cannot with impunity cast aside their moral experience in dealing with feebler races, and that Western civilization will have to pay, sooner or later, the full penalty of its deeds of repression. Nations that, while refusing to endure religious intolerance at home, steadily maintain religious intolerance abroad, must eventually lose those rights of intellectual freedom which cost so many centuries of atrocious struggle to win. Perhaps the period of the penalty is not very far away. With the return of all Europe to militant conditions, there has set in a vast ecclesiastical revival of which the menace to human liberty is unmistakable. The spirit of the Middle Ages threatens to prevail again, and anti-Semitism has actually become a factor in the politics of 3 continental powers. It has been well said that no man can estimate the force of a religious conviction until he has tried to oppose it. Probably no man can imagine the wicked side of convention upon the subject of missions until the masked batteries of its malevolence have been trained against him. Yet the question of mission policy cannot be answered either by secret slander or by public abuse of the person raising it. Today it has become a question that concerns the peace of the world, the future of commerce, and the interest of civilization. The integrity of China depends upon it, and the present war is not foreign to it. Perhaps this book, in spite of many shortcomings, will not fail to convince some thoughtful persons that the constitution of Far Eastern society presents insuperable obstacles to the propaganda of Western religion as hitherto conducted; that these obstacles now demand, more than at any previous epoch, the most careful and human consideration, and that the further needless maintenance of an uncompromising attitude towards them can result in nothing but evil. Whatever the religion of ancestors may have been thousands of years ago, today, throughout the Far East, it is the religion of family affection and duty, and by inhumanly ignoring this fact, Western zealots can scarcely fail to provoke a few more Boxer uprisings. The real power to force upon the world a peril from China, now that the chance seems lost for Russia, should not be suffered to rest with those who demand religious tolerance for the purpose of preaching intolerance. Never will the East turn Christian while dogmatism requires the convert to deny his ancient obligation to the family, the community, and the government, and further insists that he prove his zeal for an alien creed by destroying the tablets of his ancestors and outraging the memory of those who gave him life. End of chapter 23. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. Chapter 24 of Japan, an attempted interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix. Herbert Spencer's advice to Japan. Some 5 years ago, I was told by an American professor, then residing in Tokyo, that after Herbert Spencer's death there would be published a letter of advice, which the philosopher had addressed to a Japanese statesman concerning the policy by which the empire might be able to preserve its independence. I was not able to obtain any further information, but I felt tolerably sure, remembering the statement regarding Japanese social disintegration in First Principles, section 178, that the advice would prove to have been of the most conservative kind. As a matter of fact, it was even more conservative than I had imagined. Herbert Spencer died on the morning of December 8th, 1903, while this book was in course of preparation, and the letter addressed to Baron Kaneko Kentaro, under circumstances with which the public have already been made familiar, was published in the London Times of January 18th, 1904. Fairfield, Pusey, Wilts, August 26th, 1892. My dear Sir, your proposal to send translations of my 2 letters to Count Ito, the newly appointed Prime Minister, is quite satisfactory. I very willingly give my assent. Note: these letters have not as yet been made public. End of note. Respecting the further questions you ask, let me, in the first place, answer generally that the Japanese policy should, I think, be that of keeping Americans and Europeans as much as possible at arm's length. In presence of the more powerful races, your position is one of chronic danger, and you should take every precaution to give as little foothold as possible to foreigners. It seems to me that the only forms of intercourse which you may with advantage permit are those which are indispensable for the exchange of commodities, importation and exportation of physical and mental products. No further privileges should be allowed to people of other races, and especially to people of the more powerful races, than is absolutely needful for the achievement of these ends. Apparently you are proposing by revision of the treaty with the powers of Europe and America to open the whole empire to foreigners and foreign capital. I regret this as a fatal policy. If you wish to see what is likely to happen, study the history of India. Once let one of the more powerful races gain a point d'appui, and there will inevitably, in course of time, grow up an aggressive policy which will lead to collisions with the Japanese. These collisions will be represented as attacks by the Japanese, which must be avenged, as the case may be. A portion of territory will be seized and required to be made over as a foreign settlement, and from this there will grow eventually subjugation of the entire Japanese empire. I believe that you will have great difficulty in avoiding this fate in any case, but you will make the process easy if you allow of any privileges to foreigners beyond those which I have indicated. In pursuance of the advice thus generally indicated, I should say, in answer to your first question, that there should be not only a prohibition of foreign persons to hold property in land, but also a refusal to give them leases, and a permission only to reside as annual tenants. To the second question I should say decidedly prohibit to foreigners the working of the mines owned or worked by government. Here there would be obviously liable to arise grounds of difference between the Europeans or Americans who work them and the government, and these grounds of quarrel would be followed by invocations to the English or American governments or other powers to send forces to insist on whatever the European workers claimed, for always the habit here and elsewhere among the civilized peoples is to believe what their agents or sellers abroad represent to them. In the third place, in pursuance of the policy I have indicated, you ought also to keep the coasting trade in your own hands, and forbid foreigners to engage in it. Is clearly not included in the requirement I have indicated as the sole one to be recognized, a requirement to facilitate exportation and importation of commodities. The distribution of commodities brought to Japan from other places may be properly left to the Japanese themselves, and should be denied to foreigners, for the reason that again the various transactions involved would become so many doors open to quarrels and resulting aggressions. To your remaining question respecting the intermarriage of foreigners and Japanese, which you say is now very much agitated among our scholars and politicians, and which you say is one of the most difficult problems, my reply is that, as rationally answered, there is no difficulty at all. It should be positively forbidden. It is not at root a question of social philosophy, it is at root a question of biology. There is abundant proof, alike furnished by the intermarriages of human races and by the interbreeding of animals, that when the varieties mingled diverge beyond a certain slight degree, the result is inevitably a bad one in the long run. I have myself been in the habit of looking at the evidence bearing on this matter for many years past, and my conviction is based on numerous facts derived from numerous sources. This conviction I have within the last half hour verified, for I happen to be staying in the country with a gentleman who is well known and has had much experience respecting the interbreeding of cattle, and he has just, on inquiry, fully confirmed my belief that when, say, of the different varieties of sheep, there is an interbreeding of those which are widely unlike, the result, especially in the second generation, is a bad one. There arise an incalculable mixture of traits, and what may be called a chaotic constitution. And the same thing happens among human beings. The Eurasians in India, the half-breeds in America, show this. The physiological basis of this experience appears to be that any one variety of creature, in course of many generations, acquires a certain constitutional adaptation to its particular form of life, and every other variety similarly acquires its own special adaptation. The consequence is that, if you mix the constitution of two widely divergent varieties, which have severally become adapted to widely divergent modes of life, you get a constitution which is adapted to the mode of life of neither. A constitution which will not work properly, because it is not fitted for any set of conditions whatever. By all means, therefore, peremptorily interdict marriages of Japanese with foreigners. I have for the reasons indicated entirely approved of the regulations which have been established in America for restraining the Chinese immigration, and had I the power, I would restrict them to the smallest possible amount, my reasons for this decision being that one of two things must happen. If the Chinese are allowed to settle extensively in America, they must either, if they remain unmixed, form a subject race standing in the position, if not of slaves, yet of a class approaching to slaves; or if they mix, they must form a bad hybrid. In either case, supposing the immigration to be large, immense social mischief must arise, and eventually social disorganization. The same thing will happen if there should be any considerable mixture of European or American races with the Japanese. You see, therefore, that my advice is strongly conservative in all directions, and I end by saying, as I began, keep other races at arm's length as much as possible. I give this advice in confidence. I wish that it should not transpire publicly, at any rate during my life, for I do not desire to rouse the animosity of my fellow countrymen. I am sincerely yours, Herbert Spencer. Postscript. Of course, when I say I wish the advice to be in confidence, I do not interdict the communication of it to Count Ito, but rather wish that he should have the opportunity of taking it into consideration. How fairly Herbert Spencer understood the prejudices of his countrymen has been shown by the comments of the Times upon his letter, comments chiefly characterized by that unreasoning quality of abuse with which the English conventional mind commonly resents the pain of a new idea opposed to immediate interests. Yet some knowledge of the real facts in the case should serve to convince even the Times that if Japan is able in this moment to fight for the cause of civilization in general, and for English interests in particular, it is precisely because the Japanese statesmen of a wiser generation maintained a sound conservative policy upon the very lines indicated in that letter, so unjustly called a proof of colossal egotism. Whether the advice itself directly served at any time to influence government policy, I do not know, but that it fully accorded with the national instinct of self-preservation is shown by the history of that fierce opposition which the advocates of the abolition of extraterritoriality had to encounter, and by the nature of the precautionary legislation enacted in regard to those very matters dwelt upon in Herbert Spencer's letter. Though extraterritoriality has been, unavoidably perhaps, abolished, foreign capital has not been left free to exploit the resources of the country, and foreigners are not allowed to own land. Though marriages between Japanese and foreigners have never been forbidden, they have never been encouraged, and can take place only under special legal restrictions. Note: the number of families in Tokyo representing such unions is said to be over 100. End of note. If foreigners could have acquired, through marriage, the right to hold Japanese real estate, a considerable amount of such estate would soon have passed into alien hands. But the law has wisely provided that the Japanese woman, marrying a foreigner, thereby becomes a foreigner, and that the children by such a marriage remain foreigners. On the other hand, any foreigner adopted by marriage into a Japanese family becomes a Japanese, and the children in such event remain Japanese. But they also remain under certain disabilities. They are precluded from holding high offices of state, and they cannot even become officers of the army or navy except by special permission. This permission appears to have been accorded in 1 or 2 cases. Finally, it is to be observed that Japan has kept her coasting trade in her own hands. On the whole, then, it may be said that Japanese policy followed to a considerable extent the course suggested in Herbert Spencer's letter of advice, and it is much to be regretted, in my humble opinion, that the advice could not have been followed more closely. Could the philosopher have lived to hear of the recent Japanese victories, the defeat of a powerful Russian fleet without the loss of a single Japanese vessel, and the rout of 30,000 Russian troops on the Yalu, I do not think that he would have changed his counsel by a hair's breadth. Perhaps he would have commented, so far as his humanitarian conscience permitted, the thoroughness of the Japanese study of the new science of war. He might have praised the high courage displayed, and the triumph of the ancient discipline. His sympathies would have been on the side of the country compelled to choose between the necessities of inviting a protectorate or fighting Russia. But had he been questioned again as to the policy of the future in case of victory, he would probably have reminded the questioner that military efficiency is a very different thing from industrial power, and have vigorously repeated his warning. Understanding the structure and the history of Japanese society, he could clearly perceive the dangers of foreign contact, and the directions from which attempts to take advantage of the industrial weakness of the country were likely to be made. In another generation, Japan will be able, without peril, to abandon much of her conservatism, but, for the time being, her conservatism is her salvation. End of chapter 24. Recording by Julia Niedermaier. End of Japan, an attempt at interpretation by Lafcadio Hearn.